What's good? What's good? How y'all doing out there, everybody? Let me know when y'all get in here. Let me know. Make sure y'all can hear me. Hold up. Yo, let me know if y'all can hear me, yo. Yo, am I good? If you in the chat, let me know. Jeremiah, okay, good looking, bro. Good looking. Okay, we good. We good. We can. I appreciate that, man. My everything being a little sensitive. I've been having some technical difficulties for the past couple of days. If y'all caught my the Oxtails, the interview with Miss Haley, I was having crazy technical difficulties before her Wi-Fi even start acting funny. Oh shit, you know what? I'm tripping. Hold on, I gotta change my shit real quick. This ain't even okay. We good. Now we in the graveyard shift. I was in Oxtail still. We good now though. Everything good. But yeah, like I was saying, um, I was my computer was tripping when I first started the interview. I couldn't even see myself, so I was like just winging it, talking, hoping it was going good. And then as the interview was going on, her Wi-Fi was acting up, and we started lagging, but we pushed through. We pushed through. We got it in like we supposed to. You know how we do. Ain't nothing going. Can't slow us down. Um, we're gonna rock with the same quote as we had yesterday. I was really feeling that. Uh, it's a good message by the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. If you have power over your mind, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That's a good one. Right. What's up with your Mezzi Metu? Man, we shouldn't have let that brother go, man. He was good for our bench. I like Church from Chemezi a whole lot. Um, but what's good, y'all? What's good? Man, let's get down to it. So um as many you know what, let me before I even kick that off, before I even get into recapping this event, the face off we had today, which is a face off, a precursor for the what do you call it? King of the Court that we're gonna do on the 8th. FYF, they bringing their guys to face off against us at PC. Um, yeah. So that's what I'm talking about today. We're just gonna kind of talk about all three of the debates. We'll get through those. But first, I'm gonna say, man, I rewatched that. I rewatched that earlier, and shit, I got to sharpen my debate skills up here. Cause at first I wasn't really tripping off my debate skills like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, I know what I'm doing. Ain't no thing. We just talking hoop. It ain't no big deal. But we've had a couple of debates even over on PC, and I'm like, nah, I can't just rely on that. I got to sharpen up the actual debate, the actual skill of debate, not just talking about basketball. Because it's easy to talk hoops, but you got to be sharp with your debate skills, y'all. And my debate skills, I ain't gonna lie to you, they're subpar right now. But I'm gonna get sharp, y'all. Y'all don't worry about it. I'm gonna sharpen them up. Everything I do, I'm gonna try to get better at it. And you know what I'm saying? This is one of those things. I can't be up here you know, going out like that. So that's just to let y'all know. What I'm gonna start doing actually. So I'm gonna just anybody that want to debate. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to do something like 30 debates in 30 days or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah, I can't do the basketball though, Jeremiah. I can't do the basketball. Can't do it. But I will be a better debater. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna do 30 debates in 30 days. That doesn't mean I'm gonna do one debate every day. That means, I could do 15 days, every other day and do two debates. But anybody that wanna get up and just debate, y'all pick the topics. I'm a debate. We could do it the way they do it at FYF, the 3 2-minute rounds. I kind of like that format. That was a fire format. But you know what I'm saying? I'll let y'all know when I'm gonna kick that off, and I'm gonna need y'all to, you know what I'm saying, jump up here, you know what I'm saying, and debate with me on topics that you choose. If you got some people that think are good at debating basketball, you know. And shit, we could debate other stuff too if y'all want to. I ain't tripping. I just gotta, you know what I'm saying, I just gotta get my debating skills up to par because um I thought I had it today, but I ain't gonna make no excuses or nothing like that. I for sure lost that one fair and square. Um, but just to kind of, talk about it from my point of view. I'm gonna talk about what I saw today from my point of view, and then I'm gonna send the link out. And whoever want to come up, you know what I'm saying? As y'all know, this is the graveyard shift, so everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. Um, but I kind of hold on one second, so hold on one second. Let me holler at my sons real quick. They up here tripping. Let me tell them to calm down real quick. Y'all give me a couple seconds, man. These boys finna tear my living room up. Hold on. Whew. All right, my bad, y'all. Okay. So where was I? Appreciate y'all sticking with me for a second. Uh, I'm growing and I'll still tell my career. That's a fact. Kick you off for the Lakers, right? Drew. Yeah, Andrew G. You see how I get treated? See how I get over there? That's wild. How you gonna kick me? How you gonna kick me off just for speaking facts? Y'all know that's how it goes. We got to talk about the Lakers all the time, no matter what. And I'll just bring it up, get kicked off. Ron kicked me off more than anybody. And I'm probably the most calmest person over there on the panel for sure. Kick me off all the time. That's all good. I'm gonna see him in a couple of days. I might just jab him, sock him, smooth in his chest. Remember when we was in middle school, we used to play that open chest game. If your chest open, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just steal on you. But anyways, let me get back focused. So what I saw today, which was a great event. First of all, shout out FYF, shout out Lamont, shout out everything they got going on over there. Shout out True the King. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing, he showed up, showed out, like he was supposed to. Represented like he was supposed to. Let me just break them down. The 3 events that we did see. Um, Man, the so I had an easy topic in my eyes because I think that De'Aaron Fox is that much better than Trae Young. So it is fair to say that not only did True win, but he had an uphill battle to climb too. A lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of people think Trae Young is better. I don't think so. I kind of like, I never debated that style, so I kind of wasn't ready to, talk for 2 minutes because I'm just not, what I'm saying? I'm not a big, I don't want to draw it out and talk all day anyway. Plus, I'm not, I did it. Like I said before, when I was going to debate, I'm not going to debate a whole bunch of stats. So I couldn't fill in my time just talking stats. You shot this much percentage, or you scored this many points per game, or this and that. If you watch the debate, I think I might have brought up two numbers, and I believe it was a rebuttal. Like, I went in there off no basketball at all. I'm just going to go off the top of the dome and just like, so what happened was when I jumped on the screen, Lamont was still talking before he put us up. So I went to my brain, like, okay, how am I going to debate this? I just wrote down a couple of notes. So if you see that I'm looking down like this, I got bad handwriting. So I'm looking down kind of like, what else? What was the notes I said about Trae Young? So I'm like, okay, because I had to fill in the time, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to just sit there and talk numbers. So I was just trying to explain in the best of my ability who was actually a better basketball player, not who scored more points or who threw more assists. So I tried to do that in the first round, and it didn't go as good for me as I thought it would. I was just going to explain Trae Young's deficiencies. You know what I'm saying? Him being easier to box up because he's smaller. His ability to play defense is hindered by the size thing as well. He's an ill-advised point guard. He shoots bad shots. He's not very efficient. You know what I'm saying? He's more into shooting long threes than he is into winning. I thought I could just ride that, and didn't happen. First round, True came and blew my dome off with that one. I mean, he definitely killed me on that first round. Second round, I think he was kind of out of gas, is based on having to go back to back. Having to talk for 4 minutes is not easy, y'all. So I think that second round he was kind of a little out of gas right there, So I feel like I came in the second round and lit him up, Second round, I think my second round was personally the best round of the day for anybody, hands down. That's just my opinion. I could be biased because it's me. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I feel. I feel like my second round was the best round of the day from anybody that debated today. If I'm tripping, y'all tell me I'm tripping, but that's just how I feel. So I went crazy on that second round, easily got him. But like I said, talking for 4 minutes straight ain't no joke. So when Lamont was like, okay, it's your turn for the rebuttal round, I was like, all right, I'm just going to speak on them as, the locker room. Trae Young's a coach killer. Trae Young's not coachable. Trae Young has already got two coaches fired. I thought those were smooth topics. I'm like, okay. De'Aaron's a stand-up guy, easy coachable. He's great in the city. You know what I'm saying? We haven't heard anything about De'Aaron Fox. That's close to home. I'm from Sacramento. I'm a big Kings fan, so I think I would be hearing if he was a locker room cancer, which I believe Trae Young is. I didn't have much more to say after that. I'm like, okay, that's it. Like, Lamont, go ahead. That's time. Big mistake, you know what I'm saying? They held that against me, only using 1 minute of my 2 minutes, you know what I'm saying? So that was a big mistake. But his second round was, with all the respect, I felt like Truth's third round was kind of weak though. Like, he was kind of just reiterating things he already said. So that's why when he was going, I was like, because I don't think I took my foot off the gas. I just thought I had it won. So I think that could have went either way. But like I said, I lost fair and square. In the second matchup, who was the second matchup? Oh, Chilltown and SB. Chilltown and SB. I feel like that was pretty close. Chilltown, he's hard to debate with, you know what I'm saying? He got an encyclopedia up top. So he's real difficult to debate against. I think SB held it down. He held his own. I think I will agree that SB did. I think SB got the first round. I think SB got the first round, and Chilltown took the second two. They both came with strong points. Just like somebody said to SB though, if he would have slowed down a little bit, maybe if he just slowed down, and we'd be able to articulate his. If he slowed down, we'll be able to comprehend his thoughts a little better. I think he's saying the right things, maybe not saying them in the right way, and that's on us to pick up, catch up to him. But in the debate, you know what I'm saying, you're at the mercy of the crowd. So maybe make it a little easier for us to understand. Um, yeah, Chill's memory is like top notch, man. He come with it quick. You can ask him anything. Like he's like he's like my encyclopedia. You know what I'm saying, for basketball. If I don't know something, I'll send Chilltown a message like, hey, what was this? He'll get you back with it. And then to the debate of the day. Well, first, hold on, because before that, because I was saying I'll take a sturdy for Damo because Damo wasn't there and Ticker wasn't there. I'm like, shit, I'll run both these cats back to back. Give me a sturdy first, then give me Young Africa. I know that's a tough hill to climb, but I'm over there representing for PC. If cats weren't showing up on time, I gotta make sure they know we not going out. You know what I'm saying? Me and Chilltown to burn this motherfucker down. We not tripping. But then my man Ron pulled up and he was right about to go into a meeting, but he's like, "Fuck it, he'll take Young Africa." I don't know if y'all heard that, but did y'all? How did y'all feel about Ron's first round in the Kobe Bryant debate? He said, "Shit, I'll pop up. You know what I'm saying? I'll take care of this." But in the third debate, I'm just happy Lamont didn't call me to be a judge because honestly, I only heard Ticket went first, then Africa. I only heard Ticket's first round, Africa's first, Africa's second round. So I wouldn't have been able to make a fair assessment. You know what I'm saying? Because I had got a phone call. I got the AAU team. One of the moms was calling me trying to work out. We're trying to work out a transportation situation for when we get to LA next weekend. So I was on the phone with her, and I couldn't. Obviously, I just couldn't listen to both, so I missed the second half of the battle. Now, with that being said, from Dub's explanation on why he picked Ticket, it was kind of shaky. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened. I know Africa came through, you know what I'm saying, had blood on the wall. So, he had murder on his mind. You already know what time it is with Ticket, but and one thing I will say is that format of debate is not for the week, y'all. You got to be ready for that. Yeah. Dub saw it out. Hey, Dub did what he thought was right, man. Dub did what he thought was right, man. I got some fellas in the back. Let me pull them up. Leave Diggy.
Bob,
You see,
can I just
Bobby?
give you some quick? Can I give you some quick advice, real quick, on debating? If you're gonna do 2 minute debates, the first round should be everything you want to talk about your player. The second round, it should be all the negatives that you've already predained that you know
So
that
I
they're gonna give you.
had them backwards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because then what you do is you give your topic first in the first round. Then the second round, since you already know they're going to give you all the negatives, you can defend yourself against that. Then the third round, you go at their player. That's how you should do debates. Because the first
Yeah.
round, you make your topic. Second round, you defend it. Then the third,
Yo,
you
Oscar,
just
you hear me?
destroy the whole shit. You did good though for a first time. I ain't going front though. I gotta give you that. I would have been
Man, I
sweating up there
tried,
like.
man.
Yo, what's good, Ox?
What's good,
All right,
Bush
man.
fan?
Man, hold on.
Bobby.
Let's talk about
Chill,
the
bro.
high rate robbery first. Man, y'all Africa cooked that nigga, bro. What are we doing?
Hey
The
man,
chat is so biased, it don't make no sense.
Bulls fan. You heard what I said, bro. I only heard the first three
There is
goals.
oh, my
I
fault.
didn't hear Africa's third round or Ticket's second or third. So I only heard Ticket's first,
You
Africa's first, and Africa's second. So I can't say
You
who
know
got
something?
I can't
the
say who picked,
chat
but
the
I
chat.
do.
Hold on,
I
Lee,
will
hold on,
say
T.
I will say that the Dub's explanation for why he picked picked Ticket was a little shaky. I will admit to that. What's
Yeah,
up, Lee
it
Diggy?
didn't make any sense.
You know something, Bobby?
What's
Even though
good?
you tried to clown me the other night on that Dame shit, man, I ain't really appreciate that at all. But you the homie, bro. I ain't gonna let that linger on my mind. The next time y'all face them niggas, man, y'all better put a foot in their ass, man. Stop
Bro,
bullshit.
Ox won the first one too. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah,
I
it's
mean
because
that
he
first
lost that time though.
I think I won, but I understand how I lost. Like I can't call it no robbery or
Yeah,
nothing like that. I
yeah.
think
No,
Chill
no.
won
It
fair and
wasn't a
square,
robbery.
but
No. It wasn't a
yeah.
robbery. It was a good, you know what I'm saying, back and forth between you and the old dude, but I feel like that second round, you dominated him, bro.
Saying
And then in the third round, he
FYF
just was
boys took
talking
over.
points he already said. Right. He
Yeah.
just said the
Like
same
They
things he
saying
already
the
said in the
FYF
first
boys
round.
took over.
It wasn't really moving me.
you see it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He
That's what I
started
was trying
bringing
to
up a
say. That third
bunch of
round.
numbers and yeah.
That's
And
dude.
then when he was talking about the locker
That's
room and the
what.
height difference, the
Right.
when he said, bro, when he said De'Aaron Fox was a okay defender or mediocre defender, I'm like, nah, bro, he got it.
Bro,
He
He
tried to
said
act like
what?
De'Aaron Fox.
not only did he say that, but he also said De'Aaron Fox was a role player. And I'm like, when was
Yeah.
De'Aaron
That's
Fox a role
Yeah,
false.
player?
yes, that's
But
I'm like
see,
when he
this
said
False.
that,
here's
I
where
was
he
like,
Wait,
got
wait,
you
wait,
nah,
wait,
though.
wait, 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 wait. I ain't hear that. I ain't
nah.
hear
Yeah, he
What?
that.
did. But this is where he
He
got you,
said,
Bob, because you got
Who
some.
said that?
That's why. That's what he was trying to do. He was
and then
trying to use
he thought,
Sabonis to knock down Fox. When you should have been like,
yeah,
yo, the fact that Fox is allowing Sabonis to grow, he's learning it as well and allowing his
Right.
team to work
Right.
together. Team
Yeah.
chemistry is number one.
See,
Ja
yep.
but look,
Then you talk about him being coachable. Trey
CB,
Young
this
is
is
one
my
of the most
thing. This is my thing.
uncoachable players in the league.
Got to
I was
study their
trying
game
to
a little bit more. That's
I was
all.
trying to give my logic not based on team success or numbers. I just wanted to talk strictly
Facts.
about how much of a
He was
how
being
he's better
fair.
at
He
playing
was being
basketball.
fair. He was
yeah.
being fair.
I
Right.
see what
Yeah.
you're
And
saying.
to be honest with you, what moves me, it's not like you're comparing Ja to, like, you know what I'm saying, Trey Young. Like the defensive gap is not that big. The defensive gap
No.
between Fox and Trey is
It's
really
very
it's a
big.
pretty big gap.
Like, no questions.
Like,
What are we talking
what
about?
we
Yeah.
talking about?
It's
Trey
a very
Fox
big
could
gap.
potentially be a top 5 defender in the league, point guard defender in the league. It's
Well,
Yeah.
okay,
questionable,
yeah, that's
but he can
fair enough.
definitely
That's fair
be.
enough. Top 10
Yeah.
for
It's
sure.
He's
questionable,
not
but he
top
definitely
10
can
I can't
be.
easy.
even name.
Top 10 easy.
Easy.
Top
even
10
give you
easy.
five
Easy.
point
But I ain't gonna lie,
guards
Ox,
that
you changed my mind
legitimately.
on Trey. I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't calling. I
Because
can't even give you 5 point guards legitimately right now. That's better than Fox
Well,
and
I'm saying
Maxey.
at the
well,
worst,
if we talking
top
about point
10.
guards, or we talking about all guards, or just
Point
point
I'm talking
guards?
about. I was talking about
I
point
mean,
Point
if
guards.
we
I'm
guard.
just
talking
talking
about point
about point
guards.
Oh
guards,
no, he
I
top
can't. I
5.
don't
He
know.
top 5. We talking about all. If we just talking about
Yeah,
point
I
guards, he
can't.
definitely top 5.
I can't
If we
name.
talking about all
Name your
guards,
top five from the jump, man.
I can't name a better. What? Marcus
A
Smart.
point
Marcus
guard,
Smart.
Yeah, name
Bobby,
me
I ain't gonna
five.
stay on
Name me
real
five.
shit.
Name me
Marcus
four point
Smart.
guards.
I
because
can name one,
if we talk about guards, I can name a bunch of guards. Marcus
but
Smart
it. Okay,
is
that's
better.
one.
I would say
Oh, Drew Holiday. Drew
Io
Holiday. Drew
DeSumo was
Holiday.
better.
Drew
I would
Holiday.
say Io DeSumo was better.
Alex
I would say
Caruso.
Drew
Don't
Holiday
forget
is
about
better.
Alex.
Alex
Drew
Caruso is not a
Holiday.
point guard.
He's a guard.
I
He's a
thought you
guard.
said guards. I thought you said guards.
No,
Point
Like,
no.
he
guards.
said
I'm
point
gonna
Point
talk
guard.
about
guards.
point guards. I'm gonna talk about
Okay,
point
my
guards.
Point
fault, my
Well,
fault.
guards.
actually,
You
you
So
got
got
you
also
got Marcus
don't forget
Smart, Drew
is
don't forget
Holiday.
Davion? Hold
Davion.
on, yo, Fox. Is
Davion
Davion
is
a shooting guard or a
no
point guard?
Davion's a point guard.
Oh,
Davion's a
hold
point
on.
guard.
Who's that guard
Davion's
for
better. So that's
Sacramento?
3.
Who's that guard for Sacramento?
Um,
Davion, I think that's what we're talking
Bro,
about.
he nice. He
T.J.
nice too. He
McCollum. What
nice.
T.J. What is his not T.J. Is that his name? T.J. McCollum.
No.
What is his name?
Talking about TJ McConnell.
Yeah, I think he could potentially be better.
Better than who,
Yeah.
Trey?
And then probably
But
Fox.
I'm not counting niggas that's only playing 5 minutes a game though. Like,
All right.
Yo,
But
Facts.
say that again.
Okay,
Say
there's
that again. You're
literally
Marcus
saying
two.
Smart.
There's two. There's two, bro. Marcus Smart and Drew Holiday. That's it. That's it.
I would assume what's better than him too.
He don't play long enough.
What you mean? How many? I'd assume for like 25 minutes a night. What you talking about?
Ah, man, that nigga ain't shit.
Nigga was a starter. Nah,
I don't care.
he
There's a lot
better
of
than him,
starters
man.
in the league, nigga.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
He
a
not better
starter.
than
So
Drew
he
or
started and
Marcus.
he's playing.
He
No, I'm
not
not
better
saying
than
he's better
Drew.
than. I'm saying he's better
You
than
think he's better than
Fox.
Fox? You think he's better than
Yeah,
Fox? All right.
yeah. That's not a crazy thing to
Oh,
say.
who
all right.
You
Davion
Well,
watch
Mitchell's
Io
better
play, you
than
can.
Fox.
Davion at defense, Davion's better than
Oh,
than
Davion
De'Aaron.
better than him too. Yeah, that's 4 names. Davion better than him
facts.
too.
Better than who, Trey Young?
And after that,
Better than
way
who,
Nah,
better
we
Trey
than Trey
Young?
talking
Young. And
about
Trey
better.
Young
Well, yeah, on defense, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but he's not a better player than
and
Trey Young.
Trey
Nah,
and you
Davion's
made a
not.
great
Davion's
point.
not.
Alex, you made a great point.
Davion straps
Real
up
quick,
though.
Alex, you
y'all,
made
real
a
quick. Hold on, real quick, Bulls fan. H, are you asking? Are these cats are better than Trae Young at defense, or what are you asking? H?
No, as players, I look at the game from both sides. At the end of the day,
Right.
Davion's game on defense, yeah, it's elite, but his offense is subpar. So
Yeah.
what
Now
Trey?
We're
Nah,
talking
We're not
about
talking about
defense
We get
though.
that.
offense.
So,
We
so
get
what?
that.
That's what I'm trying to
We're
say.
talking
I'm
We're
trying
about
to
talking
put
about
just
that.
D.
defense.
Just yeah,
We're talking
but the
about
game,
defense.
Okay, cool. Say what you got to
Yeah,
say,
no,
man.
but look, now, H,
No,
H,
we're not talking.
did you H? Did you? We talking about the debate from earlier, and
Yeah.
one of the points on the debate was that he tried to say De'Aaron Fox wasn't a good defender, and I said he's a top 5 point
He's a
guard
great
defender.
defender.
And then we right now we're just talking about what
Great is
other point
crazy.
guard
He's a
what
very
other
good
point
defender,
guard
though.
Okay, I
We
get
Good,
you. I
talking
good
get
about.
you. I get
defender.
you.
Hold up, y'all.
Good.
Hold
I
up, y'all.
get you.
Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to explain the Ace what we talking about, just in case you don't know. So right now we're just talking about what players what point guards are better defenders than De'Aaron Fox, and I was saying that Davion Mitchell is a better defender than. And you know when I think about it, that means I personally think we got the best point guard defense in the league.
Mm,
Mhm.
mm.
Davion,
What do we got? I mean, from
potentially.
We got De'Aaron and
Marcus
Defensively,
Davion.
Smart,
yeah.
But
obviously.
see,
Defensively,
that's
Marcus
what you
Smart
got.
is the
Marcus
best.
Smart is
Big
probably
eye.
the
Yeah,
no.
yeah, but I'm
Actually,
I'm
do you
talking
think
about
Marcus Smart is better than Drew?
between our what point guard? No, what I'm saying is what point guard and backup point guard is a better defensive package than
None,
Davion and
See,
De'Aaron.
none.
that's
Oh
what you
no,
should have said
nobody,
at the debate
nobody,
with in the first
nobody.
round. Like start off with that strong point, and then the second round,
Right.
bring up that whole Mr. Clutch, and then go off of
Eh,
those. You
yeah,
have to put
Yeah.
accolades if you got 2 minutes. It doesn't have to be stats, but it has to be some form
yeah.
of accolades of what he can
Mm-hmm.
do.
And
Just what you said
don't let the
is
But hold on,
conversation
hold on,
go
hold on.
another way.
But hold on though.
Don't
If
let
we
the
go by
conversation
accolades,
go another
that's Trey
way.
Young all day. That's why he probably wasn't trying to go towards that direction.
Right.
no,
But you
no.
can't
Because we
let
Listen
go,
to
you
what
gotta
if
he
we
keep
just
go,
said though.
you
But
gotta
listen
keep
to
the
what Bob
conversation
just
in the
said.
pocket. You gotta keep it
What
in the pocket.
he should. You,
Keep the
I
Bob
think, in
conversation
my
exactly.
opinion,
straight.
you should have harped more. Hold on, my opinion, you should have harped more on Trey Young being one of the most uncoachable players in the league. Because that's it's straight up
He did,
facts.
yeah.
It's terrible shot
Facts.
selection. He's running off coach. He has an ego. He thinks he's,
He just out there
a
playing.
superstar, and he's not. He's really
I
one
mean,
of the
He's
he's a
most
more off
star.
than
uncoachable
he is
players in
high.
the league.
He's a star. He just out there playing though. It's like no,
But
don't
he's
coach
not a
me.
superstar though.
No,
He's
I
not a
said no. He a
superstar.
star though. He a
He thinks
star.
he's a superstar.
But
No,
like how
he's
you
not.
brought
That's the
up that,
thing.
Facts.
like how you brought up the whole thing about the two guard defensive, you should have used that and say that Fox is also a
Facts.
key contributor to the team. Because that point right there in the
Yeah.
first round, had you started that off, you would have
Mm-hmm.
got him. That's what I mean by you need to get some little key points that he contributes. Then you got to know all their weaknesses in the second round and defend that. Like come up
And
with
you,
another.
and,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
you
But
It's
know
and
the
good,
also,
bro.
you know the
I
weaknesses.
thought his takes was very casual. He said Trey Young
Most of
was a
them are
better
casual.
passer than Fox because he averaged
Yeah.
more assists. It don't matter how
Yeah.
many assists.
That's
Nah,
the
but
type
Bob
of
got
Although
more
I do
player he
think
assists in
is.
Trey's
college,
better,
but the,
I think Trey's better, but it don't
As
go
a
off of just straight
playmaker.
assists.
Yeah, he's a
My
better
thing
As
as
a
a
is
play,
if
playmaker.
Fox is a better playmaker.
what you call it? What you call it? The stats look that way, but that's just because Trey Young play like Luca. He's just a small,
Yeah,
Facts.
he
lower
played
IQ version
Facts.
of Luca.
facts.
He don't,
Facts.
He
bro.
played like Russ.
He just dribble around for
He don't
20
even play like
seconds and then he
Russ.
kick it. He dribble around for
Russ
20
is a
seconds and
very
then he just kick
overrated
out.
passer.
He just kick
Bro,
out to shooters,
he
bro.
plays
It's crazy,
he
bro. It's
plays
crazy.
like James
That's not a
Harden
good way of playing basketball.
and
And
Luca.
you just can't
That's
get
what he
off
plays
like
like.
that, bro. That's not playmaking, bro. That's
Bro,
not playmaking.
he plays like Luca and James Harden. Like, all right, I'm gonna dribble this out. Oh shit, I ain't got nowhere to go. Oh, I got a shooter right there. I'm gonna kick it out. You're not
yeah.
helping nobody. Like
Plus,
Russ was a bad example because it's like, he actually make guys a lot better. So
Russ? He
and
do
plus
make
he
people. I'm
yeah,
just
got
saying he's Russ is
yeah.
overrated defensively. I mean, as a passer.
All right,
Defensively, but
speaking of Russ, did y'all catch that second debate?
yeah. SB got
no,
cut.
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. What
SB
happened?
do
SB
What
got
not
you?
get
I
cut.
break
cooked,
it.
bro.
Hold on, Bulls fan. Just let Cowboy break it down. How
What
Uh
you
happened?
saw the.
the first
Hold on,
round, the
y'all.
first
Hold on, real quick.
What
Y'all
was the debate?
D and Bulls fan. Let Brian get it off. Y'all check it out just in case you missed it.
All right, bet.
Let him just
they
from his
were
point of view. How do he
they were
see it?
comparing Westbrook to Derrick Rose. The first round, both of them came out
Ooh,
and gave out accolades.
ooh,
What I liked about Chill was when he said that Westbrook went from the 2 to the 1. He didn't even bring up mostly of his triple doubles at all, like all 4 seasons and all of that. He stayed away from
right.
that. He said he did do that, but he also pointed out the success that Westbrook had going from 2 to 1 in the first round. Then then when SB went, he went ahead and broke down Rose's like best accolades. Now in the
Right.
second round, when he went back at it, he tried to go back at boy Westbrook, saying the turnovers and the inefficiencies. He never really got past the first round, all this other stuff. But then
Okay.
when it went back to Chilltown, Chilltown was like, nah, this is why he's good. Because when he had KD, he helped KD get his MVP. When he had Harden, he
He
helped him
did.
get his MVP. And on
He
top of
did.
that,
He
he
didn't
brought his
help
And
team
KD
to
get
the
his
playoffs.
MVP.
He helped his team
Hold
get
on,
to the
Bulls
what
fan.
about
playoffs.
what
You going
about Paul George?
hold on, y'all. Hold on, Bulls fan.
My
You
my
get
fault,
your
my
chance
fault,
to
my
run it
fault, my
down.
fault.
It's good.
Ooh,
So
that's a
he
good
said he
debate.
also helped
That's a
his
good
team to the
debate.
playoffs that
He
nobody
did
more times than Rose. And on
every
top of that, he
year.
also brought up his injuries. He said reliability is the key. Then they went into the third round, and Chill just
Oh,
kept going. Chill was like, it's not just about that. Look at how you're transitioning from from a 2 to a 1 guard. You're consistent. You average triple doubles in 4 seasons. You've been to the playoffs more times than Derrick Rose. Like he really broke down Westbrook and attacked the differences between Rose, and said him being at the one with Rose is the same time because of Rose's injury is the same time that Westbrook had at the one because of that injury. He
yeah,
would have had
you're
more
right.
time.
Because they used
Like
to
that
match up
whole
together.
thing,
They used to
SB
match
got
up.
killed, and then SB tried to go back into what he said in the second round, try to bring up the turnovers and how he wasn't MVP
I ain't nobody
caliber.
try to hear
But
that shit.
see how he was.
So,
That's how you
so
gotta be.
Cowboy, how do you break it down as far as the win? Like first round, second round, third round. Who
First
do you
round,
think?
I give it
Who
a
got
tie.
first round? First
First
round's
round
a
was a
tie.
tie.
Second round goes to who?
And then
And
Chill came
third
back
round.
and chill, because he didn't fumble in the third round like SB. If SB didn't fumble, it would have been a
Uh-huh.
tie. And I would have still given it to Chill, but it would have
Facts.
been like some 1-0 stuff. They
Okay,
both were really good.
Bulls fan. Let me get your breakdown for battle
So
number
for
two.
me, it was kind of
Real
weird.
quick,
It
real
was
quick.
kind
What's
of
up? What's up? Quan, the context. What's up with y'all?
Yo, salute. What's the word, my
Blue
guy?
contest.
Chilling. Go ahead, Bulls fan. Break down
uh,
that second debate.
so for me, it was kind of weird because like Chill was talking about availability and all that. I thought they were just arguing them at their peaks, right? Because like if you talk about a career, obviously Russell Westbrook had the better career. But at their
Easy.
peaks, I thought they were just arguing them as their peaks, like player for player, them as the best they were ever. You know what I'm saying? And I thought SB won the first round. I thought Chill won the second, and then the third round, I thought Chill won. I wanted to be a little biased because I'm a Bulls fan, but Chill definitely won that first round. SB was talking way too fast. I can barely understand what he was trying to say. He was trying to get off good points, but it didn't really make much sense because he was talking so fast. I thought Chilltown won. I thought it was a lot closer than what the poll and the panel voters voted it on. But ultimately, I thought Chilltown won.
I mean, it's a good topic, but I just feel like it's unfair. Only
Why you say that?
because we're looking at okay, like if we talking about their in their prime, I mean, shit. Rose's prime. When do we consider Rose's prime? With MVP year, it was so short.
I think so. Cause no, they were supposed to be talking about their peak. So like their
Oh,
best,
okay.
their
If
best.
you're
Let's
looking
call it
at
like best 2 seasons.
okay, best 2 seasons. If I'm looking at the best 2 seasons, realistically, if you're looking at stats, I mean, it's Russ. I mean, it's easy conversation. But if we're talking about what Rose, if he doesn't get hurt, now we having a different conversation, bro.
Oh yeah, no,
Right? Because he
Yeah,
still had a chance to get better. He
right.
could have
But
been
I
better
feel
than that.
right.
if we're
He didn't
projecting,
even get he
He
didn't
got
even get a
hurt
chance.
young.
Right. So he didn't even get a chance to get to his peak. So it's like that even that argument is like a bad argument because it's like, well, one got a chance and the other kind of just I mean, he was just hurt. So I mean, what you gonna
yeah.
do? Like we looking at him MVP year, how old was he?
He was
What
young, like 20,
22,
22, 23.
23?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
23. 23.
Right.
Yeah.
Russ
If
peaked
if
at
we if we if we're if
Russ
we're
peaked at
debating that
27.
like
Yeah.
if we're debating that and talking about like projection, then yeah, that's a way different debate.
Right. And that's it.
Oh,
He's
if we're
like a
talking about
what he's like
projection, Russ D Rose would have been way better,
D
in my
Rose
opinion.
projection, yeah, he would have been better. It's like just like the conversation with like a Grant Hill and like T Mac and all these
Yeah.
guys. It's like, bro, if they play and don't get hurt, Penny Hardaway, how good could it have been? And it's like, oh, judge them by their peak. It's like, bro, their peak was so young, like, bro, like Russ
Yeah.
peaked at like 26, 27.
Yo, context. You watched all three debates?
Yeah. If Quan want to go, I'm just doing something real quick. If Quan want to go, he
Okay,
could tap in.
Quan.
Yeah, let me just.
What's good, Quan? Yeah.
What's the word?
So we just going kind of just recapping the face off debates today. If you seen them.
I saw a
Okay,
couple of them, though, so.
I only seen. I think I seen two of them. So I seen yours, and I hopped out, and I think I seen Chill. I ain't see too much of it though.
Okay, you didn't see Ticket versus Young Africa?
Mm-mm.
Nope. I seen after them.
Yeah,
I
that.
seen them like arguing after them.
Oh yeah, that that debate ruffled some feathers. They
What was
had
they
they,
talking
had,
Yeah,
they
they
about?
had
was
some
clear.
they had some cheating
Just they were
allegations and
nasty.
whatnot.
Cheating
It was
allegations.
nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ticket
I'm
got
actually,
cooked bad, bro.
Ox, I'm actually
Ticket got
rolling up
cooked.
a dub pack right now for that egregious thing.
Facts.
I'm rolling up a dub pack
Facts.
right now. That was egregious.
Facts.
So wait, hold on.
That was the
Context.
most
Bullshit. What
biased.
are y'all
Jamal.
trying to say?
Let me
He
Hey, he said
said being
rolling up the dub
consistent.
pack.
He's talking about how he was being consistent about winning a championship. We was just
Who?
talking about how did he do in that conversation, bro. He got cooked, bro. I thought we would compare them player for player. Like, what does
Who is they
him running
talking
a
about? I
ring,
missed it.
Penny
Who they talking
Hardaway and
about?
Jamal Murray? He started bringing up other players
Oh,
and how they won a ring and how Shaq was the most dominant. All this extra stuff when Young Africa was actually breaking down their games. And somehow
What
he
was Ticket's
lost.
take? What was Ticket's take?
Jamal Murray's better than Penny Hardaway.
Not yet.
Not ever.
Not ever.
Right. But I'm saying, if he plays good for like 4 or 5 more years, you have a conversation. But
But he
right
also you
now,
gotta put
no.
in the bubble year. Murray got hurt, so that's what Ticket was talking about. Him missing that time.
I mean,
Production. Wait, hold on. Let me just tell you what I thought.
but
That same time frame that he got hurt and Penny got hurt, he thinks that him coming back from that injury now is a lot better because they won the chip. In my eyes, like he contributed more. That's all I was trying to say. Penny
Facts.
came back from his injury. He wasn't as the predominant as he was. He still was good, but not as nasty as how Murray just
Yeah.
came out of nowhere.
no, you're right. He came out like he was.
Yeah.
He was on it.
But
But
I
see,
want to say
Ticket
something.
don't get into that because he get emotional and start,
Yeah,
he
you
got
can't.
it's
Yeah.
like an
He started
overload type
jump.
of
He
boxer.
started. He can't
He's like
focus.
Muhammad Ali. He got to fuck with you and then hit you with that
Right.
power. But
Yeah.
if
Right.
he
He
was more
can't. He can't
consistent,
focus.
that's the only problem I got with Ticket. Ticket need to
I'm
be
not
on
saying
track and not go at your character. If he go on track with the
facts.
facts, Ticket would be number 2 under Chill. I'm sorry, man. Chill is number 1
I agree.
up there with Mars and Ticket's
He
number
just
2
get
with
too
Tupac.
emotional. He
And
get too
low.
Yeah, he
emotional.
get too emotional.
Yeah. Facts. I thought he made good points, but like
He
he
always
started
makes
bringing
good
up team
points.
success.
He
When he
always
brought
makes
every
good
time he brings up
points.
team success, it always kills me because like even if you want to go by team success, right? They both made a finals, right? Jamal Murray won a ring, but he tried to downplay, Penny Hardaway because he lost to
He was
Hakeem Olajuwon, and the Nuggets beat an eighth seeded Miami Heat team
Miami
led by
Heat
Jimmy
with
Butler,
backups.
who
With
played
backups.
bad. So how like it doesn't make sense. It didn't make any sense. I think Young
Yeah, if you
Africa
talk
won. I
about the
thought Young
road to
Africa
the
won.
finals,
Yeah,
the road to the
it
finals
was
was
easy.
way harder for the Magic
Facts.
than
I'm
Denver.
not.
Easy
So
facts.
You
I
said
thought
what?
Young Africa won every round. To be
Your
I'm
phone
not
was
honest, I
gonna
don't
muffled.
think
lie.
What'd
Ticket
you
won a
say?
single
finals
round.
over.
Hey, I'm
low,
not gonna
like
lie,
low
man.
key
Ticket.
Hey,
landslide, like
hold
low
on
key
1 second.
landslide,
No,
low
Hold
you
on
key.
one
right.
second, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Shit though. Hey,
Look at
my mama told me finish my breakfast. I don't get up in the
W
middle of the
Ron,
bed.
W
Hey, don't
Oh
Ron.
worry. Hey, hold
shit,
on.
Ron.
Don't worry. I got
Ron was
Oh,
speaking nonsense, but he was
ticket,
funny. He was speaking
ticket
nonsense.
back.
I'm gonna see you again. I'll pull
Hey,
back
can
up
y'all
with
hear
you
it?
too. We don't got no
All right.
problems, man.
We
I'll
got,
pull
hey,
back up.
Ron, we might have to
Respect,
finish that
bro.
one. You can't
We're
hear
gonna
it?
have to finish that one.
Yeah, we good. We good.
All right, let me drop you
I'm gonna go ahead.
down.
I'm gonna go ahead and take care of Osama real quick. Get him
Now,
in the
now,
fuck.
just so you can give a
body
rundown of the
bag,
format,
man.
just so you know the rundown of the format, y'all debating player for player, Jamal Murray versus Penny Hardaway. You got Jamal Murray, he has Penny Hardaway, and the format is 2 minutes each round. We got 3 rounds. The last round is your rebuttal round. You go first in the first round. Africa goes first in the second round. And then you go first in the third round. Africa's gonna finish it off. That's the format we got. So when I put you on the big screen, oh shit, my bad. That's when your time starts. You got 2 minutes on the clock each round, and you can cook on all your talking points. And then you can use the other rounds to kind of rebut the things you hear from Africa.
Everybody
Let
go
me-
on mute so we can hear.
While we go,
what you say, Cowboy?
Now, I said everyone should be on mute so we could all hear. Like, try not to interject
Oh, yeah.
until they're done. Yeah, that's all I was
Yeah.
saying.
I'm on mute.
Let it ride out. I'm on mute now too.
Oh, Ox, you running the whole thing? You running the whole thing back?
I was just gonna go
The first round.
the further rounds, and then I was gonna stop. I'm just
Yeah.
doing this debate though.
Why don't
Oh,
you?
I
Why don't
bet
you
it is.
split?
Oh, okay,
Why don't
okay,
you split
okay,
between?
okay.
Why don't you split between each round?
That's what I'm doing.
All right, bet. Let's
So
go.
we just gonna stop it there, talk about the
I'm
points and
I'm
everything.
gonna
Okay.
play this. I'm gonna play this round. All right, here you go, yeah.
I can't cut him off. He can't cut me off, right?
No. Nobody can talk. No, it's just you. It's just you.
All right.
I'm gonna put you on the big screen. I'm gonna mute him, and like I said, you cook for 2 minutes, and then we're gonna do the same for him each round, and then we're gonna have a vote. We got the chat vote. We got a panel of 5 panelists that vote, and then we got a tiebreaker vote, a special guest judge that breaks the tie.
Y'all
We
pay
have a tie
attention
after the
because
fact. But let me go ahead and get you on the big
format
screen.
is crazy.
Ticket TV has Jamal Murray. Your time starts now.
All right, this is easy. Well, first of all, we gotta look at both of their careers, and I ain't even do no research or no homework for this debate. I just showed up to cook his ass real quick because he easy work. Y'all already know this. But when you look at Penny Hardaway's career, he only had a 4-year prime in his career. He only had a 4-year span. And mainly that 4-year span was playing with one of the most dominant players to ever play basketball, even more dominant than Jokic is right now, Shaquille O'Neal. And I can prove that because you can take a look at what happened with Penny when Shaq was gone versus what did Jokic do without Jamal Murray. Without Jamal Murray, Jokic was getting beat early in the playoffs and getting sent home. First round, second round, getting packaged up and sent home. You understand what I'm saying? So we seen what Shaq went on to do without Penny, with other players. He went on to win a championship. And even as a sidekick, he went on to win a championship. Now, with Jamal Murray, he comes back off injury, instantly wins a championship, always been a 20-point player for these last, 3 or 4 years. Basically, he's been close to that. And not only that, Jamal Murray, he's the one, when he was healthy again in the bubble, that gave him the best chance to win because he carried them through the series against the Utah Jazz when he was dropping multiple 50-point games in that series, tearing off Donovan Mitchell's head. So, yeah, I say he's better than Penny Hardaway because of the simple fact, one, he has a championship. No, he doesn't have the all-star and the accolades, but you have to remember, he's been hurt most of this time the last couple of years, so he didn't play. So Penny, he only had a 4-year prime when Shaq played, and they couldn't even get the world championship sealed up. They went and got swept. They didn't even get a game off a team who basically had a team, like you just said today yourself, Lamont, with a bunch of role players. So anything Africa can say makes no sense whatsoever because, again, Penny did nothing with Shaq as far as winning. He did nothing without Shaq. Jamal Murray just delivered the goods in the playoffs once again, not for the first time, but for the second time playing with Jokic, and it's proven that him with Jokic is a big difference in what the Denver Nuggets team do because when he was away, Jokic was getting smoked. He was there, they won.
All right, that's your time.
Mm-hmm. All right, here go first round from Africa, y'all. Here come first round from Africa.
Came with it with Jamal Murray.
You see, he got the blood on the wall.
Screen, Young Africa, man.
He do got the blood on the wall
here on FYF Sports, man. People are expecting a lot with this take. Your time starts now.
Look, man. Look, see, this is why it's gonna be light work, man. Team success. This man's whole basis of why an individual player is better than another individual player is team success. We're literally talking about number 2 options, 2 players that are second options on their team, which means they are not the core reason why they win the championship. Even if they have an effect on the championship, they ain't the core reason why. So both the players play with a dominant big. Jokic is a dominant big, just like Shaquille O'Neal was a dominant big. Talking about ain't no Shaquille O'Neal in Jokic. Jokic is actually more versatile than Shaquille O'Neal. He actually impacts the game in more ways than Shaquille O'Neal, but somehow Jokic ain't Shaquille O'Neal. Jokic got more MVPs. Jokic just had more statistical dominance in the NBA, but we ain't even gonna go there. But when we talk about individual players, right? 6 years of Penny Hardaway's career compared to the last 5 seasons of Jamal Murray. It's actually quite comparable. Let me talk to you about Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway, in that time, made 4 All-Star teams, 3 All-NBAs. Jamal Murray got 0 All-Star teams, 0 All-NBAs. And he got 2, and this is all within the first 5 seasons of Penny Hardaway's career, right? 4 All-Stars, 3 All-NBA in 5 seasons. Now let's talk about the 2 first-team All-NBAs, yeah? In the 3 All-NBA, he has 2 first-team. And look at the context of who he made these first teams over. He made the first team All-NBA in his second and third year, something that Jamal Murray ain't even come close to, and he made teams over guys like Gary Payton, John Stockton, Clyde Drexler, Reggie Miller in 94, 95, the mid-90s, in their prime, he made it over those guys. Now let's talk about game, because individual game is what makes you better, not the team accomplishments. Versatility. Hardaway possessed great size for his ability, great size for his position, He had the ability to play multiple positions on the floor. His combination of size, ball handling, court vision, his playmaking ability was amazing in the half court, was amazing in transition. His passing ability, his natural ability to find plays in transition on the bounce, no look bounce passes. His athleticism, being able to finish at the rim. He was dunking on niggas in the 90s. Stop with the cat. Talk about the game. Bro.
That's time.
You see that, Bob?
Y'all see, hey, y'all see, y'all see, hold up, y'all see, y'all see,
he cooked them.
Hold up. Y'all see, Africa wasn't trying to stop. So that's okay. So that's the
he
first
was cooking.
round.
He somehow lost that round too, y'all.
That's the
How
first
did he lose
round.
that?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
My fault.
Relax. We all gonna talk. That
My
was
fault.
so that was the first round of 2. Ticket went first, so Africa was able to have a rebuttal to some of Ticket's points. So that's why I say that first round is lightweight deadly. You know what I'm saying? You go first, and that
If
was
you
one
go
thing.
first,
That was one thing
crazy.
that I didn't. That was one thing I didn't really. I felt like FYF did that. You know, Lamont did that on purpose, made sure that all of us went first. He talked.
Bro, if you go first, it's hard.
Because
He
y'all in
talking
a
about-
different league, bro.
Yeah.
Well, look,
I'll get it off.
But listen, this. So if you didn't see this, what he was saying that they got rankings from the the little AI thing.
Yeah, the little
And so
AI.
they're like, so these rankings was like none of us are over here debating with y'all. So how could we possibly be ranked? So what you're saying is all the unranked players go first. We're obviously unranked. We ain't never been here, bro. So that was we could have at least my thing is we could have at least flipped the digital coin. You know what I'm saying? Make it
Y'all should have. It shouldn't have been y'all going first all the time. Because a rebuttal, you get time to look at what the fuck niggas is talking about. Like,
right.
that's unfair.
Quan, from that.
But to be fair, y'all both get a rebuttal round.
What we just listened to, Quan. Well, how do you feel about that first round?
Oh shit! I think Africa won the first round. He rebutted all the ticket points, and then he went on his own. You know what he had did in his stretch of his career of 5 years, and yeah, I think he won that round. Clear though. I think he won that clear.
Right, easy, no questions.
I'm pretty sure he lost that round too.
So Quan, you got them winning. Bulls fan, you got them winning. D, you got them winning. Y'all all got Young Africa. Context.
Yep.
What you got that first round?
Clear.
What?
Yep.
Africa. Clear.
Africa.
Easy.
Cowboy.
I got Africa. His consistency on the points and using up the whole time and sticking to the facts. I got to give it to Africa.
Right.
Okay. Avion, did you catch that, Avion?
Yeah. Only saw a little bit though, but I gotta get to Young Africa.
Right.
Okay. So did you not see any of this live?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all right. So I'm about to play round 2 right now for y'all. Let's do the same thing as last time. Everybody, let's go on mute. Let's get this out the way.
All right, let's get it.
Okay. So as y'all know, in the format, Africa is gonna go first in round 2.
Oh, they switched it up. Okay.
Yeah. So after that's another thing. Real quick. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna press play. I'm gonna holler at y'all about it after this. All right, y'all ready?
Bet. Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. Hold on a second. My bad. Okay. Here we go, y'all. My bad. All right.
That's time. That's time. Now,
don't worry.
That's the first round. We know in the second round, you got to go first, and then Ticket gets the opportunity to follow up right behind you. So we're going to just reset the clock, and we're going to put Africa right back on the screen for your second round. You start off the second round.
No problem.
Your time starts now.
Look, as I was saying, when we break down who is a better individual player, you break down their games. Career, when we talk about greatness and their career, now we're talking about their accolades and their achievements. But even those things, you got to put into the context of how they got those championships, if they got some. And he only got one, right? But let's talk about this. When we talk about their games, see, the thing you didn't want to talk about, Penny Hardaway is a more versatile player, like I just said. His playmaking ability is better than Jamal Murray. His passing ability, his ability in the transition, like I was saying. Now, his scoring ability, Hardaway was a highly skilled scorer, would impact the game in various ways. He could shoot from the mid-range. He had a smooth jump shot. His ability to hit from the three-point line, off the dribble. He could finish at the rim with dunks, acrobatic, ridiculous layups, and he was a threat off ball, off the dribble, and as a spot-up shooter, right? His scoring ability was greater than Jamal Murray, right? Athleticism was way greater than Jamal Murray. His ability in the 90s to finish over bigs on a consistent basis, taking contact, was one of the greatest guard play we had ever seen up to that point in the NBA. And then we talk about the biggest difference in their game, the defensive ability. Hardaway was a solid and excellent defender. His size and quickness allowed him to guard multiple positions. He had great ability in the passing lanes. He was able to be a solid perimeter defender, and that was shown against teams like the Michael Jordan Bulls. Now he wants to talk about how the Penny Hardaway and Shaq lost to Hakeem. He don't want to talk about how he beat Jordan on the way to Hakeem Olajuwon. He beat that guy, and he was guarding him, and he was playing high level offense. His basketball IQ, the ability to impact the game with the flashiness. We talk about the whole player as a whole, and we talk about Penny Hardaway is better than Jamal Murray has ever been when we talk about individual play. And then we talk about the statistical greatness of his career, early in his career, when the best season of Penny Hardaway's career, averaging 21, 22 points per game, 7, 8 assists, is better than Jamal Murray ever has done.
That's time.
Competition is evident. But go ahead.
Okay,
All
here
right,
go.
Ticket, you had a
round,
chance to hear his second round. It's on you,
Lamont.
to go
You the devil,
follow.
boy.
What
You know that you the devil. I don't know why you put these chumps up against me, man.
All right, well,
Boy,
let's hear it then.
You the devil. Man, listen, you easy to beat, boy. First of all, you giving praise to a dude who beat Michael Jordan, who came back and played 16 games, who wasn't even in basketball shape. But then the very next year when he came back and swept them niggas and sent them home, wrapped them up real quick in plastic. Sit your ass down and shut the hell up. Then you talked about, this isn't about winning how we judge players. That's a lie. We judge all the great players off winning, which is another reason why Dame Lillard wants to leave Portland now and go to the Miami Heat, because he knows most people would judge his career based off winning. Janet jackass. Now, let's get back to Carmelo Anthony. Why did we give Carmelo Anthony a certain amount of praise that he should have got in his career? Why? Because people say he didn't win. So what do? They downgrade his career and downgrade his performances and downgrade what he brought to the game because he didn't win, asshole. Like, this is the same reason why LeBron James left the Cleveland Cavaliers when he couldn't get over the hump and win, because he knew that is how people were going to judge his game and his career based off winning, sir. Again, so now let's rewind back and talk about Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray can do everything Penny did. Jamal Murray can get off the dribble and get his own bucket. Jamal Murray can shoot the three better than Penny Hardaway. Jamal Murray has the same mid-range, has post-up moves, has fadeaways. Jamal Murray can make on the same level of Penny Hardaway as he showed in the playoffs, getting 30-point triple-doubles along with Jokic. Again, Jamal Murray has shown you the clutch gene when he's able to take over the games and do this and do that and whatever he need to do to kick a nigga ass like he did this year and like he did the year before he was hurt. Again, we look at Jamal Murray in a certain aspect because he has no all-star appearances, but you got to remember, 2 years deep into his prime, Jamal Murray was not playing. He was injured and hurt, sir. And again, you guys always criticize the 90s and say the guards in the 90s was trash, but then you'll praise Penny for making all them all-star teams against guards y'all say wasn't good. Y'all say Jordan didn't have no competition, but then Penny was playing against Jordan, and that was really the only competition y'all say he had. So then if Penny was making all-star teams, who he was making them over? If you look at Jamal Murray, he the one playing against all the killers. He the one got all the hitter guards in the Western Conference. He got to make the all-star team over again.
That's time.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now y'all remember, before we go back into this, y'all, I need y'all to remember, we're not judging who's better between Penny Hardaway and Jamal Murray. We all know it's Penny Hardaway. That's not what we're judging. We're judging this debate in particular. So that was round 2. Avion. So you heard all around 2, Avion. How do you feel about that one? Who won? That was Young Africa first and Ticket second. Who do you think won that round just based on strictly debating skills?
I think Africa won that round. I mean, he kept it consistent. He talked about Penny's games specifically and went into detail. I think Ticket just went off from like the handles and started, throwing shots and never went into detail. It was kind of confusing and kind of like he had a lot of motion He wasn't speaking facts.
Hmm.
So I gotta give it to Young Africa. He wasn't phased. He kept it in detail. He never went off and started bringing up other errors or other players like LeBron or something like that. He just stuck with like the topic, and I
Right.
just felt like Young Africa got it.
I see your point there. I do think the second round was much closer. It's Evian. It seems like you kind of had an issue with some of the personal attacks. Like you seem like you didn't too
Yeah,
much care for that. Um,
yeah,
that's sometimes that's ticket style. You know what I'm saying? So if you're the type of person that's not really into that, you might have an issue with that style of debate. Now I can understand that. H, how did you feel about that second round?
Yeah, I gotta give it ticket, man. Gotta give it ticket 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on the fact that the art of debating is taking you on a story at the end of the day, and I believe ticket done that a lot better. Though Young Africa was key to the point, it didn't really phase me. It didn't have that much of an impact. It wasn't compelling, and tickets fighting an up. It's fighting an uphill. I mean, an uphill battle basically. Jamal, we already know Penny's better than Jamal Murray, but for the fact that the points he's giving out, it makes it a bit more compelling. So, for instance, he said about how Penny beat Jordan, but then what he's done now is that he's done a double negative. He's teared down Penny, saying that okay, Jordan came back from 16 games, but then the next year he swept him. So that kind of nullifies everything what Young Africa's already brought up. He's cancelled
Mm,
everything he's already said. And then
okay.
it ended on a strong point saying um, Murray's better off the dribble, shooting the shot, which is true. And in this era, that has a lot more weight because everyone's gravitated by the three. He said Murray has a better handle, which is debatable. I don't know, but off the dribble, he probably does have a better handle than going downhill. But basically, he was on a roller coaster. He started
Yeah.
off high, then done a double negative, went back low, then he went on a high again. And that's the art of debating. You got to take someone on a story. Young Africa really was just on a plane, but Ticket takes you on a story with his energy and his emotion, which I believe is more compelling for a debate.
Right. Okay. I could see that. I could see that. Let me see.
I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll
Jalen,
talk.
you just popped up. We already know how you feel
Yeah.
about this debate. You made
Oh
that
yeah, I
clear
know.
earlier.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought Young
Bull,
Africa
Bull,
took it down.
Bulls fan, how you feel about how'd you feel about that second round?
First of all, that was a much closer round than the first one. Ticket makes some pretty solid points with the Michael Jordan coming back, him getting us up. He only played 16 games. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to give it to Young Africa because Ticket he keeps bringing up their careers. We all know Penny Hardaway got injured, right? So you can't. He keeps bringing up the careers, and we're just talking about them as players. He brought up multiple other players: LeBron, KD, all of anybody but Jamal Murray. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you have to bring up other players when you're talking about Jamal Murray and Penny Hardaway? Young Africa didn't even bring up any other players besides Michael Jordan. Ticket brought up multiple other players. It didn't make any sense. He broke down his game a little bit. Him being better, off the dribble, and him being a better ball handler, which I don't even think is true. But when Young Africa was explaining how Penny Hardaway was a great mid-range shooter, great ball handler, he was finishing around the rim at an elite level, playing great defense. On the top of that, finishing against real defensive big men at the rim. I thought those were strong points.
Yeah, I did like Africa's point, and I said it earlier. I liked Africa's points about Penny's ability to play above the rim, finish amongst the trees. D, what's you got to take on the second round? How'd you feel about it?
Let me know when I go. I'm gonna go with Africa. Young Africa, easy, easy. Only reason why Ticket. So when Ticket gets going, like he has good points, but he doesn't focus. Young
Mm,
Africa focused on the point, kept it right in the pocket. Debating wise, I mean, Young Africa beat him easy. Ticket is good when you get like different venues. Like, oh, if you're not doing 2 minutes, he's better arguing with you in the moment. When
why
you
is
put
that,
him
D?
because I feel like he goes on rants
Okay,
and he
okay,
goes outside of the conversation. Like he's really good in like debating in moments, But I feel like when you put him 2 minutes and nobody can talk to him, one, he can't interrupt you, but two, he tends to go on like everybody else said. He was talking about other players. Young Africa focused on the one guy like that. He kept it in the pocket. Ticket don't.
Okay.
Not in this conversation though. Ticket be right sometimes, but in this conversation, he just bounced around too much for me. Bounced around.
Okay. Cowboy, how'd you feel about this one?
I'm gonna give it to Ticket because when Young Africa went, he started off very good in the beginning, but in the middle, he started tripping up and repeating himself in the same stuff he said in the first round. The reason why I'm giving it to Ticket is because if you listen, Ticket used other players as examples of why they wanted to leave and do better. And then he also compared it to currently now. Ticket lost like that first minute, but then he came back when he brought up the topics about how Murray's going up against other guards in the West, how Murray is contesting with all these other guys, and he's putting his name down, which is more competitive than Penny. So for me, him coming back at the end is the only reason why. It was close. Like, I'm
It was
telling you,
close.
by a second. But because
It was close.
back and running back about the West Coast competition at the guard position compared to playing against Jordan, I had to give him that one for that because the West is mad.
Yo, can I respond to that, Ox? What he just said, real quick.
Hold on. Would you hold on, Bushman? Was you done, Cowboy?
Yeah, I was done. I just had to say I had to give it the Ticket, man.
It was close, Cowboy. You're right.
Okay, hold on, real quick, Bushman. Let me make sure everybody get that. There's off real quick. Who we got? Oh, context. Who? How'd you feel about round two?
To be honest with you, I still got to give it to Africa. Like D said, he stayed in the pocket. Although Ticket made a good counterpoint in regards to what like everybody said, he made the great counterpoint with the Jordan. That was the only counterpoint that he made. And it, like, again, that straw man argument of trying to impose winning success and team success on a player's ability, you can't conflate two things. And he tried to use one to hype the other up. So he used the LeBron thing while LeBron left. Oh, because he knew how he was going to get graded. No, there are some players that without championship, they still get put to a high degree. Look at Charles Barkley. He was able to, he still gets put ranked in a high degree without a ring. Reggie Miller still gets a lot of love without a ring. So like to say like
Elgin Baylor
is winning
dominate.
Success. That's not the thing. You can dominate and have now the thing about it is winning does help and it adds on more to your legacy, right? But if I'm grading player for player, that shouldn't be my first argument is winning success. It doesn't work, especially when they're they're wingmen, like they're not the number one guy, they're number two options.
Okay. Who was left? Quan,
Like
my bad. Quan, how'd you feel about it? Round two.
Shit, I got Africa, and y'all saying it was close. I don't even see that. I see when you compare for real, bro. Like when you compare two players' games.
We talking about the
and
debate.
you talk about how good somebody is better than the other.
Yeah.
You like he talked about, like Africa talked about his versatility, like all of that. When Ticket bring up 3-4 other players in the scheme of saying why this player is better than that player, that lost me right there. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Lack of focus.
Thank you.
Lack of focus. That's what I said.
Mad Max, how you feel about it? Round two.
Shit, I think Chicken won the whole debate, but round two, I think I gave it after Chicken went on the what's name. He went off the rail.
Okay.
What?
Stay in the pot.
Can you explain what he did? Can you explain?
We're not gonna do that. We just giving up. We not going.
Did I not say it clear or something, or did I?
No, hold on, Max. We not going. That's not what we here to do. We just breaking down the debates, and we're gonna each give our take on what we feel about the debates. We're not gonna sit here and debate, voting on the debate right now. We can maybe do that a little later. Damn. Yo, nice. if you see the studio is full, stop trying to click on the shit. It's full.
Talk about it.
Yeah. Hey, when y'all do that shit.
Yo, Jalen, who you pick? I didn't even hear.
I was there during the debate vote. I had Young Africa winning this debate. I just thought that Young Africa was a little more direct in his arguments, explaining exactly why Penny Hardaway was a better basketball player than Jamal Murray. Him brought up being a 3-level scorer, finishing at the rim. He brought up his regular season accolades, which I do think still matters. The two-time first team All-NBAs, a second-team All-NBA. I think with the Jamal Murray, the best way to argue him, and I think the only argument that Jamal Murray really has is his last two playoff runs, the playoff run, the bubble, and the championship run. I mean, he elevated himself to a level that very few guards in NBA history elevated themselves in. Now, Ticket did mention it with a couple 50-point games that he did. Mentioned a couple other games, but I think he should have just been a little more specific, talking about the averages, maybe some field goal percentage, true shooting, and all that. If you brought those up and how the playoff elevation for Jamal Murray from his regular season numbers, I think that might have, tipped the scales a little bit, a little more detail. Yeah, just more focus with it.
Right.
But obviously, he it was a little last minute, so he couldn't come fully prepared. But
it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, a little bit harder. Yeah.
In that scenario, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought Young Africa won it because of just because of that.
Okay, y'all ready for round 3, y'all?
Let's hear
I want to say something real quick.
Hadouken.
Who did that?
Yo, Cowboy crazy.
All right, y'all go on mute. Y'all go on mute. Here we go.
That's time. 2 minutes. Now, this is the rebuttal round. You can really attack the other person's credibility and talking points. Ticket, you go first this round, so you can kind of pick up where you left off.
All right. Well, here's my thing. My thing is this. He said that the winning doesn't impact how we look at players. That's a lie. If that wasn't the case, KD would have never left the OKC Thunder. If that was the case, LeBron never leaves Cleveland. Dame never wants to leave Portland. This is the reason why players do that, because of how they will be looked at as far as their game when they retire. This is the same reason why Charles Barkley was a great all-time player, but people don't give him that credit because of that, because he didn't win a championship. Point blank, period. So these dudes all tried to move around, Charles and all the dudes I named, because they wanted their games to be looked and elevated on a different level when they retired, because they knew if they didn't and they stayed with one team, people wasn't going to give them their credit. It was going to tear them down like they do Allen Iverson. This is easy work. A caveman can do it. So yes, winning does impact how you look at players, because you can ask Young Africa himself, would he look at his king, LeBron Ramon James, the same if he had no championships and stayed in Cleveland? Go ahead, though.
Okay, you forego your time.
I don't even need all the time. He cooked.
Okay, so that was his rebuttal round. He just finished up. Young Africa, you got the final say-so in this. Your time starts now.
Bro, see, first off, I never said that team success is not a factor in individual plays. I said that when we're talking about number two options and we're comparing who is a better individual play, if you start with team success, you got a flawed logic, right? So let me talk to you about how I measure a great player all time, right? I measure the skill level of a player. I measure their accomplishments. I measure their longevity, their consistency. I measure their impact on a game. I measure their statistical dominance. I measure, and then I get to their team success. But what we are talking about are two players that we compare in their first 5 years of their careers, right? Jamal Murray has not been an all-time great player yet, right? And so we're not talking about them in the all-time great standings when we talk about Jamal Murray and Penny Hardaway, right? So you're talking about Kevin Durant. You want to talk about LeBron James. You want to deflect and talk about hypotheticals. You don't want to talk about what we talk about right now, which is who is a better player, Penny Hardaway or Jamal Murray, and what they've shown us in their career. It's evidently Penny Hardaway. So you talk about in the 90s, yeah, not great guards. Gary Payton, Clyde Drexler, John Stockton.
None of those guys were in the Eastern Conference.
Hey, you can't cut me off because I'm frying you right now. Shut your ass up. Let me talk to you real quick. Shut your ass up. I know we cannot go back and forth. Shut your ass up. Let me keep you cooking right now because you mad because I done debunked the whole dumb shit that you talking about. No, shut that shit up. And rewind my shit 30 seconds because this man don't try to take my flow. But look at this. Look at this. Hey,
don't never let nobody see your face.
Stockton, Clyde Drexler, Reggie Miller. These players are great players. These are the players that he made first teams over. Jamal Murray has never been first team on NBA. Jamal Murray, when we talk about levels of players on an offensive level, I got Penny Hardaway as a great offensive player than Jamal Murray. Right? But Jamal Murray is also a great offensive player. But look at the defensive differences of these two guys. Penny Hardaway was able to guard the best player on the other team. Penny Hardaway was able to be a solid perimeter defender, off-ball defender, being able to be in the passing lanes, being able to disrupt at 6'7" with a big wingspan, being able to do these things that Jamal Murray cannot do. He needs KCP. He needs Aaron Gordon to save a nigga on defense. He can't do it himself. So when we talk about all-around play, we talk about all the levels that we're talking about, this is Ticket in an era where he says that is the weakest defensive era all time. He wants to praise Jamal Murray because of his all offense, one-way production. But he talks about the 90s, the greatest defensive era ever. This was a great defensive era, way better than the current era that LeBron playing in, that these players playing in. But you want to hype up the numbers of Jamal Murray. Penny Hardaway was cooking.
No, hold on. Era. Right now, hold on. That ended it. That's 3 rounds. So what am I?
Oh, Lamont, I thought you said we had like a round we can go back and forth. My bad. I thought you,
and you cut me off.
No.
That dumb shit up.
We can, y'all can go back and forth now, but the
Okay. So
I want to go first. I want to go first on that one.
Bulls fan, chill, brother. I got you. I heard you last time. Just relax. We all gonna get to it. Let me say this real quick. It seemed like Ticket might have been a little unclear about the rules in that third round. So how do we feel about that? Like,
honestly, I was gonna say.
Really...
Oh, go ahead. My fault.
I'm just saying about that in particular about him cutting off.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Somebody called it too.
That's what made him cut him off. And on top of that, Young Africa was still on point, and he did bring up a point because I did say the Western Conference to me now is a lot harder with Murray, but then he brought it back and made me realize that the Eastern Conference had Gary Payton and Reggie Miller, and I'm like, I forgot about that. So him bringing it back and making me come back on point, Young Africa got it. But mainly because of that, I got Bulls fan. Africa.
Okay, so you got Africa. So Cowboy, you got Africa, Ticket Africa. So that means you got Africa winning it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Bulls fan, what you got for that one?
Again, like I just don't understand why he's bringing up Charles Barkley's legacy. Like, what does that have to do with them as players? We talk about Charles Barkley and LeBron James and KD's legacy. What in the world? What are we talking about, bro? Talking about how winning makes them better and them having to win in the ring or whatever has nothing to do with what they were talking about. That just this was just by far Ticket's worst round. Like, I don't even know what he was talking about. Then he didn't even use the whole time. I mean, it was bad. Barely even talked about Jamal Murray and Penny Hardaway as a player. Young Africa, basically the same talking points he was doing the whole time. Just saying how Penny Hardaway was a better player and him telling them, I'm not bringing them no players in the past and the present. I'm talking about them right now, them as players, and how Penny Hardaway is clearly a better player than Jamal Murray on both sides of the basketball. So I got Young Africa winning 3-0.
So Africa, Bulls fan, you had Africa all 3 rounds.
Yes, it was the second round was the closest because that was the Michael Jordan was the only counterpoint he made, literally the whole time.
Jalen, do you want to kind of break down that round 3 a little bit for yourself, or?
I mean, I think what Ticket did. I mean, I guess I will defend Ticket in the sense that round 3 he wanted to combat what Young Africa said in terms of why winning matters. I think Young Africa said that for himself that winning doesn't matter as much when it comes to individual greatness, which I agree with. But I do think Ticket made a compelling argument, bringing other players into the question and letting them know why LeBron James did make the move from Cleveland to Miami is because he did want to win. He did think that his legacy would not be seen the same if he didn't win those championships. Now, I don't agree with it, but I do think Ticket in that round, like it wasn't as much of a flawed argument. He was just using other players to make the point that winning does matter, which enhances Jamal, which in turn give Jamal Murray the edge with the championship that he's won and some of the playoff success that he's had over Penny Hardaway. But I'm still giving that round to Young Africa. I just don't think Ticket's round was as bad as some people might.
Wait, Jalen.
Yeah.
I thought you picked Ticket.
No, I had Young Africa winning, even on the show.
Oh, you had Africa.
Yeah, I had Africa.
So it was
Dub and Dev, and who's the third one? I forgot who had Ticket. Dub, Dev,
I
It'll
forgot
be
who the
high.
third one was, but it was me and Jalen that
You
had
and me.
Africa.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? I'm
Max,
surprised Dev
oh, it
did
was
that.
Max.
Oh,
It was
Max,
Max.
that's
It
right.
was
That's
Max.
Max. Yeah,
Dev
that's
and
Max.
Max.
Max
Was,
and
yes,
Dub.
yes,
Dev,
yes.
I
Max, and
came
Dub
in.
did
Tiki
that.
thought I was gonna vote
Max,
against him automatically.
He didn't
that
even
was a
explain why he
bozo
picked
pick.
him.
That
Okay,
was a
so
bozo pick.
I did
context.
explain why I picked him.
We'll get to a Bulls fan. Hey man, Bulls fan be on y'all line. Y'all better stay sharp when y'all better stay sharp on the young brother up here on the panel. He ain't letting nothing slide. Fuck with you. Context. Let's break down that round 3.
So to me, again, a mute point. A mute point. I understand why he brought it up, and maybe he may value it different. But the point is, if we're gonna do a full evaluation of a player, we have to evaluate them as individuals first before we include the team, because the team is dictated on circumstance and things can change. So the fact that Nikola Jokic plays a completely different style than Shaq that actually complements Jamal Murray, it's a little bit different when Penny is coming from the era of where point guards have to be traditional point guards. So it's a different scheme, right? It's a different way that they have to attack the defenses, right? But Penny Hardaway was able to be more versatile on the defensive end, guarding 1 through 3, but he was also able to be in an era that there wasn't that much great spacing, still be able to play make, and the difficulty of passes that he was making at that time was way more. And I think he highlighted that everything. I think Africa highlighted every point that needs to be made in regards to evaluating the players. And I don't think, and even when he brought up the team success, he did concede that to he gave him, all right, Jordan got that, but that's cool. But at the same token, he was still going through a tougher era because it was more heavily on defense compared to right now. This is the worst defensive time of the era that we walked into. So I think he just stayed on point. Like I think Ticket's argument was all over the place. And okay, I guess you guys are saying compelling, but it wasn't compelling at all. It was really just entertaining. It was entertaining. Like I was entertained, but not compelled.
Okay, so Evian, let me get your round 3. Evian, break it down for us.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it short. Everything context said was pretty much on the money. I think when we look at players, people just look at the winning aspect of the game. When we evaluate players, we gotta evaluate their whole game, because during we talking about 2 different eras. Back then, Penny was getting fouled every time he went to the rack. Like compared to a Jamal Murray, they always get those calls. And Ticket bring this up all the time, how this era is soft. And he bring it. That's his main talking point when you talk about this generation in the past, how tough it was. But I think Young Africa took this round. I think it was a clean sweep because he stayed on point. He assessed Penny's game, talk about like difference in eras, and then start grabbing loose straws to talk about other players and just make his point. And I know what Ticket did. He brought up the last debate because he ran out of options. He started like drowning at some points, and that's why we didn't see him, use his whole time. So I got Africa in this debate.
Okay. Who I got next? Mad Max. So you were one of the deciding votes. So let's get your 3rd round breakdown, Max.
Both of them lost the 3rd round.
Both of them lost the 3rd round.
Yeah,
They both were bad.
neither one of them gave us.
Battle of the mids.
Bro, you
y'all.
really,
Max,
this is so
Max,
disgusting, bro.
Max,
I can't do this.
Bro. Look, Max.
I can't do it. Be for real, Max.
Hold on, y'all.
I mean, what you talking about? Be for real. I'm being for real.
Hold on, y'all. Max over there. He drinking moonshine. He tripping. So we gonna move on. Nah, Max. Break it down. Break it down.
I'm saying like Africa, he didn't get like the whole debate. Africa would just get on top of something and then go off of it. He wouldn't break nothing down for you. Like we heard nothing. Like he even agreed.
What in the
Okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Bro, just saying somebody do something better is not breaking it down, bro. Just saying they do something better. You need to get
we're
in depth with
comparing
it.
players though.
What the fuck?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
What did Tiki break
And then
down?
he even no. He even
Let him go. Let him go.
Damn. Y'all just let everybody talk. Ain't say nothing. I'm respectful of y'all. Y'all be respectful of me.
My fault.
So shit, he didn't get on top of none of the points of why what's the name was a better player. He even said that they were similar. So if they similar and then he making a point about winning, if both of y'all not said that these players are similar in play styles type stuff and shot creating and 3-point shooting. Ticket made the point that Jamal Murray is a better 3-point shooter. Okay, so both of the players similar and one player is winning. If I got that out of the argument, so this is what I got out of the argument. Both of the players similar, they both got a similar play styles, and one of them winning. So that's a
Max,
better
that's not what he
argument.
said,
He made a
Max.
better
He said
argument.
what he did better.
He said that in the other round.
Hold on, boy.
But he
Hold
said
on, y'all chill out, chill out, chill out.
But Africa even what's the name today was similar. He even said that in this debate. So he gave Ticket points that he wasn't supposed to give him. Don't ever agree with your opponent in a debate.
Facts.
Okay, H. You seen the third round. How you feel about it?
Yo, man, I'm with Mad Max. They both lost that one, man. Boy. Both
This
lost
nigga
that.
trolling, man.
Yo, I'm fried.
They both lost it. But if I'm gonna be honest, yo, context.
That's not honest. You can't both possibly lose.
Yo,
Pick one, bro.
I
Who's
think what they're saying is
better?
it was weak rounds by both of them. It was a mid-off.
It was
weak.
Okay, but who was the weakest?
But who was the weakest? Like,
Somebody had to be weaker, bro.
Yo, stop talking and let me talk, man. Yo, relax. You might getting your emotions a bit too much.
All right, go ahead.
A bit too much.
Right.
The accent, this sounds crazy.
Young Africa won for the fact that Ticket interrupted him. That's it.
Yep.
All Young Africa done was repeat already what he said the two rounds
did.
before. He said
He
that
did.
Penny was a better player because he was better on the defensive end and he was longer and could interrupt the passing lanes. Okay, but is Penny such a better defensive player? Why hasn't he's making it like Penny was an excellent all-time great defensive player. Penny never won any all-time defenses at the end of the day. Let's be real.
He said he's better than Jamal Murray at the defensive end. He didn't say he was an all-time defender.
No, he said excellent and great, actually.
Well, he was wrong.
He was excellent.
He was
But he's comparing it to Jamal Murray.
Okay, so H, who won that round? Like, I need.
I already stated that. I already said. Africa
You did. That's why you said Africa.
Because at the end of the day, Ticket interrupted him, and it's against.
Okay.
Well, it's an automatic loss. Yeah.
So Bulls fan, you kind of already said you got Africa in all three rounds. Quan, round 3.
Yeah, I got Africa, but for a whole different reason. When I try to look at like 3-round debates as like battle rap. So like when you stumble and shit, you cutting him off. When you cut him off, I think you lose right there. And then you cut your time short. I think he lost right there.
Yeah. Okay. So who you got winning the whole thing?
Africa.
Okay.
I don't dox on to cut your time short. I think Big Op should have won his debate. You know, he did cut his time short.
No, I'm saying you can cut your time short, but your points got to be like you can't.
I feel like
just
Jalen. I
said,
feel like he made
lost.
great rebuttal points of what he said.
No,
I feel like he made great rebuttal points. Even breaking
hold on.
up.
Hold on. Now, Bulls fan already told y'all we not finna debate a debate. You know what I'm saying? We not finna debate voting on the debate. We get to the points. We moving on. It's D Bell's turn. D, how'd you feel about that round 3?
I mean, it was Young Africa. I feel like Ticket knows that Penny is better, but he's trying to argue it. Like he's in a lose-lose. Like realistically, he knows that nigga's better. Like come on. Everything he talks about in his whole conversation and persona, you know damn well he knows Penny's better. But I'm gonna give it to Young Africa. Only because Young Africa again stays focused. That last third round though, they both were a little bit shaky though. Like they both were kind of. I felt like Ticket got under Young Africa's skin, and it was like, But realistically, I'm gonna give it to Young Africa.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to Young Africa. Yeah.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna move a couple of y'all out.
Yeah, I can go out, man. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I'm still gonna move a couple of people out though. If you want to drop out, be Cowboy, that's cool. But if you get moved out though, y'all stick around. I'm gonna try to keep it rotating to that. So
I'm gonna be in the chat.
I'm watching the other video, y'all.
Have a good night.
All right, yeah, Jalen. We gonna do the second debate right now.
Oh, good dope. I didn't see the other two fully.
Okay, so I sent the link out. I sent a couple of folks in there. Desto, Young Africa, Lil, Lamont. If y'all want to jump on, y'all go ahead. Hold
Let's
on,
get it.
All right, y'all. But y'all want to do round two though?
Yeah, I think Ticker won that debate. Because crazy nigga is he won. I think he won pretty easily. He won that debate simply because people were just biased. They weren't even going off of what they said. Most people who picked Ticket can't even explain his points that he made. Like, so they're saying it was just biased through and through. I thought Ox won the first one. Huh? I thought Ox won the first one. And I thought, Ticket lost that's the third. I mean, I thought Ticket lost 3-0 pretty easily. Except for the second round, when Ticket actually was making a couple of points. They made a little bit of sense.
Right. So to me, that's why I was asking. Like, I was curious as to say when everybody was giving their explanation, right? Ox, and you was asking everybody about what was their points. Everybody just kept saying that Africa was regurgitating the same points, but Africa had multiple points in each debate. He had multiple things that he was hitting on. What was Ticket's premise? I'm curious as to, after everything you guys heard, all three rounds, what was Ticket's premise? Winning bias. That was the only thing that he was trying to drill. So if you guys
he made a better argument for winning bias.
Hold on.
Why can't y'all understand that?
Oh,
come on,
Okay, but look, wait, y'all chill. We can't grill somebody and just simply be like, nah, that's not true. Like, we got to come up with some new information, or we got to just speak our piece. And we gonna move on to debate number two.
Right.
Right now, Desto pulled up, Young Africa pulled up, Lamont pulled up. If y'all didn't see, we just went over debate number 3. Africa, a lot of the fellas said that you got it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if you was tapped in. Y'all there? Desto, Lamont.
Yeah, I heard it.
Salute, fellas.
In the brothers.
What's the word? Salute.
What's up, man? So
was good. I was actually gonna go to the voting part and kind of review Dub's explanation, but now that now that Lamont and Africa are here, I'm not.
Wait, I want to see it. I didn't see that.
Bro, it's hard to watch, bro.
I was actually.
It's hard to watch.
All right, so I'll give you a second. Hold on.
I pulled up the FYF stream for the aftermath and the fallout.
Dub started drinking early for the 4th of July, man. The margaritas was kicking in, so shit.
When I got home from work, I got no
Hold on, let me talk to Africa.
Enhancement.
Yo,
Mad Max.
Yo, Dab, is that Dab? Nigga.
You know you my top guy. You know I got you ranked top 10 debate. You ain't no way you was supposed to even make that close, Africa, for me to have to. You know what I'm saying? You usually better than that, Africa. You went on your A game.
How did he make it, bro?
Nigga,
hold up, y'all ready?
Yeah, let's get it.
Hold on, I want to say something to Dev. Dev, for you to vote for Ticket,
Dev ain't even up here, bro.
I thought that was him because he voted for Ticket, and his whole thing is non-winning.
I think that was the video.
He ain't even up here, bro.
Okay, hold on. But if he voted for Ticket, he against winning by.
Hold on. Did I tell y'all? Bulls fan trying to press everybody, bro.
He's on him.
Bro, Hey, Ox, what happened was, like, I got home from work. I got notification that Ticket versus the World was on. Man, I clicked the video. First thing I heard was, all them niggas hate me. And I'm like, bro. What the fuck? And I'm listening. And then I'm like, okay, let me go to FYF channel. And then I went to his thing, and then they tell me everything that happened. I'm like, damn.
All right, but look, let me see. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go back a little further. Let me get all the little votes in. We got a little time, man.
Bro, you need to go to the part where Dub said Africa won. That was wild.
I didn't see that part. I didn't see that part,
bro. But that was the wildest. I just slumped back in my chair, man.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I didn't see that part. I didn't see that.
He said Africa won.
Bro, man, that Dub. We asked.
As the host, who you think won?
Hold on. We about
I'm
to hold on.
gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till he play the clip,
Other
man.
players too, Carmelo, LeBron.
Here
I
goes
think I get those.
Jalen.
Part the point.
No. That was a rebuttal. He told me to rebuttal his point. So when I rebutted his point,
You
my
can't let
point
this
was
slide.
is
Come on, man.
that
This
fool
man
came on here and
arguing with
said
the judges,
that
man. Come on.
you being a good player doesn't have to impact winning. And I said it does. I said it does because that's how we look at players.
Hold on. How do y'all feel about the vote still going on? And
Yeah, fact.
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, hold on.
Lamont slipping. That's what that is.
No. I can't say one thing to this. We have allowed that in the past, not in most recent debates,
Yeah, that's true.
but we have allowed it. So I can't just completely criticize when I know that there are other debates where we've allowed that to happen during the voting process. So if I'm being honest, I can't
You
really
didn't let
trip
me
on that
get
too
my.
much.
You didn't let me get the get back though. You know, you're like if that's the case, then I gotta be able to say what I gotta say.
Get
to
a little politicking going on.
It is what it is. It is what it is. We're gonna let it slide. Go ahead. The
I
tape
gave
don't
some
lie.
examples of all the players we look at. We don't look at Carmelo Anthony the same because he didn't win no chips. If Carmelo Anthony and AI won chips, we looking at them completely different as far as their game. And Lamont just said this the other day. We want to appreciate Carmelo's game because he didn't win no chips. But if he won chips, so that does mean that you winning chips has an impact on how people look at your game, which caused them out on the lie he spoke. He said it doesn't.
No,
right?
it's not the deciding factor. Is my point, bro. You don't start off with the chips, you dumbass nigga. What are you talking? Hey, when we talk about individual players, is Robert Horry getting because he got 7 rings?
Nobody said that. We talking about
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We got it.
Oh, now we gotta hold on. Now we gotta hold on.
You don't like it when niggas come with the same energy.
Hold on, Africa. We got to get to 5 panelists. That was just Jalen's thoughts on the debate. Look, we got other people. The next person might say something completely different. So hold on. Let me bring up. We got Dev. Dev pulled up. Salute, Dev, man. You heard the debate.
Salute.
Who you got winning this debate and why?
It was very close. I feel like they both made some good points. I think Ticket rebuttal was really good when he said about the guard competition, and Young Africa came back with another good rebuttal. But I'm gonna give the slight edge to Ticket because I think he did make some good points, and he did make some good points with the playoff elevation and talk about the regular season. And I think to Ticket's point that we haven't seen all of Jamal Murray because of the health.
What?
Him being healthy for the last 2 years versus like Penny Hardaway. We have seen him. Here, I think he argued his point a little bit better. I do think, in my opinion, Penny Hardaway is the better player. I do think Ticket made some good points about the health. We haven't seen of how we haven't seen fully of Penny what's called Jamal Murray and playoff elevation, and has been precedent because like we haven't, because Jamal has elevated his play in the playoffs at great levels. Yes, he's playing next to Jokic, but we do have to give credit to Jamal Murray, so I'm gonna give that slight edge to Ticket, just a slight edge. Because I feel like he argued his points better.
Y'all had
even though I think.
Yo, what is going on? Hey, what?
I mean,
this is
disgusting.
Hey, hold up, man. Can you translate what this man just said? What is he talking about, man?
Hold on. Mute your mic,
We got
mute your mic.
We got Dub from Players Choice, man. Salute, man. Make sure y'all check his channel out as well. Look, did you hear the debate? I don't know if you were in the chat to hear the debate.
Yeah, I heard a good portion of it, man. Salute to you guys, salute to the channel. Appreciate you guys for being up here. What's good?
A good portion.
Yo,
this nigga is weird, bro. He's crazy.
Always happy.
Oh, but I can't.
All right, go mute.
Honestly, for me, the main thing I look in judging debates is mainly like consistency, right? And one of the things that people hate about Ticket is the winning and losing stuff. But the thing is that you can't knock him for it. He keeps that same energy with everybody, right? There's a lot of other people where, and Ticket brought this up in the debate, where if LeBron didn't win as much titles, if a lot of these guys who didn't win at all, it would affect your opinions and skew your opinions off of that. You can't have it both ways. And if your opinion would be skewed if LeBron didn't win as much, then Ticket being consistent with Jamal and Penny Hardaway both being second options, the winning needs to be a part of the factor. So you can't negate winning for one tier players, but not for the other ones. And that's the point that that was the main point that Ticket was representing, that Young Africa was just getting mad about. But I gave that one to Ticket mainly for the consistency of that.
All right, so
This man didn't even explain one point they made in their arguments.
He was trying to push.
He brought up what this nigga said in other arguments and tried to what am I watching, bro?
Dub's logic was clearly flawed there. The whole reason he had Ticket winning just made no sense in terms of a debate in this situation.
Oh my
it was
God,
definitely flawed.
This man really said consistency, but talk about the argument they had, bro.
Yeah, that was.
And to be fair, I'm gonna say this. I want to say this too, Ox. I came right after. If I'm mistaken, I think I came right after Jalen, and all I did was I said shout out to the brother from the motherland.
Right. Yeah.
And I guess everybody assumed. Yeah, I think everybody assumed that I was just. I don't understand what that meant. Like me and Africa are best friends. I don't understand how that correlates with each other.
Ticket said that. Ticket said that when you said that, what he heard was, shout out, I'm from the motherland or something. So he thought.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, so he
thought basically saying that you was from the motherland.
Yeah,
was trying to
come on, but so he misheard. Okay, cool, but I think that's the reason why, especially with him complaining like that. That kind of jogged Lamar's mind. Was like, you know what? Let me just make sure that it don't look like it's some funny business going on, how the perception could come across. And then he brought up Dub. So when Dub came out with that explanation, I said, no way. And I know Lamar is looking like, damn, bad timing. This is terrible. This is not a representation of FYF, because who thinks like that? Like the thought process that Dub gave to us was not only flawed, it didn't even pertain to the debate. It was just as bad as Ticket's stance. It was all over the place, and you're judging it based on something else versus what is the actual debate. So I didn't understand it. Same thing with Dev. I think Dev was just, I don't know, maybe he was nervous, but he didn't give real reasons as to why they thought that Ticket did better than
right there. Tap in, that star.
Baby screen.
Yeah, that's my background, bro.
T Street says Ticket is the same guy who had Iverson over Curry even after he won 3 ships because Curry wasn't Finals MVP. So this debate would go against his logic.
And Lamar highlighted that. He said, like, yo, there's been multiple times, if we look at people's track record, that everybody, with Ticket's track record, that he's had multiple, like, hypocritical comments where he will say one thing, but then another statement he will say another thing. But with basketball, everything is subjective, and if we get new information that changes our mind about something, we can't hold people to that. And I think this whole I gotcha moment, that's what skews up the real debates, because we're trying to have we're confusing the preconceived conception that we have of other people, and then we add that to the debate already. So you know how to say, like, everybody's already thinking of Ticket in a certain way. They think of Africa in a certain way, and then they're gonna compile that with the argument. No, focus on the real argument.
Right.
And I think Africa handled the real argument at the end.
You know what's real nice, Ticket? That Dub and Dev would against their beliefs to give Ticket the win. All they preach is winning bias this, winning bias that. But you vote for Ticket? All he was talking about was winning bias. That didn't even make any sense. You want to get your own beliefs for what?
You can go against your own beliefs in a debate. To me, it's always about who debates better. So if there was a Kobe versus LeBron debate, even if I think LeBron is better, if someone debates Kobe is better and has a better point,
I agree.
I'm going to say that.
Okay, that's true, but
yeah, I think that's
he wasn't.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, you could definitely debate against stuff that you don't believe in. I've had to do that before. I had to debate Dub one time, and I had to basically start bench cut David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, and Nikola Jokic, or pick between them or something. I had to pick Jokic over Patrick Ewing. I mean David Robinson, and I would never do that, but I had to do it for the sake of the argument.
You're right.
And I won that one too, but
Yeah, but Ox, even within that debate, right? They're not gonna use your older points to bring that into the conversation to try to add on to whatever point and the debate is. You got to keep the debate separate, because if your beliefs, if you're debating something just for the sake of debating it, then you have to hold that person to that debate. You can't just say, yo, this person doesn't really believe that, but he's just debating it to debate it. Like, you're trying to poke holes in my argument where, well, that's the job. We're just arguing. We're having a debate. That's what we're doing. So it's crazy to me. I didn't get it.
Yeah,
I want to know, Ox, who do you think personally won in the rounds? Like, who won and we had a round?
Oh yeah, you didn't give your word.
It don't much matter, y'all. It already happened. Hold on, no. Let me get this super chat real quick.
Big Ox think Young Africa won, man. For sure.
Let me get my man Jeremiah Smith came by. He said Dub said Africa wasn't consistent, and when asked how he said he said, hey, you just lost. Dub couldn't give an example of Africa's winning bias. Nasty. I personally just hate the term winning bias anyway. Like, the term winning bias is a nonsense term to me. It's like, how can I be biased because you did what you're supposed to do? Like, you're saying that I'm praising the winner and that's a problem.
No, not exactly.
I have an issue with that. I have an issue with
I don't think that's what winning bias.
You know what's interesting?
That's what I hear.
You know what's interesting?
I think this how I look at it. I mean, basketball is a team game. So at the end of the day, let's say the players we debating, let's say this specific player was not good in his entire team, like playoff run, but they won in spite of him. How would I say he's better at basketball than another guy who lost, but it wasn't his fault? He was just, lacking.
Wait a second, Destar. Wait, hold on, because I gotta ask you something about that. But B says, shout out to Young Africa, he got robbed. So Destar, you said wait. I'm just want to make sure I heard what you said right. So basically, you're saying if you got the best player on the team and he's playing bad, but we win in spite of him.
It's not even have to be the best player. We just compare two different players. Like, let me see if I can find an example from this season.
It would like be comparing. It would like be comparing what like a Draymond Green to a Carmelo Anthony and saying who's the better basketball player. Is that what it?
I don't. Well, I mean, I guess you can kind of do that in a way because like I heard some people say, "Oh, Draymond is better because he's won four championships, something like that." But
that would be winning bias.
They played different roles. They was a part of two different functional teams. So I think it's more than you win, you lose. So I'm better than you at basketball. Which I think if we comparing teams, yes, my team is better than yours because I won and you lost. But I can still be better than you because I think sometimes we automatically insert the individual player inside the team success, and sometimes that isn't always the case. I think you got to be a bit objective when we comparing just players in a team sport.
That's true. That's all my thing, and I've said this a bunch of times. I don't think. Yeah, that is true to a certain extent. When I can clearly see who's better, just when I can look and say, no, that person, they're better. Like But if I got some people, and it's like let's not go from 0 to 10 because that's a far gap. Let's go from 1 to 100. Let's go from 0 to 100. And instead of somebody being a 8 and someone being a 6, let's talk about somebody being a 79 and somebody being a 87 or something. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a close. You know what I'm saying? That's close, right?
Yeah. But
So if we're that close and we play the same position, if I'm continuously beating you, I'm better than you.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this. I think it was. I think, and I'm gonna put it like this, and I think Chill Time mentioned this all the time. Doc Rivers said the only difference between Neek and James Worthy is that James Worthy had magic and Dominique had him. Imagine so some people will say, "Oh, James Worthy, he's a 6-man. He won this many rings. He was Finals MVP. He got all these awards, and he people can make an argument that he better than Neek. But to be honest,
that's a hard argument to make.
But I mean, if you go by winning bias, if you go by accomplishments, and you go by
that's one of those ones. That's though like James Worthy was that dude, but Neek's better though.
No, I understand because I think Nick better too. But it's some people who say, oh well, things worthy, he won championships. So
Yeah,
And that's winning bias. And that's what be winning bias.
They say
Real quick, I don't want to cut
Finals
you off, Desto, because
MVP.
I definitely feel what you're going.
Yeah.
But what I do want to do is I want to get a man who was actually in the firefight, the man that was actually in there in the ring, throwing slugs, dodging slugs. I want to give my man Young Africa the chance, the opportunity right now on the graveyard shift to break down that debate. Let us know specifically who won, why that person won, how did you feel about the voting setup, and just give us a rundown what happened before you do that, Young Africa. Give me a couple seconds. Let me shout out everybody up here on the panel. Let me shout out everybody that's taking the time out of their night, their evening, their day. I don't know where you are. You know we're international. But everybody watching, taking the time out of their life to check this out. Please like the video. If you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. It's July, so y'all be on the lookout for the next viewer appreciation 24-hour stream that will be coming to you soon. If you if you look down here, the banner says, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's from the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Let me read this super chat real quick from Henry Howe. Big Ox, who you think won? Like I said, that's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
He got stuck in the answer.
Appreciate that super chat, my guy.
That's what you say when your homeboy got beat up at the club.
Africa. That's my homeboy too. I got big love for Africa. I rocks for Africa. It's no bias
Nah,
over here.
I'm
I'm just the host. You know what I'm saying? If I was in panel mode, I could answer that question. I'm probably gonna have to answer that question in the morning. I know Ron's gonna make me answer that question. So,
Look,
you know what I'm saying?
shout out to you, Ox. Look. Shout out to FYF. We do this for the entertainment too. For the love of the game. It ain't no personal. It ain't no grand in this grand scheme of life. And the shit people really going through. But let me say this, man. I got robbed. I think what do you call it? Avion. I got robbed.
Let's start it off right.
Robbery.
Wait,
And
you
Avion
lost?
asked, did I lose? Yeah, I lost. It was actually
God
landslide
damn.
victory for Ticket. That's the wild part too. It wasn't just a loss. It was landslide victory for Ticket. Even though it was close on the debate, in terms of the voting and even the chat, it was still landslide when you look at what happened in the debate versus how he won unanimously. It was a unanimous decision. Ticket. Shout out Ticket. He doing victory laps, stunting out here in these YouTube streets. All good. To be expected, right? To be expected. It's all love, man. Ain't no hate for that. But when it came down to the debate, look, I could have broke down more of the errors. I could have broke down more of maybe Penny Hardaway's competition. I could have broke down more of what he had to go through the playoffs to even get to the finals, right? But it's interesting. I got to do so much versus a man that did very little, bro. It's amazing. It's amazing because this man didn't say a lot. He talked about winning, right? And championships. He talked about 2 playoff runs where he elevated his level of scoring. But when you talk about your floor being a 16, 17 point score and you elevate that to 25, 26, that's going to be considered amazing, right? Even 30 in a certain playoff series. But when you Penny Hardaway and you're doing that already at a regular season level, and then you still sustain that or elevate that in the playoffs, and you get to the finals, that's one thing too. And then I don't get this winning bias, bro. And Ox said he doesn't like winning bias, right? And he doesn't like championship bias. It's interesting. Winning comes into effect when we talk about the greatest players of all time. And this is the interesting part, right? We talk about Kevin Garnett. We talk about Charles Barkley, right?
Go on mute, Bulls fan. Y'all,
do we have the conversation of, is Chris Bosh better than Charles Barkley because he got 2 rings and Barkley got none? Do we have that conversation?
Wait, I said I don't like the term winning bias. I don't.
No, but that's the bias though, because if you're emphasizing winning so much, it's a bias because you give it for some guys and you don't do it for everybody. Because if you're on that, talk about the winning means so much. Now you got to talk about Chris Bosh and leveling him up next to Charles Barkley and claiming that he's better than Charles Barkley. We ain't never had that conversation. No, should we ever have that conversation? We shouldn't have no conversation about Karl Malone or Chris Bosh because of the rings. No, we shouldn't have that conversation. I probably should have said all this in the debate and started cooking Ticket just on some other shit. But it's all good though, you know what I mean? We're gonna have another day to talk our talk, but it's all love though. At the end of the day, I ain't got nothing personal against Ticket. So Ticket's I actually respect Ticket for standing on his square and talking how he talks, because I respect any man that stand on his shit, say it like he say it, and that's all good, you know what I mean? And as long as it ain't nothing personal, nothing like that. But anyways, when it comes to that bias of winning, how does role players or secondary players, when we talk about the second option of a team, we start talking about winning first when they're not the core reason why they win. We got to talk about their game first. We got to talk about how their game translates to how much it impacts winning. We got to talk about what's around them in that time. We got to talk about the era and the style of play and a lot of things before we talk about winning. And so that's interesting, man, when we talk about that, because you had a debate, Ox, about De'Aaron Fox and Trae Young, right?
Mhm.
And Trae Young has had recent success in the playoffs, right? Recent success. And True, who was debating you, talked about how recent success and 1 year peaking or 1 year playing at an elevated level doesn't necessarily take you over a guy that's had multiple years of all NBA high level play in the regular season and the playoffs, right? And this is an interesting question, right? When we talk about two players in the same era, you can have that conversation because they're relative to the same era going against each other, right? But we talk about Penny Hardaway and Jamal Murray. I just test brothers on the panel, right? Mad Max, wherever you at, bro. Just look up Penny Hardaway's best plays of his career all time, right? Just look it up on YouTube. Go look at Jamal Murray and just tell me after 10 minutes what you feel about their games, because it's very evident. It's hard to explain in a debate, but it's very hard. It's hard to explain how much more skillful a player is, how they do it, and how the finesse, the ability, the talent is just on a different level. Literally, they were calling Penny Hardaway the next Michael Jordan. They were talking about Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal as the greatest duo possibly of all time heading into the early 2000s, right? If they stayed healthy together. But they didn't get to that point because they were hurt, right? And even in their relatively early years, second, third year, Penny Hardaway making all NBA first team. Second, third year, they're going into deep into the playoffs, beating the Jordan Bulls.
Right.
The Jordan. We talk about Jordan and oh, he wasn't ready, he wasn't feeling good. He put 55 on the Knicks in Madison Square Garden in the playoffs. Talking about that wasn't a ready Jordan, but he just dropped 55 in the series before that. But like that's crazy to me. And then we talk about he came back next year. You know what they had to do to come back next year, bro? I probably should say all this in debate, but it's all good though. They had to go get Dennis Rodman to go check Shaq in the playoffs the next season. That's why they were able to do it. They didn't have no Horace Grant. But you know what? At the end of the day, the context is amazing, because when we talk about debates, it's interesting how the perception of a person's narrative and how they tell a story, you got to somehow do more because they find that more convincing and how the story is told. Now, I could have probably told a better story about Penny Hardaway. I could have probably told a more emotive story about Penny Hardaway, right? But I thought context all you need in a debate was the facts, but I guess the facts ain't compelling.
See Africa, that's the thing. We gotta know our audience. We gotta know our opponent. We gotta know ourselves. You know, that's part of it. But you know what I will say, and this I'm directing this to you too, Lamont. I think today as a face-off promo event, I think it did its job. I think we got what we were looking for to be ready for the 8th. I think we're gonna be set up in a good position. I'm excited.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. But actually, what I realized I did overlook YSN Money and Juan. Did y'all see this live, or did y'all check out the all three rounds that I just played right now?
Yeah, I did. I didn't check it out live, but I just checked out what I was just watching. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, like if we going based off of the debating skills, I feel like Young Africa won. Just because like he stayed on topic. Like Ticket had me like the first and a half rounds, but then like that second half of the second round, he was just going on about like winning bias with other players, and it just like kind of took away from his argument. So like I really wish Ticket would have brought in the playoff translation, because I think that would have like kind of like killed the debate, if you ask me. But that's just my opinion. But you know, Africa still did, you know, he did what he did. He always bringing his A game when it comes to the debate. So you feel me? He always put up a good fight. So
okay, what about you?
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I actually think Young Africa won 2-1. I think Ticket took the second round. It was close though. I didn't watch it live, but I was watching it with y'all though. And basically, Young Africa. The thing about Ticket, like he'll harp on The points, the same points, but the second round he kind of pulled it out. But in totality, yeah, Young Africa was really just breaking things down way more, better. You know what I mean? But yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay. So everybody up here, are y'all interested in checking out SB versus Chilltown? Because that's where we were headed. Are y'all still down for that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let me get my
Of
thoughts
course.
on that real
Oh
quick.
yeah,
Though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Lamar, go ahead.
Because I normally kind of like what you're doing right now. The Young Africa test this. I normally stay out the way. I normally just try to moderate, and I don't get involved in the ins and outs. I just let the results be the results, whether they like it or not. And this is just one of them results that I, if I had to give my personal opinion, I would have to say that Africa won. But but again, the results are the results. I mean, and we can say that me pulling Dub up was a mistake, but there were two other people that also voted for Ticket that gave him the advantage. So I mean, I'm not here to just slam Dub, even though he didn't have a very good explanation for it, but Mad Max didn't have a very good explanation either. And Dev kind of sounded a little. So and then so what I'm saying is like they all had things we could easily nitpick at. I think Dub was just like the easiest target because he has the platform of PC. Everybody sees him. Everybody's looking to ether him on something and get at him. So I felt like he was just the target on the dartboard to throw darts at just because. And then he the one that really had the worst response about why he chose Ticket.
Lamar, I like the first people you had up when they was doing it. I felt like they were literally unbiased. Then them other people, the other folks was weird. It
Well,
was
look,
completely
you know what the thing is? You know what I tell these dudes, and this is one of the reasons why Dub's logic for why he picked Ticket didn't make sense. I tell Africa and everybody on my channel, I said, for y'all to be y'all sharpest, y'all need to be able to debate both sides of any argument. And so if Dub just popped up admittedly at the last second, how do you know Africa wasn't forced to debate something against his normal talking points and just has to create logic out of thin air? And I tell people, for you to be your strongest.
Lamar, in Dub's defense, you asked, did you see this? He said, yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, no, no, I wasn't tripping. Like I said, I'm not tripping on his vote.
Right.
He gave his reasoning. But what it just for Dub to know, you may come on FYF and see somebody debating a talking point that they completely don't feel comfortable debating or agree with. You might get forced into that. Like, when we did our championship round debate a week, a couple weeks ago, I picked the second round topic and I gave each participant what topic to talk about. They didn't know it was coming. I don't know what they agreed with or not. And they just had to debate it on the fly. And so, I can't, if I give you, let's say, there's somebody that don't like Scottie Pippen. And when I pick random topics, I give that person that don't like Scottie Pippen. Now you got to defend him against Gary Payton. Right. I can't then punish him because he has to come up.
The thing about that is, I would never allow somebody that dislikes Scottie Pippen to be on my platform.
But I preach on my channel. You got to be sharp enough. Like I said, if you're willing to slander LeBron and say he's not the GOAT, you should be able to also, on the other coin, give me reasons why he should be the GOAT, if you're willing to go that far. And it just makes you sharper. Remember, it's FYF Sports Debates. We preach about being sharp, not just being biased toward one side or one logic. You got to be prepared to go on any side, any debate. And Dub made his choice. I'm not harping on Dub. Like, they all had their reasons. Ticket won it. Ticket got that one, and also the chat. So I don't know why Ticket ran off saying that everybody was against him. He won in the chat. He won in the chat, and he won on the panel. So, I mean, that's a lot of people for you. That just shows you it's just not much. As much as he say people hate him, he won a debate on FYF Sports, but he say we hate him. So there's no hate.
So real quick to y'all. So HGM in the chat has just said, I have not heard anyone tell me Young Africa's 3 main talking points except he was taller and more athletic. Stop the cap.
No,
we're not going to explain what we did.
What I can say is this: now, when we get to the details, when we get to the details about what Young Africa said and what Ticket said, this is my breakdown of it, real quick. I feel this is my equation. When you're talking about individual players, then I only want to hear about production. When we talking about team success, that's it. You know, when we talk about winning, that's team. Then I need to know about the team, because everybody knows in basketball, you cannot go out there with one man and win. Wilt Chamberlain didn't do it. Jerry West didn't do it. Oscar Robinson, sure enough, didn't do it. Russell Westbrook didn't do it. Tracy McGrady didn't do it. And so we go to these great individual talents and we see that, okay, even Barclays, we talked about the Reggie Millers. Okay, these are great individual talents. Now, how do we weigh these guys if they're against other guys that actually won? Do we now say Draymond Green is top 20 all time with 4 chips? Right? I love Draymond Green. I'm never, so is Draymond Green better than David Robinson now? Is that what we're talking about?
Nah.
So all I'm saying is the winning makes these conversations messy. Ticket did a good job. And this is why I say you also have to be able to finesse. Ticket did a good job of coming up there, muddying it up, confusing people on what the whole debate is. And he brought in a whole bunch of winning and a whole bunch of stuff that had nothing to do with individual one-on-one talent. And he just muddied the waters. And I told Africa, I said, sometimes you got to finesse. I said, you get back into a corner, shit, you got to know how to finesse your way out. And, if you would have saw that curveball that Ticket was throwing, you probably could have hit him back with. And I know young Africa got the finesse game in him. He just didn't see. And Ticket been doing this for a long time, so Ticket slick. He know what people like to hear, the recency bias with certain players, and Ticket just got slick on that one. He won it, and he did his thing.
I acknowledge the finesse, though. I felt like how would you have acknowledged the finesse? How
I know, but the other finesse, young Africans, you have to know who you debating. Like Bob said, Ticket not just gonna come alone. Ticket got a fan base whether he want to act like he hated or not, he got a fan base of people that was in that chat supporting him and voting for him, irregardless whether he's right or wrong too. He can lie and say he didn't, but I know he does because I see the names in the comments. I see who typing in and all this stuff, so he can say that. But I know he assembled. I know he notifies a few people to pull up over there and help him out in the numbers. And you got to be prepared. You got to figure out, how do I sway these guys? How do I convince Ticket on people that this man's a fool? And you just got to lock in. It's not always easy,
Lamont,
but it's a way.
If Ticket got his fans in there, I'm gonna tell you like this.
Those
are some loyal fans right there. Because he could pull a Jim Jones at Jamestown, have everybody drink the poison. I'm talking about loyal fans.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't see Ticket convince his own fan that Markel Fultz was going to be a superstar. But he act like we forgot.
Ruger Red does not play about Looney versus LeBron.
So
Lenny Cook was always overrated, though.
I agree with Lamar. I think. Oh no! I was just gonna I don't know. I got you though. I'm not gonna make it long, but I agree. I think that the only point that he was able to kind of harp on was the two things: was the playoff translation, which was aided by having Nikola Jokic be at a dominant, on a dominant spree as well, and the fact that the team success worked out. Right? He got injured, came back, did well in the playoffs again. But my thing is that I would have just said that I think Nikola Jokic, his play style and how the NBA today fits and it amplifies Jamal Murray's stats and his production versus the style that Penny Hardaway is playing in. It actually takes away, and he has to do more to be more effective, to be more productive, because the spacing is not that amazing. Imagine Penny Hardaway in this NBA.
Context. We all know.
Right.
Ain't nobody in their right mind picking no Jamal Murray over no Penny Hardaway. Ticket had to muddy it up and start conflating it with the most recent success that they had of a championship. Everybody's gonna bloviate, and anytime a player like Jimmy Butler gets to the finals, Jimmy Butler top 5.
Yes,
No,
yes, yes.
he not. No,
It
he's
gets, it
not.
gets,
But
yeah, it gets
he's
nasty.
not
It
better
gets
than
nasty.
KD. Y'all say this craziness. No, he's
Nah,
not.
he better than
No,
KD. Go lie.
you know,
And
He better
stop
than
it.
Alpha Rod.
Steph is not better than
But
KD
we
either.
are hearing those conversations
Right,
because he got to the finals and he beat those guys in the playoffs because of the team winning. So
That's
you
fair.
know, it just happens, man. When you
It's a
just got
tactic.
to be
Yeah,
able to
it's a tactic.
overcome that.
That's a fair.
Hey,
That's fair.
Sebastian.
I mean,
Yeah.
Sebastian, did you check out the debates live?
Yeah.
Hey,
That's the
somebody
whole
got
reason.
I got a crazy
That's the whole.
hold on, I got a crazy echo. It's good. It's good. Okay.
That's the whole
Sebastian,
reason that I hopped.
did you check them out live or did you just watch them just right now?
No, I watched it live. That's why I hopped on just now. Look, I just gotta say that to Young Africa, bro, you did a magnificent job, and it's like it's gonna be like that. I've gotten to watch him the past like couple of months, and he's known for stuff like that. But no, I think you got him, Africa. Honestly, in my opinion.
Well,
all good, Sebastian.
known for
Salute.
stuff like what, Sebastian? All Ticket did was come on and debate. I'm saying Ticket ain't doing nothing wrong. He got up there and debated. Whoever voted for Ticket
he
voted
debated the wrong thing.
Well, all I'm saying is you said that I've seen Ticket do things like that. All I'm saying is all Ticket did was come on and debate. Whoever voted for Ticket voted for Ticket.
I've been in real debate classes because I'm in college.
Yo, W
and we're
man's
supposed to
for
talk
Ox.
about
W man's
nothing
for
but the
Ox.
topic.
W man.
What context? I'm saying I'm just saying.
Well,
I mean, it was
I
debate.
think
All any of us, all the 6 people that debated, all we did was show up and debate.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Fair
People
enough.
voted for me. My man Chill Terror came on, kept it a buck. Pick True the King. True the King beat me fair and square. My man Chill Terror came
And
on
I
here.
can be honest about that, bro. Look now, Bob. I can be honest. You should have won.
True won by the skin of his teeth.
But look, Chill
True won
Terror
by
came on
default.
there and voted for True like
Yeah, he barely won. It was close. It was close. I
That
thought
shit was
was
going.
but I
Big
thought
Ox
Fox
slipped
won.
up the first
honestly,
round, but Big Ox got him in the last 2. I ain't gonna lie. That's
Yeah,
why I
got him in
told
the
True.
last
Yeah,
I said, True, you
especially that
barely
second
skated
round.
by.
Ox was cooking that nigga.
I said, True,
by the skin
I
of
don't
his
know how
teeth.
you skated
By the
up out
skin of his
that
teeth.
dungeon, but you got up out that dungeon.
Christ.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. My second round was the best round of the day. From anybody.
Yeah.
But my first and third round was so bad. I lost fair and square. I'm not mad at it. Like I said at the beginning of this stream, all I'm about to do is get better at my debating skills and stop relying on just talking basketball. I'm gonna get better at my actual debating skills, and it's over for y'all. So.
Yeah. So I want to harp on something
about
that FYF says. He was like saying winning bias and all that. I have no problem with winning. Winning is a big part of my top 10, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people's top 10s. But when it's like, come on, when it's like Jamal Murray and Penny Hardaway, when them as players, it's such a far gap. Him winning a championship is not going to change my mind. Like Penny Hardaway is way better than Jamal Murray. But when it's like a Carmelo Anthony, when it's like a Draymond Green, Carmelo Anthony's clearly better. But for me, winning bias is only towards the people that have a gap. So like, somebody could win a lot. Klay Thompson, he won a lot, but there's far better players than Klay Thompson, right? So that's the only problem I have with winning bias. But if you win a lot,
that's what I was trying to say, Bulls fan. You just said exactly what I was trying to say a little earlier. I'm happy you explained it that way.
But
I
Bob,
feel the same way.
But they said what the debate was. See, winning bias comes into play primarily when you're talking about who is the better career. Like when we debating top 10, we are talking about careers. This conversation was who's the better player. That's why I say, well, if it's just about individual, we talking about the individual player. This is not about winning. This is not about team who you play with. This is about what you did, your skill sets, what you could do. And to me, there's nobody in their right mind that's gonna say Jamal Murray is a better player than Penny Hardaway. No, that's just me. Now, does Jamal Murray have a better career with the chip?
Right.
That could be argued.
Exactly.
That's a different conversation.
Yep.
Well, wait a second. So this I got this question.
This point in this
can y'all think of people like I'm trying to think of somebody. Okay, so Jason Kidd and Gary Payton, they got rings real late in their careers, and they weren't the first option, second option anymore. Jason Kidd was still the main facilitator point guard for his team. But is there a guy that you could think of that's a point guard that doesn't have a ring that still has a better career than Jason Kidd?
The first Chris Paul.
Russell Westbrook.
Chris Paul.
I know Chris Paul. I think Chris Paul. Chris Paul has a better career
Definitely
than
Chris
both
Paul.
those guys.
Yep.
Chris Paul's a better basketball player and has a better career than both those guys without a championship.
That's questionable. That's questionable.
Wait.
Jason Kidd, they're really close. But honestly, think Jason Kidd is better.
Point guard.
Oh, Jalen,
You just said Chris Paul's better than Jason
I'm not mad at
Kidd?
it. I'm not mad at it. A lot of
I'd say
people
John
feel that way.
Stockton.
I think he definitely peaked higher.
I would say Russell Westbrook, Big Eye.
Wait, like
Russell
currently?
Westbrook's a better basketball player and a better career than Jason Kidd.
Russ has a better career, but Russ is a better. Okay, so I feel like Jason Kidd is a better player than Russ, but I feel like Russ has the better career with the accolades and MVPs and things like that.
No doubt. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I love Jason Kidd, man.
That's exactly what I was looking for right there.
You see what I'm saying?
That's what I was looking for. I was looking for an answer like that. So who's the better basketball player? You said Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd's the better basketball player.
And he has a ring. He's a better basketball player and has a ring. But Russell Westbrook
Russ has the better career. Because the scoring titles, leading league.
I would say so.
Russell Westbrook has a better
for
me
because Jason Kidd, although he won as a supplemental piece, his ring wasn't really based priority on his impact. It was really carried by Dirk's impact. Jason Terry.
But see, I always rebuttal that. I think Jason Kidd played very well that whole.
I didn't say that he didn't
maybe not the whole playoffs, every game, every series in the playoffs, but throughout that whole season.
I understand.
If you remember in 2011, early 2011, Jason Kidd actually started out throwing some different turnovers that we weren't used to Jay Kidd throwing. They were talking about it. Jay Kidd said, "I'm passing the ball where they're supposed to be."
Right?
They will be there.
Eventually, they're going to get to that.
Eventually, they start getting to where the ball was supposed to be.
Right.
I think Jason Kidd's impact on winning that ring was not as big as Dirk's, but it was comparable to anybody else's on that team.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's a debate and it's a conversation. That's why it's not clear cut. I think Russell Westbrook's production is so clear cut. And the impact that he had throughout his career, throughout his time, is so clear cut. Backed up by the stats, backed up by the accolade, even the game on the court. You know what I mean? Versus Jason Kidd, you can have the debate of Jason Terry's impact. You can have the debate of Tyson Chandler's impact. You can have the debate of JJ Barea from time to time. Because we got to think about it, right? It's not only, I understand what you're saying throughout the year, yes, but we talk about winning time, right? Which is the chip time, right? So I agree with you. I feel like Jason Kidd had a hand into it, right? But you can also make the conversation about the other parts that had a hand into it. Now, if Jason Kidd was clear cut, it was like, oh yeah, damn, his impact was clear cut the second thing, then I would agree with you. But the fact that it's a conversation and we could bring up other people, I think that's why we have to,
Jalen, you said Chris Paul, Jalen. This super chat right here from Ruger Red says, why is Chris Paul a top point guard? He hadn't achieved much.
That's a crazy.
Hold on, yeah. So I think
that's just a super chat. I'm just reading.
I think Chris Paul's the top 5 point guard all time for sure. Maybe as high as third all time behind Steph and Magic. Steph, how we want to rank those. I think he's the third greatest point guard of all time. The reason why I have him is one, I think as a pure point guard in terms of ability as a passer, I think he's second to Magic Johnson. I think he's the second greatest passing point guard ever. Knows how to organize Chris Paul, knows how to organize his team. As a scorer too, at his peak, people forget in New Orleans, he was a 20-point scorer. He can get a bucket. He has a mid-range game. He has a 3-point shot. He's able to finish in the paint, even though he's not the tallest guy in the world. He's able to use a little hezzy stop and go, finish in the paint. And then we talk about defense. Chris Paul is I don't really all the time, but he was an elite, maybe one of the best, if not the best, point guard defender in the league for close to a decade. So Chris Paul, there's no weakness in his game. There's no, and everywhere he went in New Orleans,
5 foot.
Hold on, you put him on New Orleans, they became a 50-win team. He goes to the Clippers, they become a perennial 50-win team. He goes to Houston, they were one game away from beating the greatest, most talented team ever. And then he goes to Phoenix. makes them into a
OKC
6-win
first. Don't
team,
forget
goes to
OKC.
the finals. Chris
OKC, yeah,
Paul,
OKC.
yeah, OKC. Everywhere he's
Okay.
went, he's made the team
Okay.
better and elevated his teammates.
And
And I also
Jalen,
want to say this. Hold on, I just want to say this about the ring thing too. When I rank my players, I never a ring is never a determining factor for putting someone over somebody. Like I have Tracy McGrady over Paul Pierce. I think Tracy McGrady is a better basketball player than Paul Pierce. Not even close. Even though Paul Pierce has a better career, you can say, with the longevity and the ring. But a ring is
See,
never
Jalen, now you
determining.
talking. Now you talking. Now you
Yes,
talking.
you're spitting facts.
Go
You're not
Africa,
LeBron. You're
go
spitting
ahead.
facts.
Get in there. Get in there, Africa.
Would you define I got a couple questions, but just real quick on the Chris Paul. Would you define Chris Paul's career as hasn't achieved much, like the super chat said? Hasn't achieved much.
I think Chris Paul has probably one of the unluckiest careers in terms of the timing of some of the injuries with himself and some of his teammates.
We're talking about luck?
Oh, we know injuries. Yeah, I know. When you talking about facts, I mean, we got to put the context of the situation.
That ain't facts. That's his fault.
The amount of untimely injuries Chris Paul has had is up there with anybody. In terms of getting hurt in the playoffs consistently, whether it's him or a teammate, just kind of, I don't think has allowed him to reach the team success and championship that he would have had.
That's fair. But let me ask you also, well, I don't know if context is there, but I wanted to ask a question, right? About because me and T got an interesting conversation, right? The conversation was about like second options essentially on championship teams, right? And or contenders, at least elite teams in the NBA. And so I'm asking y'all, when we look at a duo like Tony Parker and Tim Duncan, right? And then I give you a comparable duo that doesn't have rings, Karl Malone and John Stockton, right?
Yeah.
And you put these two guys together. The question you already know about to come is how do you compare what Tony Parker did in his career with his rings, and then you compare him next to John Stockton, and is anyone saying because of the rings, Tony Parker a better point guard than John Stockton? What we saying?
I was gonna say I could defend that right now.
That is a great question.
I was gonna say I could defend
phenomenal
that
question.
They both play with dominant bigs, very comparable scenarios. I'm just asking y'all questions. Go ahead.
Nah, my whole point is that's a very good question, and I like that you brought that up. But to me, to be honest with you, John Stockton couldn't create the shot the way that Tony Parker could, and the way he could also create his own freedom of space and moving without the ball. John Stockton was a general that did direct shots, stuck by the book, and did his role. But Tony Parker can come off the ball, create his own shot, pass, come back and get it, also come in and do cuts that I have never really seen Stockton do like that. Maybe I missed it because of my age. I'm not going to say I remember everything. But to me, Tony Parker, without the rings, is still a better player than John Stockton.
Wow.
What? I'm about to tell you. Hold on.
What in the world? I gotta
Hold
hold on.
I ain't mad at you.
Let him finish.
So we gonna forget
Let him
about
finish.
the
Hold on.
we gonna
Let him
forget
finish.
about the other side of basketball right now.
Let Cowboy Bob finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I don't even like John Stockton, but that's crazy.
Let Cowboy Bob
You ain't
cook. Let him
even
cook.
understand what I said though.
Yeah, let him say it. Let him explain and go.
I told y'all the way that Tony Parker was able to move out without the ball freely. Way I saw John Stockton is a general. He stuck to his task and his role to where Tony Parker can create differently and be more effective than him as far as shooting and as far as passing. John Stockton got him. But when I'm talking about, if you look at a team, I like Tony Parker's game better than Stockton because he can create his own shot and he can move off the ball better. That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying Stockton ain't as good or anything like that. I'm just saying the fact that he's able to create is the difference for me. So what? I'm wrong in that? I would like to know if I'm wrong or not.
No, it ain't wrong.
Here's the thing. You just completely forgot about a whole other side of the basketball. John Stockton is obviously the much better defender. It's not even close.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you acting like the passing gap offensively between Stockton and Tony is humongous. It is crazy. John Stockton is a far better passer than Tony Parker. I will admit, as a playmaker, creating more advantages, Tony Parker got that. But I would rather have a guy that is elite on both ends, who can give me 14 assists a game, who also can create his own shot. On top of that, John Stockton was a great shooter. I don't think the volume was that, but he was a good shooter. Yes. I would even have an argument he was a better shooter than Tony Parker.
Well, Bulls fan, this my thing about all these guys we're talking about. And I've been known to struggle. I've been known to struggle to find out why Chris Paul is better than Tony Parker.
Wow.
That's a question. That's a question.
Wait, what?
Wow. That's a
what
real
are we
question.
talking about, bro? Tony Parker was playing with Manu Ginobili and Tim Duncan.
So
what
what?
was the question? You trying to figure out?
See, that's my thing. I never talk. I'm not talking about who they played with. I'm talking about who's a better basketball
as a player.
player.
And this was my question. Why I asked the question. I'm not going to talk about the opinions and what I think. I'm just going to say this is interesting, right? This is why I say, does winning bias and you being on a championship level team and winning, does that shine light on plays in a different way? Because if CP3 is on that Spurs team, we know what's going on, bro. We know what's going on. We know what's going on. So,
they probably might never lose.
They're going back to back. But my question is, does it shine a light on these plays? That's why I picked Tony Parker with the multiple championships and the John Stockton. Like, does it shine a light on these players? And Ox asking a real question of, is CP3 even better than Tony Parker? That's an amazing question, Ox. I don't even know that's a real question, to be real, man. That's a crazy question.
Clear Tony Parker's argument. But
wait,
hold on.
I want to know why.
Why Chris Paul's better than Tony Parker?
What is it that Chris Paul did so much better than Tony Parker that makes
We could talk about how Chris Paul is the best. Probably.
Hold on.
Let's Sebastian, because Sebastian, yeah, word.
I think Chris Paul did.
Chris
Paul at a serious level did everything better than Tony Parker, except for finishing at the rim. Tony Parker was masterful at finishing in the paint and near the rim, but as a mid-range shooter, three-point shooter, I'm Chris Paul as an orchestrator of the offense, putting his teammates in the best position to
defending
and creating advantages for his teammates is Chris Paul. Again, defense not even close. Chris Paul is the all-NBA level defender. For
that's where I'll give you that the defense. When you say scoring in the paint.
No, that's Tony Parker. Scoring in the paint is Tony Parker.
That's what he gives to Tony.
Tony Parker's masterful at that. Tony Parker's
Chris Paul's a better shooter than
that. Tony Parker floater is so nasty.
Hold on, Sebastian. I'm gonna come to you after Jalen.
The mid-range and three-point game, I've given to Chris Paul. And the passing and playmaking, I think as a passer, again, orchestrating the offense. I think a lot of the time with Tony Parker, it was Greg Popovich calling the plays, or you're playing through modern.
That's a cop out.
That's a cop out. I mean, it could be a little bit, but I think it definitely matters.
Yeah,
but I think
because my thing is this: we got to stop doing that, because it's like if that's what we're doing, okay, well look, Steph Curry ain't the best shooter of all time. You know why? Because the reason he's open is because the motion that Steve Kerr puts in the offense. If we're gonna do that, then I'm gonna say that, make that statement, and I'm gonna stand on it.
I mean, do you think
I think you know what's crazy though? Between Tony Parker and Chris Paul,
I do think the Spurs, they play through Manu Ginobili though a lot more. Manu Ginobili was a better playmaker than Tony Parker. Manu Ginobili was a better playmaker today.
I already know what's about to happen. I'm gonna lose my weight today.
I think Chris Paul, real quick, all of it.
Hold on, let's Sebastian answer that Tony Parker, Chris Paul question.
Well, yeah, I was pretty much going to say what Jalen said, that Chris Paul's a better shooter than Tony Parker. He's a better playmaker than Tony Parker. He's a better defender than Tony Parker. You could even say he's a better leader than Tony. Actually, no, that's about even, I'd say. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much everything, right?
Juan, was that you that was trying to say that? Was that why?
Yeah, no, I was just asking. I was just like wondering, like you said, like that's a cop out, but like, isn't it fair to say like certain like systems kind of take away the attributes from players and stuff, like for example, Kobe in the triangle system, like that took away from like his playmaking and his passing, I think, in my opinion. Like, don't you think that kind of fits like with Tony Parker in the Spurs?
Well, no, not necessarily, because I look at it like if I'm a really good passer, and I get put into a offense that doesn't let me just go free reign and run off of screens and dribble around and find somebody open. If I'm in an offense where it's more like I'm the Draymond Green right now, and I'm giving it to back cutters and handoffs, that means I can really perfect this offense. You know what I'm saying? Because not only am I great at what I'm doing, but coach put me in a position to really insinuate my greatness. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't think it hinders me. If anything, it gives me a step up. It gives me a boost. It gives, you know what I'm saying? It
knocks on your strength.
No, I get what you're saying, but when you compare like a player like CP who has all the free reign, like you say, like won't that like kind of like take away from Tony Parker's like case of being like better or comparable to CP3?
It does in that aspect, but that's only in numbers wise,
exactly.
and that's why I'll be trying to stay away from basketball.
Okay,
because,
I got you.
I'm not gonna talk about.
It protects. See me going. That's why I lost. That's another reason why I lost the debate today, because I'm not gonna try to explain why somebody is better based on numbers. I'm just gonna talk about why am I a better basketball player and why is he a worse basketball player.
Yeah.
If I got to break it down to he played in this system, he played in that system, then that means I wasn't watching good enough to see who did what and who did the other.
No, for sure. Okay.
I want to talk on this real quick because I think Tony Parker and Chris Paul are close enough to where you can have that type of debate because the rings definitely adds on to Tony Parker. But for me, like, I think Chris Paul is one of the best pick and roll players to ever play the game. He's one of the best mid-range shooters to ever play the game. He's one of the best floor generals ever. He can play in any system. He's played in multiple systems, and every single team that he's went to got way better. And on top of that, obviously the championships, is going to have an impact. But he was able to lead teams to multiple Western Conference Finals. He was one game away to being, in my opinion, one of the greatest teams of all time. And unfortunately, he got injured. I think they would have won that series and went on to win the championship. And then there will be no conversation about who's better between Tony Parker. No, they would not have.
LeBron would have beat him.
So when you talk about them as players, and on top of that, on a defense, Chris Paul at his peak defensively was one of the best guard defenders in the NBA. Most probably the best guard defender in the NBA. When a guard defensive point guard in the NBA. He's probably a top 10 defensive guard of all time.
Was a better point guard defender than.
Like I said, I say he's one of the top. He's one of the top. He was one of the top.
Okay.
And you can even argue the fact that Chris Paul could be a top 10 defender at his position. So all that added up, I think Chris Paul is better.
Can I ask this question then? Because for me, like I said, I like Tony Parker's offense more than Stockton. I'm not saying he's better overall, but that's the only difference. But because of what you guys are just saying, is CP3 as good as Stockton?
He's better than
as far as
he's better than John Stockton as a basketball player.
Well, this the thing. This the thing, gentlemen. When you go off to John Stockton, you can't do the same thing with Tony Parker. He doesn't get the defensive nod.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like so with that being said, to me, there's no angle for Chris Paul to be better than John Stockton. When we go to the accolades and championships and all that's even Stevens. So now it's like, yeah, they might have played, and especially if they played the same style. See, when it comes to this, John Stockton's a better shooter than Chris Paul.
Okay,
as opposed to the
that's
other
facts. I think
John
he is
Stockton.
a better shooter.
John Stockton is a better defender than Chris Paul. John Stockton, passing. John Stockton and Chris Paul's passing. I think it's similar enough to where it's a wash. You know what I'm saying?
I think John Stockton's a better passer.
But I don't think John Stockton's a better
playmaker
shooter
though.
Paul. As a mid-range shooter, three-point shooter for sure.
Well, okay, three-point shooter. I'll give it to John Stockton. Mid-range shooter. Mid-range shooter. I'm fine with saying Chris Paul.
I don't know about defending either.
Did John Stockton ever have?
I'm pretty confident that John Stockton was a better defender.
Did John Stockton ever have the most?
I think Chris Paul was a much better playmaker though than.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
The passing, you could be like.
I think that Chris Paul created way more advantages for his teammates. I think he got people contracts that never deserved to get big contracts. He got people all-star nods. He got he made
David, this the thing. David Westbrook can't do that. It's not like he wasn't spoon feeding David West. He was giving David West the ball in the mid range on the block, and David West was going to work.
No.
As much as you want to laugh or whatever, but if you watch
DeAndre Jordan,
I didn't say David
That's
West.
the same thing with Carmelo too. You want to be fair.
I ain't say David West.
But Boosman, I didn't make. Hold up. I didn't make that argument. I didn't say that John Stockton made Karl Malone better. But so I'm not gonna go with the fact that Chris Paul did not make David West better.
I mean,
no. You don't think John Stockton made? I think John Stockton did.
Now DeAndre Jordan.
Tyson Chandler.
Well, see, Tyson. The difference between Tyson Chandler is Tyson Chandler was a top three defender in the NBA all every year of his prime.
But you don't think that Tyson Chandler spoon fed him? You don't think he's spoon?
No, Tyson Chandler's value was never on the offensive end. He got a couple lobs a game, but that wasn't no big deal. Tyson Chandler's value was on that defensive end and rebounding. Chris Paul did not help with his defense. Chris Paul did not help with his rebounding. Yeah, he gave him a couple lobs, but that's not no big deal.
Doesn't that turn into a double machine that gives you the all-star nod?
He was
still the production is on.
Chris Paul definitely made DeAndre Jordan better.
Let me say this. Like
no, and so, but I've made the argument that DeAndre Jordan has made Chris Paul better over there with the Clippers. I'm gonna tell you like this.
Have you seen DeAndre Jordan without Chris Paul? Have you seen him?
He's old.
David West without Chris Paul was different. JJ Redick without Chris Paul was different too.
No, because David West was getting busy in Indiana too.
He was.
So this is my thing about DeAndre Jordan and Chris Paul. It's easier to throw a lob than it is to catch one.
That's true.
Especially, yes, it is. I've done both. It's a lot easier to throw.
It should be hard to catch a lob than throw.
What I'm saying is when you got a 6'11" guy down there with a 7'4" wingspan, all you gotta do is throw that shit somewhere by the hoop.
But Ox, what about the ability to drive in the paint?
But here's the thing: the reason those lobs are open all the time is because Chris Paul's mid-range shooter
creating 2-on-1 advantage.
So when he was coming off that pick and roll, teams have to double him off that pick and roll.
You don't have to double nothing. Those wasn't just double. Those ones are doubles. If I'm setting a big screen for you, who has the advantage? The ball handler.
Exactly, but since Chris Paul is such an elite mid-range shooter,
right? But that's my point.
You can't just let him shoot wide open mid-ranges. You have to hedge.
Angles.
Hold on, y'all act like he was throwing these lobs from the top of the key. He throwing these lobs from the middle of the paint. That's not a big range.
Come on. Also, I'm gonna say this too. Those pocket passes are very hard to get those in. The timing of the pocket passes, that's very, very difficult. To at high speed to do that, it's not as easy as you think. So you get it. Like I understand, but it's very hard to do that at the high level. Like to do that consistently, they was spamming pick and rolls. That's a hard.
But look, practice that you can get it down pat. What are you talking about? Through practice is how you develop that speed.
Yeah, but not all teams work. So you going against yourself.
You actually have to be a threat.
This is what I'm saying. Context. This is what I'm saying. This I want to get off. You can put Darren Collison in that pick and roll, and every single one of those lob passes are gonna be there.
Let me ask you a question, right? Look at D'Lo when he runs pick and roll with AD. How come they don't throw?
Because D'Lo weak as fuck. That's why. How many times I gotta tell you how sorry D'Lo is?
But Darren Collison can do it though.
Darren Collison was better than D'Angelo Russell.
I agree with. I'm with you on that one.
I realize how sorry D'Lo
is. Yeah, no. Darren Collison is definitely better, but come on, like you saying that you could put any point guard. Like look at what's been happening, right? We've been seeing that.
Guard, not D'Angelo Russell.
Facts. So we can put Ben Simmons. We can put Ben Simmons in the pick and roll with DeAndre. It'll be the same thing.
But Ben Simmons used to actually be really dope. Like.
No, he was.
But you could put him in a pick and roll with DeAndre.
Like
so even
I'm talking about prime Ben Simmons. I'm talking about prime.
That's what I'm saying. Prime Ben Simmons.
You put prime Ben Simmons in a pick and roll with DeAndre Jordan, but that's trouble. That's trouble.
We sagging off that. We sagging on that.
You know what happens when you sag. You know
I ain't gonna lie.
Hold up. You know what happens when you sag off a 6'10" guy coming at you at the rim? You get dunked on.
Yeah, you getting dunked on.
No. That's no. I'm gonna tell you because that's a bozo way to think about it. I'm gonna sag and I'm gonna foul you, and you're gonna show me.
Okay. How many fouls you get?
At the top of the key.
DeAndre Jordan sucked at free throws.
Get half of free throws from me.
See, my thing is this, and I hate this about about basketball connoisseurs, people that intake basketball, people that debate basketball. Y'all really would sit here and purposely, on purpose, 100% on purpose, pretend like y'all forgot who the fuck Ben Simmons was before all the
No,
mental
that's
shit
the reason
and
why
all
I
that.
brought up
Y'all
Ben
better,
Simmons.
y'all better stop.
Ox, that's the
That's
reason
the
why I
point.
brought up Ben Simmons. Ox, I'm not talking about Brooklyn Ben. I'm talking about
I'm
prime
not
Ben
talking about Brooklyn,
Simmons.
Ben. I'm talking about Philly Ben, right?
That's
You have,
okay. So what are we
I ain't
talking
gonna lie,
about now?
Ben
You
Simmons
know
could
what
the
you
thing
do
about
in
it,
a high
hand.
pick and roll with Ben Simmons and DeAndre Jordan. You can't
yeah, but
guard
you can
that.
scheme. You telling me that you can't scheme against that?
But
If you
No,
can scheme
because
against
of
it,
Ben Simmons'
you gonna have
height,
to make a choice.
ability, the way he can
If
pass.
you back off of Ben Simmons, y'all act like Ben Simmons was coming through the lane,
Pull up,
throwing little floaters,
He
little
wasn't
runners,
shooting on
dunking
mid.
on
that's
Yeah,
easy
motherfuckers.
he
to
going
scheme
hook
Ben
against.
shots
I
Simmons,
right
understand.
and everything.
Ben
You would
Simmons was
That's
literally
easy
16,
to
8, and 8
scheme
for 3
against.
years. Ben
That's
yes,
easy
Simmons
to
was
scheme
16, 8, and 8
against.
for like 3
no,
years.
no,
You
no.
acting
But
like Ben Simmons was Giannis
here's
with
my
like
thing.
going to the paint.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Here's
He
my
can't
thing.
hit a
Right.
midi to save his life.
So
He
he
didn't
can't.
need a
That's
midi if
my
he's
point.
backing
SB.
off him. This
He
is my
can't
thing.
hit.
This
Yeah,
you
yeah.
back
Go ahead.
off somebody that
They're
big,
not
bro.
just
I'm
backing
Thank
off
coming
you.
him though.
That's
straight
what I was
Ox
gonna
at you.
say.
But
giving him a
Ox,
whole lane to the rim.
when we say
That
sag, we're not saying sag and we just giving him a free lane. No, 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 no,
No,
no.
no, no.
It's
Cut him
sagging
off.
and contain. It's sagging and contain, sagging and contain. Like
Y'all
eventually,
got me defending Ben Simmons. It's crazy.
no. But my thing is actually, you saying it like Ben had so many counters that
He
if
did,
you,
bro. Ben
he's
Simmons had
gonna be able to.
moves.
Well, I ain't
Huh?
gonna lie. Yeah, Ben Simmons
Ben
he
Simmons
had
was
a little
nice, but like, bro,
footwork.
there's
I
a
ain't gonna lie. Now he could finish with either hand.
Yeah, but we talking about he could finish, but we saying they in the half court offense and they running pick and roll with DeAndre Jordan, and let's say he has decent spacing, not high tier spacing. DeAndre Jordan, that's easy to go against versus you got a guy like Chris Paul.
I'm spamming that pick and roll.
We winning. We winning.
Oh
I'm
my
following. I'm
goodness.
following. Bro, I'm
If
following.
anything, I'm
Especially
Foul DeAndre Jordan.
I got JJ Redick on the weak side. Man, y'all stop it.
What?
What I'm
It
gonna do
ain't
with
work.
that?
all right, man.
It ain't work. They needed
It
Jimmy
literally
Butler.
didn't work.
It didn't work.
He
And they still
had
lost.
Joel Embiid, a center that
No,
can
no,
space
no,
the
no,
floor.
no,
He
no, no,
still
no,
couldn't
no.
run a
See,
pick
but
and roll.
see, Joel Embiid is not the same thing as Joel and DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan, you could just throw the ball anywhere. Just get it up there. Just get it up there. As soon as
But I would
it's
say
like
a Joel Embiid. I would take a Joel
Clint
Embiid and
Capella,
Ben Simmons
Clint
pick and roll
Capella,
over.
DeAndre Jordan, Clint Capella at their primes, Tyson Chandler, guys like that. I don't need Dwight Howard. All I need you to do as if you're guarding him, all I need you to do is take half a step. And the ball's in the air, bro. You can't guard that, bro. That's all I'm saying. So I don't want to get into a big Ben Simmons debate. All I'm saying is when you got a certain type of big man, all I need to do is watch his feet. He turns his hips this way. He loses sight for a second.
That's
he
fair.
takes a
That's
quick
fair.
step up. All I
That's
got to
fair.
do is throw the ball.
And then
That's a fact.
It's but the thing is about this from the rim, guys that big, bro. Y'all got to realize when you're that big, I got like a 4-foot radius from the rim.
And
Not
to mention,
I barely got to
look,
jump to
look,
just
the
get
hoop
it in
can be
there.
the hoop can be right here. I
You
throw
can
the ball
adjust
way
so much
over
easier.
Over here and you catch it and throw it. That's fair.
Y'all
I
can't
can
see,
see
but
if
this
you
my
was talking
shot.
about like a
No, I
ISO,
get it. I
like
get it.
Ben
You bring it
Simmons
over here. That's
ISO on the
fair.
top of the key, right? He ISOs, he drops to the paint, gets the big to help, drops it off to the big man. But like in a pick and roll, they're not. First of all, they're not going to just give Ben Simmons a lane. They don't give Giannis his lane. If Giannis is to run a pick and roll, they're not going to give him a whole lane to the rim. They're just going to back off of him, put a hand up, but back off.
Back off. That's a lane. Bulls fan.
That's a layup.
If you Bulls fan,
But
this I'm saying that is a lane to the rim.
That's a layup.
yeah, that
This
is
these
fair.
You giving them an opening.
these guys are
Right.
6'11", big.
Yeah, I get it.
agile.
Yeah. They're covering the floor way more easier.
If I get 2 steps of full speed, what are you going to take a charge now? That's all you can do now.
Yes.
And
Literally, yeah.
I think
But
Ben was a little more finesse than Giannis.
And Ben Simmons is a
do that to
terrible
Ben
free
Simmons
throw
because
shooter.
the thing about you can do Bulls fan, y'all acting like it's just stand here. Okay, I'm gonna run right into you. Ben Simmons agile. He moves side to side. Oh,
Yeah, but
I think y'all doing this on purpose, bro.
No.
Depends who
The thing about it is that you're saying that if you run that pick and roll 4 out of 4 times with Ben Simmons, that is unguardable. The way that you're talking, I'm not saying that you're saying that, but it sounds like you're saying that if they run, let's say in a 5-play setting, 4 times they span pick and roll 4 times out of that 5 times, that's a bucket no matter what. And I'm saying to you is that no, like there's gonna be some times when you run those 5 plays and those 4 pick and rolls that they may convert 2 times out of it.
That's
they
good
may
numbers. I'm
convert.
fine with that. That's good numbers.
Yeah, that's 50%.
But also,
yeah.
I think
Look,
another thing that matters is like who are the other three people that they got on the court with them.
JJ, who was that line? It was JJ Redick, Blake
JJ
Griffin,
Redick,
Jamal Crawford.
Yeah, if those are all shooters,
Or
then
Paul
yeah,
Pierce.
I'm with you with that pick and
Or
roll.
Caron
I think they
Butler.
had like Wesley Johnson at one time, Paul
Another wing
Pierce.
shooter, yeah.
Even with that, though, if you got those
They didn't have
shooters-
always wing shooters because they had Mbah Mute. They didn't have like all.
Yeah.
They didn't have elite spacing at that point all the time. They had it.
Yeah,
They had it in flows,
Yeah.
but they didn't have it at full. You know what
I
I mean?
still
Like,
with Chris
Well,
Paul.
real quick before, because we kind of getting lost. Do y'all?
yeah.
Excuse me, my bad.
You're right.
Do y'all still want to How you doing? Fireworks. Do y'all still want to go over that round 2, the second debate?
Yeah, I'm
debate
cool with
2.
that.
I mean,
Yeah, we can do
You
that.
talking about the SB and chill one?
Yeah, SB and chill time. SB
Yeah, I'm
was
cool
up
with
there a
that.
minute ago. He dropped out.
Yeah.
You got
Damn,
hiccups,
I got the
Alex? You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
hiccups?
Wow, like a motherfucker.
Damn.
Nah, you got them tight. That's what it is.
You said I got what?
You
All
got
that bullshit.
Yo,
He wasn't trying to hear all
Bob,
that.
real quick,
bullshit.
don't say it on the radio, but if you ever get the hiccups, you need to distract yourself. So somebody will ask you something stupid like, yo, what's your middle name? Don't say it
Don't
on
they
the
just
radio.
try to scare in your ass?
Nah, that's what I'm saying. That helps
don't
with you with the
scare too
hiccups. All right, so who won the second round? Let's start on that. I think honestly,
no, we talking about the second. Oh yeah, we just going. We're not even gonna speak on it until we watch it, Cowboy.
Oh, my fault.
Everybody ready or what? Y'all, if you need to go grab some water or do something, y'all do it right now.
I guess you ain't got the hiccups no more.
You should get some water.
That was just quick.
So
That was
go
just
grab
quick.
your
I'm good.
popcorn.
No, I'm good. I
here we go.
done drank 3 bottles of water. I'm good, man.
You drink that sparkling water, Rox?
Well, I thought
Yeah,
it
this
was
ain't
Heineken. I ain't gonna lie.
sparkling water.
That's not sparkling
Oh, okay,
water.
I thought it was sparkling water. I was like, that's crazy.
That's spring water. Spring water. Mountain Valley spring water.
Nah, drinking water out of a glass is dangerous.
I don't know about all that, but okay.
I never heard of that type of activity. But let's go.
Now you got the plastic bottles got that BPE shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think glasses actually better for you because
with the heat.
So everybody drink out of glass bottles?
No, obviously,
either do or the
if you
like
broke,
the metal,
I'm like,
metal
oh,
ones
if you
right here
broke,
too. They got the glass ones.
word.
I got these.
I'm on point.
They got these metal ones.
Yeah, nah. Now Oz got bread. You know what I mean? Oz got money. That $3 is stretching.
Wow.
A bottle of water and glass ain't
That
cheap.
makes sense.
Bottle of water and glass.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm hip. He had 3 of them. He had 3 of them.
Yeah, that's why I didn't run into them.
He probably bought it at Costco.
That self-made couture. You know what I mean? That self-made couture. You know what I'm
Nah, shit. I still need that $10 from the plane Wi-Fi. Ron ain't reimbursed me yet.
Oh man,
Hey,
you don't got that
yo, chat.
expense account, bro?
Hey, yo, chat. Nah, that's way above my pay grade. They know. Hey, Shaq know me. Shaq know me. He know better than that. But yo, chat. If y'all out there, man, y'all see, I'm still trying to make that same $3 stretch, man. Y'all hit me with some super chats, man.
Hey, that's that coupon savings, man. You be coupon clipping, bro. I'm knocking, man.
Don't let Oz get the business card. He gonna go crazy.
Alex, you be on the floor.
I ain't gonna lie.
But you got $3.
I got gotta get places.
Bro, I'll tell you right now, man. Those work credit cards where you can expense stuff, business. Oh man, it's a change. It's a game changer.
I hate it.
But the thing about that though, you can't. I'm talking about you miss one receipt, they on your ass.
No, but you know what it is? No,
that's what I'm saying.
You get a little more leeway once you build that relationship with them.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
no.
That's when you just
hold on. See that's what Jalen's saying. But see, Jalen, the dreads. The dreads hit a little different.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's a whole other conversation. We can have that conversation.
If you know, you know.
But okay, let's get to it. I'm
Hold on, I want to say something before we get into it. I will say this event was probably like the second best one y'all had with the little big events. I think that Black Friday was obviously like the best. And then after that, I will say this one was right there. But yeah.
Well, that's hold on, Boost fan. The thing about this today, this wasn't the event. This was the face-off.
Right.
Oh,
the event is on the 8th.
It was a hell of a face-off.
That's gonna be fire,
pay-per-view.
Yeah, that was a face-off.
That Black Friday event, it's a lot. Y'all niggas had animosity. Y'all had a lot of animosity towards it, so y'all had to get that off.
Yeah, that Black Friday.
I wasn't there long
Especially
enough for
Flu
that
and the
one to
dub.
make that.
I'm talking about. I'm just saying overall. I'm just saying, especially Flu and the dub.
Yeah,
was
but that's
hilarious.
one thing I will say about today. What was actually good about it is Dub realized how he looked when he lost
I
to
saw
Fluent.
that. Yes.
And so
Yup.
now he like, damn, I can't believe, you know. But
Was that
with
hold
that
me out?
being said, this one was different than that one though. This one was different than that one because the whole format was different.
Format
so
was
it wasn't
completely different.
it,
Yeah, that was
wasn't
the
really
best format.
it wasn't really the same thing. Also, when Dub said that, I was kind of like, well, Dub, you know,
It's a growing up moment.
Maybe.
but you know, you did say that you didn't watch the whole debate. So
Yeah.
I think people gotta. So I think people gotta, you know, cut
But
a
hold
little
on.
slack.
But here's
But
the
I
thing,
just-
though, Ox. Even majority of the debate, like Young Afro was winning. Majority of it, he was winning. Even if he watched
but that's
majority of it.
that's what I'm saying. So Boost fan, what I'm saying is Dub compared Africa. Dub he compared Africa to
that whole
himself
situation.
with the whole thing. But the difference is it was all chat voting with Dub and Fluent.
Right.
With this
Yeah.
one, Africa got to listen to the reasoning behind
He's
his loss.
losing it.
So you know what I'm saying. So he was able to rebuttal the situation. Now, obviously, you know, I was in there. I had Dub's back. You know what I'm saying. I'm like, man, y'all got
These,
it.
but here's the thing, though, Ox. These are panelists saying this. These are people who talk sports every day saying this. Like, it's crazy, bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
hold on
these
real
aren't
quick.
just
Let
people
me
in
let me
chat.
just let me just make sure everybody without that camera. I know Bulls fan. I know you're here. Cowboy, you here still?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just wanted to ask.
YSN, you here?
Yeah, we good. We good.
Sebastian here?
Ox, I was gonna tell you I'm gonna dip actually.
Okay, for sure. All right, bro. It's all good.
No, because I'm in Florida. It's like 4 in the morning.
No, do your thing. Do your thing.
Salute,
It's all good,
salute,
bro.
Sebastian.
I'll see you next time.
Well, good morning.
Be
I'll
smooth.
see you guys. Good night, guys.
All right, bro.
Easy.
Hey, Young Africa, just do me a favor when you explain it, because you be on point. Just slow it down a little bit because you be getting into it. And you be like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, chill, bro. I'm trying to keep up with you. Keep up what you doing, Young Africa. I like it.
That's just the hype, man.
Slow it down.
Because I was trying to get through because I had things to do, like go look for the niggas that robbed me. Context, damn, man. What's up, man? Wait.
That was
You're out.
Hey, Africa. I know. Hey, I know.
You might get robbed
I
again on
know-
the 8th, man.
Hey, I know Lamont. I
Because
know
player
Lamont
choice
hit.
super biased.
I know Lamont hit Young Africa with that paid in full line. Tell them, say, man, what you got, Rob? Man, go get that money. Go find that man. Go find that
People
man.
get shot every day.
He said you not getting no more money till you go find that man. He said this. He said this. What he say? He said this Harlem. What you better go get some money in Queens or something.
Young Africa came in there with the red screen, black on.
I was gonna say, yeah, the ski mask on and everything. I was like, yo.
If you pulled out the
Yeah,
AK,
man.
I'd be like, yo, it's over.
I thought I was gonna do the robbery, but damn, man, that happened to me, man. That's crazy.
Damn, that's
Nah,
That's
man.
all good.
That is
all right,
messed up, bro.
all right, y'all. Let's go mute. Let's go mute.
A number 1 seed in college basketball, and you like a 16. And people are saying that I should have been the one up here.
Nah, he better than that. He better than the 16.
I'm just saying.
He ain't Norfolk State.
He
better than that.
But you know, I know that's
better
not
than
true. I know that's not true because according to Chat GPT, and I'm gonna pull it up for the people to see. According to Chat GPT, where's our new rankings at?
Africa. I can't believe this how y'all rocking over here.
Still love. We at war right now, but it's still love.
I don't have it loaded up right
I'll
here.
shake your hand after the war, but we got.
According to Chat GPT, they say Sturdy is the number 2 ranked debater behind Young Africa over here on FYF Sports. So, man, I mean, you got a lot riding on this, SB. You got to show up and show out because you got your hands full. Now, I want you guys to let everybody know, what are you guys debating? Who has what topic? And then we're going to kick it off with Chilltown first because he's the unranked debater here. And we're going to run it just like we did the last round. Go ahead and tell everybody what we debating and who has what side.
We are debating.
Y'all better go first on the other one, bro.
Derrick Rose or Russell Westbrook. Obviously, y'all know I got D Rose and OG got Russell Westbrook.
Okay, so Derrick Rose peaks versus Russell Westbrook. This is going to be interesting right here. And what I'm going to do is I got my clock ready. Both these brothers got their Cameras on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm putting Chilltown as soon as you get on the big screen. Your 2 minutes starts then. So go ahead, Chilltown.
Going on. We masked
Let's
up.
hear you cook on
We
Russell
masked
Westbrook.
up, man.
Well,
We
you and
masked
I
up.
had a conversation, FY, a long time ago. We talked about which top 5 was the hardest to crack, and you said it was the 2-guard spot. I felt like it was the 5 spot. Well, right behind the 5 spot, I feel like it's the point guard spot because that's the general. That's the guy who's leading your crew. That's the guy who's got to be the smartest. That's the guy who has to make sure that everything on the floor runs smoothly. Well, when you got a lead guard, you have to know that position right from the beginning. Russell Westbrook comes into the NBA and he has to get converted from the 2-guard to the lead guard. And once getting converted from the 2-guard to the lead guard, that gets compounded by running with a scorer in Kevin Durant. Well, I got to run with this guy, and I got to know where he needs the basketball. I got to know how he needs the basketball. Do I get him the ball off the bounce? Do I get him the ball in transition on the fly? How do I get this guy the ball? How do I get everybody else involved? And he's learning this on the fly at the highest level, and he's excelling every season. Every year, Russell Westbrook's numbers had gone up. He went from 15 to 19. He went from 15 to 17 to 22. Russell Westbrook had a 4-year stretch right from the beginning where he went 19-8 to start his career. And this is a guy coming from converting from the 2-guard to the point guard spot. And his team was making the playoffs, right? Not only was his team making the playoffs, they were going deep into the playoffs early on. I mean, don't get me wrong. They didn't, when they first, that's how they got James Harden. They didn't right from the beginning, but right after that, they started making runs in the playoffs. And Russell Westbrook was a huge addition, and he was a huge reason why they were doing that. Russell Westbrook played at a high level. He was one of the better defenders at his position. Not only was he one of the better defenders at his position, he did leave some to be desired, but he was one of the better defenders at his position. And with all of that being said, one of the better distributors. People will give him slack for him turning the basketball over. Russell Westbrook was still a plus at a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio during that time, running with Ibaka, running with Russell, running with Kevin Durant, running with James Harden. And on top of that, converting again from the 2-guard spot to the point guard spot. So Russell Westbrook.
That's time. All right. That's a strong one. That's a strong first round, man. Y'all heard it. That's Chilltown. SB, number 2 seed over here. Number 2 ranked in the power rankings.
16 seed by the chat was.
Your time starts now, man. Let's cook.
All right, so look, when we go to the conversation, we're talking about peak. We don't come into the beginning stages of career. Like, yes, we do career-wise. I can't argue Russell Westbrook. My brother Derrick Rose career was short. We talk about peak for peak. We really comparing their MVP season because during Russell Westbrook real peak, he was really a number 2. So now we got to compare number 1 and number 2, or we just compare when they both was the number 1 guy. And that really was the MVP year because when Westbrook won his MVP, that was when KD left. And then right after he won his MVP, he got Paul George, Carmelo Anthony, which we can always tell about the fair, but I'm going to get into that later. So we're really comparing they both MVP seasons. Derrick Rose was more impactful. Derrick Rose was the number 1 guy. Derrick Rose didn't really sell it for his team. Now, if you go from stat and just looking at a stat-wise, I guess, but then you got to talk about Westbrook's shooting percentage. You got to talk about his turnovers, how he cost his team the game, even in such historic book MVP caliber season. You know how it ended with him, with how he got the record? I mean, for Oscar Robertson shooting a bad game-winning shot. But that's pretty much Westbrook style. Bad turnovers, bad shots. But we go look at Derrick Rose, dominating, game-winning shots, very impactful. Derrick Rose lost 2 of his best players for half the season in Boozer and Noah, and he had Kirk Thomas and Taj Gibson starting, and he still led his team to 60 wins. And he led that team to the Eastern Conference Finals. Westbrook never couldn't get past the first round at his peak. So you got Rose, who's more dominant in every way, shape, and form at that peak. Because we're not talking about career-wise. Russell Westbrook, great. Because if the triple-double was so great, why Westbrook didn't win it more and more time? We just see something historic, and then we have to say, oh, that's nice. Then we look at the true player that he is. When we look at Derrick Rose, people used to get the Derrick Rose flu to guard Derrick Rose. No player could not stop him at that point in time. Point blank, period. So I'm going to take Rose at his peak because when you look at the peak longevity, so that's this whole round, I want to narrow it down. Don't look at careers. We really comparing their MVP. So with your peak for peak, when you're the number 1 guy who really dominated and executed more and did not hurt their team on the back end, and it's easily Derrick Rose. Time.
That's time.
Yeah, I was going to say this.
Yeah, okay.
The fact that Chill started off good with all his facts, but what saved SB was he stayed on topic and talked about their peaks. So for me, it was balanced because both of them did exactly what they were supposed to do. I think it was even the first round.
Okay. Okay, so that's what I so you feel, Cowboy. YSC, how'd you feel about that first round?
I felt like Chill, yeah, like Cowboy said, Chill started off strong and everything, but like he was really like arguing career, it sounded like. He wasn't really like harping in on that one individual peak season or peak seasons or whatever. But when SB was going, he was talking about the season, how D Rose was fighting adversity and losing players and still was getting 60 wins and stuff like that. So he was really like bringing better points towards the actual peak. So yeah, the first round I get to SB.
Okay. What about you, Africa? What'd you see that first round?
High Chill at the first round. When I listen to Chill, man, Chill real smooth with it, man. Chill real smooth with it.
Yo,
He
smooth as
very
hell, yo.
yeah, smooth with it, very like technical, like he break it down step by step. He don't really rush it. He had his own tempo, and he doesn't cap for a play. He doesn't put down another player to elevate a play. He would just talk about the facts of what the player does strongly. And I respect that. I think Chill won that first round. That was a solid round from both guys. They didn't really swing too hard. They were just talking about their their individual players. But we're gonna see what they say next. But I had Chill in that first round.
Okay. Jalen, how'd you see that second round? I mean first round, I'm sorry.
I actually think SB edged that round in terms of I think Chill maybe focused a little too much on the progression and story of Russell Westbrook coming into the league early, doing his thing, and what he did after Kevin Durant versus SB. I think really focused on the merit of the question is who was a better player at their peak. Breaking down the numbers, seeing what Derrick Rose did without teammates when they were hurt, what he was able to accomplish in the playoffs, getting further in the playoffs and performing well there, and then looking at bringing up Russell Westbrook's field goal percentage and numbers like that, which obviously wouldn't be that impressive. So I actually gave the edge there to SB.
Okay. What about you, Juan?
Yeah, basically just what everybody else saying, with I give the edge to SB because he stayed on topic and gave some really valid points about the topic. And then Chill Town, of course, he's smooth with it. He gon' bring the facts and all that, but it was kind of like not on topic. So I just give the slight edge to SB on that.
Okay. And Bulls fan, did you already? No. Who'd you
Oh
got
no, I
first
didn't go
fan?
well. I definitely gained a couple brain cells watching the actual debate, a real debate. Smooth, like Chilltown was smooth with it. He had a couple of great points, but I give it to SB because SB narrowed it down. He was like, I'm just talking about them as their peak, as a number one player. I love the fact when he brought up that Derrick Rose lost players and Russ had Paul George and Carmelo and all them guys, and Russ went farther in the playoffs, and his team was better with less help. Dope. Yeah.
Bulls fan, when you said what you said earlier, like, what did you mean by that? A real debate.
I mean, like on the ticket side, because that was just crazy. I don't even know what I was hearing.
Just keep going straight as I take it.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to clarify. Context. How did you see that first round?
Oh, ski mask context.
You already know, man. Hold on, my fault, yeah. I just had to go.
Cool
Go kidnap
context.
Mars. You feel me? Just in case Doug pulls some nonsense like that, we're gonna kidnap his open gym partner, and we're gonna get him right. We're gonna get him straight, and we're gonna run. We're gonna hold Mars for ransom. Shout out to my brother from another mother. But anyways, I'm gonna say this though. In all seriousness, I understand Jalen's point. We're saying that he actually liked the fact that he was able to give a progression story of Westbrook, but I gotta take away from it because personally, I'm going with the same criteria that I'm going. We have to focus on the point. The point is them at their prime, them at their peak. However, I understand why Chill wanted to paint the story. That's actually a good tactic. That was actually like a good tactic, but I edged it to SB only by a little bit just because he kind of addressed the point and he kind of tried to nullify what Chill was trying to say before even Chill said it. But Chill created a great way to like display what he was trying to say though. Like he did it very well. Like that show was like A1 storytelling.
It's like listening to Nas back in the day. It was really great, bro. I'm telling you,
Shout
man.
out
He
Nas.
was on that.
Illmatic.
Right. It's fire. Okay, yeah.
All they
I
missing
did like
is
that first round.
a hook. What's shorty name? Remember that the host that used to rap on AZ song, Sugar Hill, Miss Jones.
I
If you guys don't
wanna
know,
see
yeah, Sugar Hill, yeah.
Sugar
Miss
Hill,
Jones.
baby. Hey, that's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
shit right there.
Yeah, if you know, you know. Man.
What song go harder? Problems or Sugar Hill?
I like Problems. I like Problems.
I'll go with
Sugar Hill
problems. I'll go with
was
problems. I'll go with
a
problems.
normal.
Problems? Yeah, I think
Like
so too.
Problems
Small
was
edge.
the best on the street, but then when you go with that Sugar Hill, that was more
Sugar Hill
radio.
had the catchiness to it. You know what I'm
Yeah, it was
saying?
more
It had the
meant for
catchiness to
radio.
it. For sure, for sure.
I personally like Sugar Hill more, but I can understand why people think Problems.
Man, I'm telling you, I think AZ slept on so much.
Listen,
Yeah, he had that one song, Enjoy
Ox, we
Yourself.
really have a
Remember
full,
that?
like, you know what I mean? A full.
Yo, I had lag.
That
I
might
had
be
time to do
perfect for
something. I had to go.
the 24-hour joint. That might be the perfect. We could tap back into the music because I definitely want that for sure.
All right, Bulls fan, you leaving?
No, he just got back on.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Gabe. I sent the link out, Gabe. When you was in the chat, I'm sending that one more
Yo,
time. I got you
real
right here,
quick.
Gabe. Look, make sure
I
you click
heard
on
a
it quick.
3-way trade for Dame. I'll tell y'all when we done, but that shit is crazy.
All right,
Yo, I got yo. I just want to say something, bro. So I accidentally left, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to come back. I had to do something. But this nigga's in the chat talking crazy, bro. Oh, snap. This nigga's in the chat talking crazy, calling me a
That's all
casual
right,
because
Bulls fan. That's all right.
you know what I'm
That's what
saying?
they doing.
Like
That's
to
what
the
they doing.
niggas just
Yeah,
talking
man, that's
crazy in the
man.
chat. Come up here, man, and you will respectfully get
For
cooked
the record,
by a
yeah.
casual.
Not
Yeah,
For the
everybody
record,
can do that, Bulls
just to let you
fan.
know, boy, when you get on the panel, you have to understand that there's people in the chat that aren't gonna like what you say, and a lot of them are gonna be very disrespectful about it. So
And
you know what
plus,
I'm
they
saying?
mad they can't be up
You
there.
got to
You
deal with
gotta
that.
Do you
remember
see
that.
the comments
one
under
day,
my
one
video
day,
PC clips? Do you see the
Ox,
comments?
Ox.
one day,
That's
Bulls
a
fan,
young bull right there.
it's,
Let him
it's,
be a
it's,
young bull. Let him be a young
oh,
bull.
no, that's what.
That's our
Look, this is my thing. When you got the young brothers on here, you got to give them the game.
That's fair.
While you still know he a dog, he's still
He a
gonna be
dog
on
anyway.
shit. So you know what I'm saying. I know he's still gonna be on shit, but I still gotta let him know, like, yo, you're gonna have to deal with
I
that.
like Bulls fan style, man. Bulls fan is
Top of that,
roll
Bulls
with
fan, this is the thing. It's only 6, right? That at the peak today, I think there was like 80 people in here. We got live, so we got 64 live right now. That's nothing, bro. One day we're gonna be doing the graveyard shift. We're gonna have 6,000 in here. So you know what I'm saying? Be prepared. Be prepared for that chat.
Oh my
Bulls
God,
fan.
yo,
Be
Bulls, you
prepared
gonna
for
lose
that
your
chat.
wig. They gonna vibe.
Bulls, you gotta look at it this way. Everybody that hates you, you gotta put them all in one category, and then you know what you do. You take everything negative that they say and counter it. Don't just go in here and get mad. Be like, oh, word, I suck at this. Step your game up. I'm not saying you need to, but I'm saying step your game up and counter them with your answers and say what you say. Boom, this is how I defend it. Now, when they got nothing to say, you just silence the crowd and then don't jump on it again. Keep it to a minimum. You know what I'm saying? Be
I see
above
you,
the
Cowboy.
noise, not a part of the
Cowboy,
noise.
you a coach, Cowboy. I see you calling a lot of plays in real life, bro. I see you.
I'm a mental guy. I can't, if you need me to break down some stuff or set up a strategy, that's what I
Okay.
could do. But when you
Okay.
talking about getting on the court, nah, man, I just play like defense, bro. Straight
Yeah.
defense.
Hey, Bulls fan,
Yo,
Bulls fan.
yo,
If you wanna feel better,
go ahead,
listen, no,
gentlemen.
Bulls fan. If you want to feel better, go look at the comments under any of the videos. PC clips.
Oh my God.
You'll feel
Yo,
good.
yeah,
You ain't even trust me. We Gucci, baby. We still out here.
Yo.
Even though I get way more
that's-
love here, and the comments everyone's chill because we keep a little more. We keep basketball here, right? So everything straight. Everything here, people support what I say. It's only an open gym. Sometimes we get a little crazy. Get out there. Yeah.
No. Jalen, you are underselling it. Yo, the hate that they have for
We out here
Jalen.
hating.
Yo,
They hated Gandhi. They hated
and
Martin
that's
Luther
why.
King.
And this is why. No. Listen, this is why I have
Jalen.
respect for Jalen because a lot of people they would take because like Ox, you know this. A lot of this generation is very soft. They're gonna take everything very serious. And the fact that Jalen he takes his lumps, it don't matter what it is, and he still keeps the same attitude. That's dope, man. You got to salute that, man.
That's
You
why
know,
we
but
was
you know,
talking
but it's a little easier for Jalen though, y'all. See, what y'all don't know about Jalen is this. Some of y'all do, some of y'all don't. It's easy to have haters in the comment section when you got 30 ladies in your club section.
Talk about it. We live
When you got 30 beautiful young ladies in your section,
If you know,
it's
you know. You
okay.
can sleep better
It's
at night.
okay. It's
Fox
okay
knows.
it's okay to listen to
Fox.
people talking shit in the comment section.
good.
Trust me.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Jalen said, I sleep-
Jalen,
you sleep comfy?
Jalen living
You
good.
sleep comfy at night? You
Hey,
sleep comfy at
Jalen
night?
can sing and shit, y'all. Man, we not feeling sorry for Jalen. Man.
So Jalen, you a player from the Himalayas,
Hey,
Jalen?
look, if I could, bro, you know how bad it would be if I could sing, bro.
Oh, shit.
If I could sing.
Yo,
I
that's
forgot
easy, bro.
that Jalen could sing.
I can
Yeah,
teach you
After
some of them.
the club,
I'm
after
being
the club,
serious,
we
Bob.
go
I can
back to the
teach you
after
how to
party.
sing.
After the club, we go to the after party. That's when the karaoke comes out.
Oh, and he just
That's
back.
how you get them, Jalen.
After party
That's how you
karaoke
get
comes
them.
out.
He could just sing in that Trey song, talking about this one here, a penny dropper.
Yo, I just have a problem with people calling other people casuals because they're not using true shooting. They're not using fake the field goal. All this extra nonsense that really doesn't make a difference to your
L
argument.
basketball.
You know what I'm saying?
But not
No
but
doubt.
you know what I'm saying?
Let's
keep going.
zero back in. Let's hone in on this round two. Let me get y'all got it right here.
Hey, yo, Bob, thanks for having this show, man. I love the graveyard shift, man.
Oh man, it's all good, but we're gonna keep it going.
You the
All
GOAT,
right,
man.
y'all. Let's mute up. Let's mute up. Here it
Get
goes.
them likes up.
Here it goes. Right. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, well, I'll do it after. Go ahead. Here we go.
Oh, I was on cue.
All
I was on point. So no, don't say I left no time on the clock. I just no time.
You was there. All right, so SB, you went second that round, but we know that you go first in the second round. So you right back on the big screen. Now Chilltown has the time to sit back and kind of analyze what you got to say. Your second round starts now, man. Go ahead and cook.
Now I kind of harped on West, but let's get to Rose for a little bit in the beginning. So Rose came into the league and instantly became historic. Yeah, he came up averaging like around 16, 15 round rush range, then improved his points. And when Derrick Rose really took his first step of becoming elite and started getting to that peak form, it was when he broke, or though he tied Kareem record as a rookie, scored the most points in their first game in the playoffs, dropped to 36. Instantly impactful. Then he goes the next year, boosts his numbers up, and then he goes another year. That's the MVP season. All his stats goes up. And if you compare the MVP seasons from 1 to 2, when they're both their peak at the number one guy, Rose had a better. Imagine Russell Westbrook controlled the ball more, had a higher usage rate, and more turnovers. Derrick Rose's team had a better offensive rating. Derrick Rose's team had a better defensive rating. Their pace was great. And I know what everybody's saying. Rose only averaged 25 points. At that point in time during the league leader in scoring was Kevin Durant, and he averaged 27. So Derrick Rose in his MVP season was only 2 points behind that. But you're going to say Russ Westbrook averaged 30, and he did lead the league. But after Westbrook, it was 30, 29, 20. I think when it got past to the 27-point part, after that, it was like the 7th person. And that's what Derrick Rose was at. So he's still at the same peak point of scoring with the league average at that point in time. Now I'm going back on the Russ Westbrook case. You have to acknowledge the truth about Russ. Russ does not look as good as the guy at his peak. Everybody else has to come on and be secondary. Russ don't get as far unless he's the secondary guy, or really with Kevin Durant, because the proof is in the pudding. He went and got, after the MVP season, got Carmelo Anthony, Paul George. It didn't work out. And once after that didn't work out, they broke a team apart. Once they broke the team apart, they sent Russell Westbrook to the Rocket and sent Chris Paul to the Thunder. And you know that Chris Paul led that same Thunder team, who was weak and everybody Russ didn't want to stay with, to the playoffs, and they was only 5 games behind. And they took that same Russell Westbrook to 7 games. Russell Westbrook's shooting percentage is god-awful. His every point of time, his turnovers once again.
That's time right there. All right, man. That's your second round. Chilltown, you had time to kind of let that marinate. Now you got a little bit of the edge in this one. Your second round, it starts now, man.
Well, the reason why I started with how Russell Westbrook became a point guard is because it's important to discuss when you're talking about a guy becoming getting to that peak, because you got to see where it started at. So Russell Westbrook converting from the 2 guard to the point guard spot, now not just converting from the point guard to the 2 guard spot, now becoming elite. This is the same Russell Westbrook when you brought up the fact of Kevin Durant leading the league in scoring. Just so you know, Kevin Durant was on the crew when Russell Westbrook led the league in scoring as well. So not only did he lead the league in scoring, he also was a double-double guy running around with Kevin Durant. Now, when you're talking about a guy in having a peak, one of the things that has to be remembered when you're talking about a peak, how long did you do it? Well, Derrick Rose wasn't around very long. The reason why Derrick Rose wasn't around very long is because he couldn't stay healthy. Russell Westbrook, on the other hand, stayed healthy. And not only did he stay healthy, he was a plus for his unit, taking that team to the Western Conference Championship 3 times in 5 years, even if he was as the number 2. But once actually Kevin Durant left, his numbers went up. He led the league in scoring again. His rebounding went up. His assist total went up. All of this stuff went up. Now, the fact that he averaged the turnovers that he averaged, he still was a plus. Still with a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio and taking pups to the playoffs. And since you on the subject of playoffs, Russell Westbrook, his team was in the playoffs every year that he was the lead guard. So with that being said, we're talking about a guy who was a plus, who was a better athlete, not only a better athlete, who was a better transition player, whose team was a plus while he was on the floor. The reason why they were as good as they were was because of Kevin Durant, and Russell Westbrook compounded that. And when Kevin Durant left, we saw actually how good Russell Westbrook was. I don't need to see anything else or talk about anybody else once I'm talking about Russell Westbrook as one of the elite guards, because this is a guy who at his peak was 27-10. I believe that he was running with the league MVP, not just the league MVP, but the league leading scorer when the 4-year stretch he was averaging 27-10. I'm sorry.
I was hot fire. One thing I will say real quick is this: it's underrated. It's underrated how hard it is to do that back to back, like what SB did right there, going second on round 1 and then going first of round 2. That means you got to come strong for 4 straight minutes. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't no joke. That's not no easy feat. What up, Dev?
What up, big dog?
What up,
Dad? What up?
Oh hell no, man!
I saw something.
Nah, you know what you did, man. You know what you did. You know what you did, bro.
The reason I got Ron president, man.
Oh shit, my bad. Hold up.
Let Dev get it off. Let Dev get it.
I saw some debate.
You said what?
I saw some debates. I disagree with SB.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on 1 second, Dave. Hold on 1 second before you go straight into it. Okay, so this is the thing. So what we're doing right now, Dave, what we've been doing is we've been breaking down. I know you voted. Sorry to bring up old shit, Africa, but I know you got your vote. I know you got your vote in on debate number 3. So for debate number 2, what we're doing right now is we all just going down the line, dissecting the rounds. We just heard round 2. So whether you like it's just the same thing. No matter which player who you agree with, we're just going off a strict debate style. Who you think won round 2?
I think
Dev and Gabe, did y'all hear round 1?
Not much.
Okay, so we'll just go strictly round 2. We don't want another situation of you only hearing a part of the round and voting. So we'll go up for only round 2. I'm gonna start. But y'all know I like to try to just to help me keep it in order. I like to keep it in order. So I'm gonna let Africa go first, Dev, and I'm gonna have you go second, just so I can keep a track on who's going. Africa, what did you see in round 2? How do you feel about round 2? Who won round 2?
I felt like right there they had interesting points, right? So he brought up the playoff success. He brought up the ability to raise his team. SB, he tried to contextualize that at their best and at their peak, Russell Westbrook wasn't performing at a high level, whereas Derrick Rose did and took his team further. I think that SB had better points in that second round. Chill talked about Westbrook's turnover ratio, his statistical dominance, his ability to take his team to the playoffs. But Derrick Rose at his peak was contending with teams like Miami Heat, and he was actually going deep in the playoffs. And so I had SB in that round.
Okay. What about you, Dev?
If I would chill to, I would rebuttal like peak for peak. I feel like Russ' degree of difficulty was worse than Derrick Rose at their best in 2017. Russ had no floor space and at the level of players on his team. He was able to elevate those players to a 6 seed in a tough Western Conference and all that. I think SB did. I think SB did make some good counterpoints I think Chilltown could have made a better argument because like what Young Africa said, he kind of went to turnover ratio, this that. I feel like Chilltown could have made a better argument for Russell Westbrook in that situation. I would have utilized his year, how his playmaking was really elite level, how his shooting that year at his peak. If we're just only based on peak at his shooting was good that year. His defense, like he was just overall like elite player that year. So I might go. I don't know. It's kind of close. So because I think they both made good points, but I do think the first act of SB was good, but Chilltown kind of could have made some better points.
Okay.
To counteract it.
So you're going with SB in that round?
Slightly, yeah. Even though I think Russ is better than Derrick Rose.
Okay. Real quick before I get to you, Jalen, I would like to take a brief moment just to thank everybody that's watching this stream right now. If you are watching, please like the video. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do that. It is July, so y'all be on the lookout for the next viewer appreciation 24-hour stream. We will have that up soon. Y'all make sure you keep an eye out for that. Also, just recently did the very first chapter of Oxtails. The lovely playmaker Haley blessed us with her presence. If y'all haven't seen that interview, y'all go check it out. We did have technical difficulties from beginning to end, but we still stuck it out. You know what I'm saying? So y'all check it out. We I really appreciate it. On the bottom in the banner, there's a quote from the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. It says, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." So there's that. We are gonna move on. Jalen, go ahead, break it down. What'd you see in that second round?
I think the second round, I'm gonna. I think Chilltown won it by a good margin here. I don't think the second round was relatively close. I think Chilltown did a good job bringing up the historical context of Russell Westbrook's reign. Not only after Kevin Durant left, having a triple double season, the MVP season, but also with Kevin Durant having a 27-10. Those are incredibly impressive numbers to have with the league leader in scoring. So I think him bringing those points up again, Russell Westbrook, the historical nature of his stats. I think I'm definitely going to edge Chilltown in this one.
Okay. Context. How you feel about it?
For me, I think another thing too. Like I think that he did bring us. I think I edged out Chill for this one because he did bring up a detail that was interesting, just to show you that he was highly productive playing as a number two. And then when he became a number one, his production went up even more. So to say that he was able to play with a transcendent player like KD and still be make a impact in production, but then also when he didn't have him, so that's what I was like, oh, that's not a bad point to make. You can say that that D Rose for the playmaking. The reason why I kind of gave some pushback for the playmaking in terms for Russ is because the ball was in his hand a lot more to make plays. I think with Joakim Noah and Derrick Rose playing with Ben Gordon, sometimes Kirk Heinrich, I think the playmaking duties was kind of like a quasi team thing where everybody had equal opportunity to make plays for each other. So that's why I don't hold Derrick Rose because Tibbs had like a different scheme compared to what I mean. So I think Chill was able to make a good point saying that he was able to be a leading scorer with KD and then still be a dominant player without KD right afterwards. So I slid that edge to Chill for that one.
Okay,
that's a good point. Actually, I switched my vote back after you saying that context and break it down.
Oh, Dev, nah, hell nah.
Wow.
This what it is, man.
No, that was a good point.
Hey, Africa, I'm gonna go ahead and just say right now, brother. I'm sorry, Africa.
Yeah, this is tough.
And now, Dev, I'm not saying he was wrong, Dev. All I'm saying is that by you doing that, it makes it seem like it makes Young Africa feel like maybe my judges aren't the most consistent. Or maybe my judges are easily swayed. Maybe my judges are a little wishy-washy.
No. I support that point.
You gotta be
Isn't that
ashamed of
Dad, they
point?
yourself,
calling you
bro.
out,
Isn't
Dad.
that
They
point?
calling
Nah,
you out,
cause,
Isn't that
Dad.
cause
point?
nah, context. Well, he was spinning, but you can't just change your mind, bro. Come on.
So who next?
I'm not in the
Who
debate,
next,
Dev. I'm
Bob?
not in the debate. You can't change your mind. I'm not in the debate.
Gabe,
Yo,
how you feel about that round two?
Super close
I
one
think
anyway.
I think I think that round Chilltown won because SB kept harping on the
Oh
fact
shit,
that
Gabe, you good right now? You want me to come back to you?
no, I'm good. I'm good. I thought I thought it was gonna be quicker than what it was. I was just rewatching Chilltown's part because my shit started tweaking and I didn't finish watching it. But I'm good now. I just
Oh,
finished
okay.
watching it. So yeah, I think
See, now that's how you give an informed answer.
oh yeah. But yeah, I think that round Chilltown won because as they're both talking about player versus player, and SB most of that entire part was harping on the team success with Derrick Rose and all that. He kept saying that when Russ was out and when he was the second best player, they went farther than what they did, and when D Rose was the best player, they went farther. But I feel like in those years, D Rose had a better team when he was the man than when Russell Westbrook was the man. So, and then he brought up the Rocket series that Chris Paul won, and he took him 7 games. But the majority of that series, Russell Westbrook was hurt, so he didn't even play like a lot of that series. So regardless, without like what they both said, I think Chilltown stayed on topic more than SB did that
Okay.
round.
Okay. Who's next?
I didn't go.
Bulls fan. Nah, yeah, I got you,
Um,
Cowboy.
I think Chill won that one just because he made a point like Russell Westbrook as a number one was only good as a number one. As a number two, he was never as good as Derrick Rose, and he led the league in scoring well while playing with KD. So obviously he was still an elite player with KD and everything. I thought Chilltown made better points than SB was more so Harper on team success more than player for player, and yeah, I think Chilltown made better points.
Okay. Well, Cowboy, how you feel?
I was gonna say the same thing. He stayed on the point about the team success more with the Bulls than Chilltown did. But Chilltown also rebutted all his negative towards Westbrook. So I gotta give it to Chill because he answered it. Even when he brought up the KD stat and said KD was leading the league, he's playing with Westbrook. So I mean, to me, it was Showtime because of the way he was able to counter all of the problems that SB had in the beginning that was negative towards Westbrook.
Okay. Okay,
So
that's fair.
Chilltown.
Um. So you got Juan.
Yo,
Who you got in that second round?
I'm gonna have to go with SB. I don't in my opinion, from what I was hearing, I don't like OG Chill. In my opinion, he never talked about Russell Westbrook's peak. Like he talked about Russ with KD, Russ in Houston, but he never really talked about that 2017 and like how Russ's peak was better than D Rose. So I just go with SB on that one.
Okay. YSN.
Yeah, I gotta go with Chill on that one because what was I gonna say? Yeah, I gotta go with Chill on that one. Y'all already harped on it for real, saying a point, but when SB was bringing up team success and like offensive rating, like defensive rating, it's like you can't really do that when you're looking at teams. Like they had Joakim Noah, they had all
Right.
them like defensive players. Like you can't really say that, and that's gonna help with which team goes farther. But when Chill said like Russ actually had like a longer peak because unfortunately D Rose, you feel me, his peak wasn't too long. I thought that was a good point too. So yeah, I think second round was Chill.
Okay. Jalen, do you think that Chill taking the stance of I'm not going to talk about the deficiencies with Jalen Rose. Instead, I'm actually going to
Derrick
just
Rose,
try to
Derrick.
just try to big up Russell Westbrook. Do you think that was detrimental to his argument, Jalen? Do you think that hurt him at all?
Um, I think it definitely hurts. I think showcasing or highlighting the the counter individuals player's deficiency definitely can enhance your player more and make the other person bad. So I think that definitely hurts. But I guess it's just Chilltown's style to only focus on, the player that he's focused on, and they're good. So maybe he stays on brand for him. But I do think if he highlighted Derrick Rose, because Derrick Rose, even in his MVP season, he wasn't some amazing shooter. He shot 44% from the field. So it's not like him and Westbrook are that different in terms of being volume shooters or not being, that great of a scorer efficiency wise. So he definitely could have highlighted that. So I think that definitely hurt. But I think he was still able to win this round without highlighting it. So I guess it worked for him this round.
So let's go down. Let me get a count. So Africa, what do you have it right now? Is it what you got? A 1-1?
Yeah, I got a 1-1 right now.
Okay, you got a 1-1. Context. What's your scorecard look like right now?
You're muted.
You muted, fam. You muted.
I got a 1-1. 1-1.
You got a 1-1. Dev, what score do you have right now, Dev?
I'm not gonna flip flop. I stand 10 toes. I still take with SB. I won't do that. I was being a little biased. I'm a Russ fan. I was being biased, but because like he didn't talk about Russ peak, so it's for me, since I didn't see the first round, it's 1-0. I didn't see the first round.
Yeah, what's up?
True the king.
Oh, so Dev, that's right. You didn't see the first round. Okay, so you just got one for Chilltown.
Oh, you meant the first round of this debate?
Yeah.
Oh, I did see that. Okay.
No,
I thought you meant the debate before this one.
No, I'm talking about this.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so and Jalen, what do you got? What's your scorecard?
I got 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah.
Cowboy, what's your scorecard look like?
I got the first round as a tie, and then I give this one to Chill. So it's Chill up 1 right now.
No, big up. I didn't flip flop. I stayed until I said it's 1-0 for SB.
Right. Juan, how you got the score right now?
I actually got 2-0 SB.
2-0 SB. Oh, so there's no room for Chill to come back. Right now
I mean, it is, but it's just like he had a better argument in the second round because SB, like everybody said, SB was more so talking about the team success, but like that plays a factor into it. And I can't, like me personally, the way I judge, I can't take that away. Like I can't hold that against D Rose. And then plus like the points that OG Chill was making, it was excellent points. It would be the perfect points if we wasn't just talking about strictly their peak. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Bulls fan, what you got? What's your scorecard look like?
It's 1-1.
1-1.
That was crazy.
My background is crazy right now, bro. Hold on.
A lot going on.
I'm for the dip. I'm for the dip. I gotta go. Hey, thanks on your head though.
Always.
You're the most overrated player in the NBA.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
You don't even gotta do that.
Weak ass album.
You agree with you, True. Look at that. You agree with you.
I ain't say on that though.
No. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you, True.
That was a weak ass outro.
That's crazy.
That made the whole album.
Suspension.
Straight up. Hey, Brian, we not even finna release that album now, but get your ass back in the studio.
That's a dumb play. That's a dumb play now. That's a dumb play.
So Gabe, so you did watch the first round?
Yes.
Okay, so what you got this one scored right now?
1-1, because I think that SB, like the same way Chilltown stayed on topic and SB didn't on this run, I thought SB stayed on topic the first round. Chilltown didn't. So it flipped. So I think it's 1-1 based on that.
Okay, True the King, are you tapped in with both these rounds?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you watched. I had first round SB and second round Chill.
Okay, for sure. Well, we'll get this third round, this rebuttal round, and we'll get into it. I do want to highlight this though. I do want to highlight this because
before you go, Ox, I'm a head out. I gotta go back to work. I've been on break for about 2.5-3 hours. So I appreciate
trouble out here. About to get in trouble.
Go and get back to work. Salute, fellas. Y'all be safe and God bless.
Good morning.
Get that money, man. Get that money.
Hey, a 3-hour break is crazy.
Must be nice.
That might as well be a no call, no show. Okay, well, I seen you back. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So I do want to highlight this. Matter of fact, hold on. Why is saying what? How do you feel about that second round?
Oh yeah, I got chill. Yeah, I got a 1-1 right now.
1-1. Okay. So I want to highlight this. Just the same way I highlighted the difficulties because the debate style over on FYF, like I said, it's a little different. I like the debate format that they got over there. So that first one, it was hard to me for SB to have to go for that 4 minutes straight. Just like there was the disadvantage to go first. It's also a disadvantage to have to talk for 4 minutes straight. You know what I'm saying? So to go second in the first round and to go first in the second round, that's difficult. So now it flips for Chilltown. Now Chilltown just went second. Now he got to go first in rebuttal. So now he got to go 4 minutes straight. So let's see. Pay attention to see if he falters off in his third round at the beginning or if he come back strong. You know,
that's a fair point. Fair point.
So I'm telling you that format it seems like it's no big deal, but there's those little nuances if you pay attention. So
because you don't want to be redundant. That's the thing,
right?
About it, especially when you
so you got to come with your material, bro. If you don't, you'll be I think F might have been Lamont or might have been SB. Somebody made that point on the panel. Like those 2 minute rounds, they'll get lonely. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Y'all seen my third round. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm done. What the fuck am I supposed to say there? But I don't know.
Bob, like, yo, I'm about 20 right now. What am I supposed to do? There's only 1 minute left. I can pull everybody.
Nah, it's not that. It's not that. I did think I made some really good points in the second round, but in the third round, I said what I had, and I was like, well, I don't know. Like I got time. I'm not trying to act cocky, bro. I just don't got nothing else to say, bro. I'm done, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You should double down on it.
But those two, I'm trying to tell you that those 2 minute rounds ain't no joke, bro. You can't.
It ain't easy what you think it is, though.
That's 6 minutes, bro. That's 6 minutes on the same topic, bro.
Okay, true. Yeah.
First 2 minutes, you get so much out that you don't even realize that you used up most of your ammunition. Then the second round, that's why I said rebuttal all the remarks from the first round.
I was just saying that. I would just
that's what you go right in on that dude. Mix it up. That's all.
The pacing.
That's fair.
The pacing of how you get it off. Yeah, facts. Go ahead. My fault.
Yeah, go. If you got some context, go ahead. It's good.
I was just saying, like the pacing of information that you're trying to give out without. I noticed that especially with you and True, like y'all trying your hardest not to be repetitive and say the same things over and over until the point where it's like, damn, I have to kind of because I need to harp on it a little bit more. Like, but I pretty much made my point. Like, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Now I just look like I'm not saying nothing new. I'm not giving anything fresh. Like some people may not like that. You know what I mean? Just beating on the same horse. You know what I mean? So I get your point for sure.
We need context versus KB.
Yo, no, we don't.
Context versus KB.
Landslide.
Never mind. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke.
Okay. Oh, KB. I know KB. Okay. I know KB. All right, y'all. Let's mute up. Let's get this third round out the way.
All right. No, you good. That's time. Now, that's your second round. Both of you guys been cooking. Third round is back on Chilltown. This is your rebuttal round. Rebuttal round. Use it wisely, however you want to use it. Just as a reminder, you use your rebuttal round. You can attack their talking points, credibility, whatnot, or you could just double down what you got to say. But that's the rebuttal round. But Chilltown, you on the big screen. Your time starts now.
Well, one of the things that I try not to do when we talking about I don't need to tear somebody down to make somebody else's case. I don't need to talk about Derrick Rose's inefficiencies. I don't need to talk about the fact that Derrick Rose in 2011 in the Eastern Conference Championship completely got bottled up and shot under 40%, which is the main reason why they lost that playoff series. I don't need to talk about that. What I do need to talk about, however, is I need to talk about Russell Westbrook and the time that he was in Oklahoma City when Kevin Durant left and everybody expected that team to go to pieces. Everybody expected that team to go straight under. In fact, he has an historical season. Not only does he have an historical season, he takes a team with a young Victor Oladipo, a young Sabonis, not only a young Sabonis, Steven Adams and a Kevin Roberson and a bunch of other cast off, and he takes that team in a nightmare Western Conference, takes them to the playoffs, and is very competitive. In the process of them being competitive, he wins the league MVP. And with him winning the league MVP proves that what I was doing with Kevin Durant was legit. And I can also say that I could hold up. Durability is one of your best attributes. Once again, I care about what you did, I care about how long you did it, and I care about who you did it against. And Russell Westbrook, durability was never questioned. Not only was durability never a question, him being converted from the 2 guard to the point guard spot, that was even better because he thrived at it. And he did it in a time when it was a guard-heavy league, winning the league MVP.
All right. We'll just stop his time right there. He left a little bit of time on the clock, but you know what? I think he put in work right there. But SB, this is your rebuttal round. You got the last say so in this. Your time starts. Your time starts now.
See, I wrote a couple stuff down when I was like from the beginning. Right, you brought up smartness. We don't see that a lot with Westbrook and how he does with the ball. You brought up he switched from the PG too. I give you that. And you talk about smoothness. I don't think his jump shot is smooth as. I don't think his scoring ability brings smooth. I don't think his shot selection, his mentality brings smoothness because you see in the playoffs. I love how you bring up playoff drop. You go look at Westbrook. I don't got to tell you, he significantly drops in the playoffs. He significantly looked terrible. All that triple double 30 points scoring don't look like that in the playoffs. Also, I love how you brought up how Russell made his teammates better. Yeah, he did that at the 2 guard. You know, when the other team had to pregame for the main guy, I guarantee in the pregame, in the game notes, they say Russell Westbrook going to give us the ball up. And he does do that. Derrick Rose had the game plan against him. I don't believe Russell Westbrook ever had a series good against, like Derrick Rose did his MVP season against the Atlanta Hawks, when he put up great numbers. Every time Russell Westbrook goes to playoffs, all his numbers drop. Every single number drop. And I love how you brought up his teammates. Derrick Rose only had Noah Boozer, Ding, a young Jimmy Butler, Curry Heinrich. Russell Westbrook led with KD, PG, Harden, Melo, Kawhi, and the farthest he got us to one finals appearance, and he won over 60 games once. Derrick Rose, only thing Derrick Rose didn't do was go to the finals. That's it. Derrick Rose brings more to a team, impactful. Yeah, like I said, I can't argue the longevity fact. Derrick Rose's peak was very short, but Russell Westbrook's peak was very short as the number 1 guy because every other time you could bring up a Westbrook was either winning or look okay, he was a number 2 guy. He didn't look good as a number 1 guy. Only thing he did as a number 1 guy was average a triple-double, and it helped on with the narrative because everybody was dishing KD wrong, and he had the OKC as a 6 seed. You tell me you comparing a guy peak who had a number 1 seed, 60 win game MVP season to a 6 seed, 40 plus win game with a narrative of everybody hating on his teammate. We can't do that. So when you look at everything from top to bottom, peak to peak, now if we want to ask who's the better Scottie Pippen guy, sure. But when you're talking about you the number 1 guy, you're Brown on your team, you the Jordan on your team, what did you do and what did you impact? Yeah, Derrick Rose led 60 plus wins, MVP season, led to the Eastern Conference Final. Russell Westbrook.
That's time.
SB looked like he still had some stuff to get off. He wanted to keep talking.
He got distracted, man. He fell for Chill's trap, man. When I go, I'll tell y'all what I mean by his trap.
Okay. Hold on, who we got back here? 1 second. So every time I see this, what was happening the other day on the oxtails when I was trying to let me see. Okay, yeah. So like when I switch my screens back, it like goes blank at the whole top half of the screen. So like I couldn't even see nothing right there. But what's good, Jordan?
What's up, Jordan?
All right. Well, you mind if I go
Okay,
first? Right?
Yo.
If you want to, that's cool. Go ahead.
All right,
Go ahead.
the trap that I was
What
talking
up,
about
Jordan?
in this round that Chill did was he said, I'm not going to bring up his inefficiencies. He did for about a good 10 seconds, and that was enough for SB to fall for it to where he can agree with him. When SB started off, he started agreeing with that point and stayed on it too long. That's why he didn't get all the stuff he needed to get off. So for me, Chilltown got him in that trap to distract him long enough to win the actual round. That's what Chilltown does. So for me, if you had just if SB just stayed away from the deficiencies of Westbrook, he would have got that round. But Chilltown got it for me. So
okay, so that means Cowboy that you got Chilltown winning that debate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gabe, how did you see round 2? And you got it tied up, right? So this is a tie-breaking round for you.
I think Chilltown won again because SB mostly harped on like the same points he did the round before, and I mean he kept harping on team success again. Like Russell Westbrook didn't make it as far as the number 1 that Derrick Rose did, but I feel like again, like that team success thing conversation when you go player peak for peak, I feel like you have to talk more about the player. Like I know that's not Chilltown's style, and Jalen brought it up, but the fact that Chilltown said, "I'm not gonna bring up his deficiencies," and then he proceeded to bring up the deficiencies for like a good 25 seconds. I'm like, yeah, nah, Chilltown got it, bro. Like I can't pick against that. That was nasty. So I think because of that, Chilltown won that round. You're muted, Ox. You're muted.
You muted, Ox.
But that was a fire move. I said he made him look left and went right.
Yeah.
Okay. South Africa. Let's get yours.
Hey, I wrote a few things down, right? And some brothers said it, but like I'll say the other things, right? Because I was really listening closely, especially to this round, because the last round you're kind of wrapping up all your points, you're emphasizing your best points and your rebuttaling, right? And so Chill comes out and he talks about Westbrook by himself without Kevin Durant as a number one option, had average teammates, took him to the playoffs, and he won an MVP, right? He talked about the durability of Russell Westbrook, right? He talked about the ability for in a guard heavy league winning MVP, right? Now it's interesting because they both had winning bias. Then SB comes out and talks about Westbrook ain't smooth, playoff dropper in the playoffs, and Westbrook had way better teammates than Derrick Rose in his career. It's interesting. There was a lot of winning bias in both of their debates, right? And they emphasize a lot about winning. I would like to hear more about the individual player. What's so good about Derrick Rose? What makes him better than Russell Westbrook? They're actually very similar players. Who was more dynamic? Who did what better? I would like to hear that. But because it was winning bias now, and the core of the argument winning bias, now I got to go with who had the best point. And the best point from Chill to me in that round was the durability of Westbrook and winning an MVP in a guard heavy league. That's fair enough, right? Guard heavy league with the usage rate they had, he won MVP and he was more durable than Rose. But SB said the strongest point for me was Westbrook is a playoff dropper most seasons of his career, pretty much in every statistical category when it comes to efficiency and volume. He didn't even break it down that much. He could have went into detail, but that in itself, I think, is a body bag type of rebuttal because even for everything that you're doing, for all the things that you do in the regular season, for all the floor raising that you're doing, and MVP winning that you're doing, when it comes to winning time and in the playoffs, when Derrick Rose is elevating his level of play, you as an MVP are not doing that. That's body bag SB 2-1 for me, man. That's what it is.
You muted, Ox.
Yeah. YSN, it's on you, bro.
Yeah, I had a chill in the last round. I kind of like when people like you guys were talking about before, when people put not really like necessarily put down another player, but it's like when you're nitpicking, it's like it's not really much you could really say that everybody don't know. But it's like in the Rose season with Chill brought up, it's like people like the casuals, of course, will forget that, like, you feel me, what actually happened in the playoffs at the end, you know what I'm trying to say? But like when people bring that up, I feel like that actually like gives you, you know what I mean, a better understanding, you know what I mean? Because some people they'll just be voting. But if you're like a casual and you don't really have the knowledge, you really get both sides of what this player does good and bad. But SB, like how what Cowboy Bob said, yeah, he really fell into Chill trap. He was really just talking what he was trying to talk to. He started talking about his whole career at first, and I feel like he was just getting off topic. But at the end, he tried to get back, but it was too late at that point. So yeah, I got Chill for the whole thing.
Okay. Jordan, have you been tapping into these rounds? Have you been paying attention, or did you watch it live or anything?
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't tap in but I got to catch a little bit of the last round, and I like the bait and switch by Chilltown and his started his debate to kind of acknowledge Derrick Rose's deficiencies just so they can be put out there for everybody to acknowledge, but not really go too deep into them and kind of just talk about the strengths of Russell Westbrook. So I'm gonna give Chill that last round from what I caught.
Okay. What about you, True? How'd you feel about that round 3?
I got SB with the slight edge because when he mentioned the fact that Derrick Rose was elevating the playoff compared to Westbrook, I think when it comes to they both was talking. But see, like I said, Chill was slick. You know what I mean? He said I ain't gonna joke about the deficiencies, but I think SB still he still said it. So Russ, I mean, it was the rebuttal round, and SB did, you know what I mean, rebunk that, saying that, oh well, Derrick Rose elevates, but Westbrook doesn't. You know what I mean? So I got the slightest edge. That was a tough. I mean, that was a close ass battle. So it beat. So
Okay. Okay. Context. How you feel about it?
Yeah, for me, it's kind of in the same thing. I got I like I said, it's very, very close, especially with the point that Africa brought up where that Chill was able to highlight the durability factor, right? But I think the durability kind of plays into also longevity, right? So I kind of take away from that, just due to the fact that I understand he's durable, but that kind of leans more to longevity and the success in his longevity, he was able to be durable. So I kind of had to go with SB because SB still kind of stayed a little bit more on topic, in terms of his own play and the playoff elevation that he was able to do versus Westbrook, who actually decreased in the playoff as far as production and impact, although he was able to carry a tough team in a tough West. I understand circumstance, so like I think Russ made the best out of his circumstances, and Cho highlighted that, but I think SB was still able to highlight the player, and that's the debate about. It's about players in their peak. You know what I mean? So I think Cho had a good tactic, very, very good, like debating skills. Like it was like very good skills, but I think SB still stayed focused on the task and edged that out.
Okay. Okay.
So I got SB 2-1. 2-1.
So you got SB2. Okay. Hold on, let me get a recount. So Brian, you got Chilltown. Gabe,
Gabe got
you
Chill.
got
I got Chilltown.
Chilltown. Africa, you got SB. YSN, you got
OG.
you got Chilltown. True, you got SB. Tex, you got SB, right? So that's 3-3 right now. All right, Jalen.
It was a close battle. I think SB definitely said a little more this round. I think him bringing up the teammates that Russell Westbrook played with compared to the teammates that Derrick Rose played with. Again, the playoff drop off from the triple double, big numbers, having the drop off in the playoffs. He definitely said a lot there. But I think I still edged this round to Chilltown because one, I do think how we started off was a very veteran move, kind of an OG move, saying I won't mention it, obviously still highlighting the flaws in Derrick Rose, and then also what do you say after? I don't want to blank on right now. I think after that, like he mentioned, I'm totally blanking on right now. He mentioned that.
He mentioned like the durability, the MVP year, like the whole circumstance that happened afterwards when KD left, things like that, and kind of brought that to be productive in the competitive West, things like that. My fault. I just wanted to
I think it was a combination of things, but I think it was the separating factor, it being so close, was him finally. What SB did, I think, was wrong. Is what I think that kind of edged it out. One thing, so obviously the veteran move by Chilltown to highlight the deficiency of Derrick Rose, but then what SB did was he said, I'll give. I think multiple times he said it down, right? You know what? I'll give you the fact that Russell Westbrook has the longevity, has the durability, has more years on him. I think just giving someone that in such a close debate, it's not something you should do, right? Just don't even mention it. Just mention that Derrick Rose had an incredible peak, and don't mention that Westbrook had so much longevity. So I think that giving that up to him cost him this battle.
Okay. So Dev, here's the situation. Chilltown is up 4-3 on the panel right now. You had SB winning round 2. Now, the only way that this matters is if you got Chilltown in round 3, then Chilltown gets it because it's a tie for you. Who did you have in round 3?
So I think the issue with like I said, I really did like how Chilltown did that little move that it was very sneaky. It was like a backhand compliment. Like
it was a Euro step.
It's a backhand. It's like a backhand compliment almost. And I like I said, and Jalen kind of stole it from me. Like I feel like SB was kind of giving him too much, kind of like what's it called? When he was kind of giving him points, like I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Like in a debate, I don't think you should do that. and I think SB kind of harped on his deficiency too much, kind of like, and then he couldn't get to his real point until the end because you saw he kind of got cut off. And I think Shilltown highlighting the degree of difficulty for Russell Westbrook in that tough West with the guard points and the guards winning the MVP and him highlighting his teammates he had around. And I think SB kind of like when he said that narrative, he said, "Oh, the one guy won it, and he said my guy kind of won it in 60 games with this versus the Russell Westbrook, which is more of a narrative." And I think he kind of lost me when he said a narrative this and this that. Even though SB made some points, I think Shilltown ultimately got it because I think SB took too long to get into what he really wanted to say, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And he was
That's
harping
fair.
on and he was harping on his points from round 2.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, so we getting to that time to where it's about time to wrap it up. But if anybody got anything that they want to get into real quick, you know what I'm saying, we could jump into it. Does anybody got any topics, any hot takes, any predictions, anything like that they want to get into real quick?
One thing before.
Oh,
hold on. I
Go
took
ahead,
it
Tex.
because I got dip.
He's lagging.
No, I got to
yeah,
dip real quick. I want to
I
say
got
these
one
two
thing
things.
too. Right after you. Right
I
after
was
you.
wrong about. I was.
You're lagging context.
I'm lagging.
Yeah.
A little bit. Just y'all hold on.
Damn,
Go ahead.
Let me try to refresh.
Okay, why is saying what's up?
Y'all want to talk about the 2002 West Finals?
Yo, y'all can hear me?
So, you want to talk about what?
Wait, is that the one we're talking about, Rob? That's the one.
Hold on.
The greatest team never to win a ring.
Oh, guys.
Oh, okay. I thought you was
Hey, that's
being
crazy.
serious. You just woke out.
Nah, man, you be
trying to get a
trolling my
nightmare?
Lakers too much on the panel. Nah, man. So I be going crazy in the comments. Every episode.
Yeah, nah, I know. so what y'all saying? What and I know Jalen, you might have something to say about this, or no, you're just a Brown fan. You're not really a Lakers fan, right?
Yeah, that's a Brown fan. I'm a Lakers fan.
Okay, I mean, if y'all got a problem with what I got to say about the Lakers, you know what I'm saying, by all means, we could talk about it.
Man, I know what you mean.
Keegan Murray should
Right
not be in the
there.
summer league. Keegan Murray's too good for the summer
It's
league.
crazy. I don't understand what Keegan.
Kobe really got four rings.
He's not gonna play. He's not gonna play in the Vegas summer league. I'm positive. I think he probably just played today just to kind of get some shots up, get some little game. You know, play with the rooks, the new rooks, and they should shut him down. I'm pretty sure they will. If not, they're idiots.
Interesting note
Break
about
that year
summer
for him,
league.
Marks?
Interesting note about
yeah.
summer league.
Am I
Anthony
lagging
Bennett
still?
was
Y'all can hear me
trending
or?
today.
Nah, you straight,
Yeah, you
Tex.
good.
What you saying, Jalen?
I was saying Anthony Bennett was trending today on Twitter because if you look at his summer league highlights, he was balling. Anthony Bennett was balling in summer league, and people are like, just remember, we all thought Anthony Bennett was going to be a star based on his summer league highlights, and then we saw what happened in his NBA career. So summer league, obviously these guys need it, get their legs on it, get ready for the season, but don't read too much into it. It's still summer league and not
What
the
the
NBA.
hell? What the hell happened to Anthony Bennett though? Like it
I
had to
think
be
he
something.
overseas.
It had to. Well, no, I'm not talking about
Cleveland.
that. I mean, I'm saying it had to be something like he got some type of he got hurt or something. Nobody knew. It was a mental thing. Something had to happen.
So
So
what happened
Anthony
to go to
Anthony
Cleveland?
Bennett.
He was
What you
over.
said, True?
Probably
He
was
was
work
overdrafted.
ethic.
You know what
Probably
it is?
it has to be work ethic because
No,
there's no reason why he's not in the NBA. Even
Nah,
him
big
being a
odds.
bust.
I mean,
He
true.
only
It's
played
like
4 seasons and got traded to every team. Like all the 4 seasons he played, it was a different team. Like he played 4 years.
it was bad scouting that year because like even the announcer was surprised he went number 1 because like it was just bad scouting that year. Like
It was, but the draft was down though, Dev. Like if I remember watching Anthony Bennett in college though. Anthony Bennett had game. Like it's this guy. Him going number 1 wasn't crazy. Like it was a down draft, and he showed out. So
you know what it is? I think he felt their trap was he was a tweener. So Anthony Bennett was like a 6'8", 240. That guy who played. In college basketball, the power forward or big man that only plays in the post is still relevant. We see like college national player of the years are post players who are great in college, but their game doesn't translate to NBA basketball at the current time.
Well, you got to remember though, Jalen, this was still a while ago to where it was
like
even translated to the league.
13.
12, 13, something like
12,
that.
13,
11,
yeah.
somewhere right there. But
Yeah,
but he went mid-major too. He was at a mid-major school,
Actually,
so a
like UNLV.
to a,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
6'8", 240 power forward. That's a great size
That's
for a
big, yeah.
mid-major school.
So I think the NBA, he came into the league when the NBA was transitioning, or I guess starting that transition 2013, where the big man wanted to be more of a Chris Bosh, right? I think that's the first year the Heat won with
Yep.
Chris Bosh, or second year, whatever it was, right? So they
Yep.
wanted a 5 and a 4 that could really stretch out when Anthony
For
Bennett
sure.
was still an inside
sure.
post guy. So I think he
Yep.
came into the league. Obviously, the timing was wrong, and he just
Right.
never kind of developed. Just
Okay.
kind of got lost from there.
Context. What was you trying to get off, bro?
Oh, yeah. Let me know if I'm good money. I'm not lagging no more. I'm straight.
No, you
You good? You good?
I bet. Two things. I was heavily impressed by the Miami kid, man. I had my little
Yes,
doubts.
sir.
I thought he was gonna be super mid, but I like his. He reminds me of like you remember Adam Morrison? Like I see his game. I see Adam Morrison, but a little bit bouncier. Like he
See,
reminds me.
Adam Morrison was a great shooter, but Jaime got more game than Adam Morrison.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying. Like I think he's more bouncy, guys. He's more creative. Like hear me out if this makes sense. He reminds me of a combination between. Remember Sam Decker from Wisconsin?
Hell yeah,
That
I
ended
remember
up
Sam
going to
Decker.
Houston.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he reminds me a combination between Sam Decker and Adam Morrison. He's not as bouncy as Sam Decker, but he's more craftier than Adam Morrison. I think he plays defense. He got a little bit of bunnies. Yo, I'm not mad at that pick. When I look at him play,
I believe we talked about him a little bit on here before.
Yeah, we did.
And bro,
Yeah, we did.
I think Jaime was lightweight. I want to say the steal of the draft. Like remember y'all got to remember what he played. He played 3 seasons or 4 seasons at UCLA.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
a full robot.
Hold on, Dad.
Somebody's mic is crazy. Whose mic is that?
That was dead. Dev,
that's
just reboot,
Dev.
jump back on, reboot,
Yeah.
jump back on. That was nuts.
Yo,
Turned
Dev
into a
shit
Marvel
fucked up
character.
my shit. I was like, yo,
Where's Sam
That's
Decker
true.
at?
Sam Decker's overseas. He's playing overseas.
Overseas. Okay.
Sam Decker is really like one of my favorite college players, bro. I'll trip on Sam
yo,
Decker.
he was raw in Wisconsin, man. And I think,
but I'll trip off Frank Kaminsky too. Like when
They took out
They
took
took
out
out
the
he's still a
Kentucky,
free
man.
agent.
right?
I think he's still a free
Kaminsky was
agent.
nice.
But the
They
loss
took
to
out the
Jimmy
undefeated
before
Kentucky
Duke.
team.
Yeah,
And they lost to
Frank.
Duke. Yeah.
And
I love
so
that.
And
Frank,
also-
Frank Kaminsky and Sam Decker was dope, bro.
I like the way that the way that Max Christie was able to kind of show, his development in the league. He was able to take it to the rack. I saw his versatility. I like some stuff that I saw from the Lakers, and I'm not mad at Jalen Hood-Schifino. I think he's a little bit shiftier than D'Lo. I think once he understands the spacing of real NBA players, and not everybody knows that summer league, different type of basketball, different type of speed. So I think when he gets against the real point guards, we're gonna see the difference. Another thing too, the Chet Holmgren thing. I don't think he's strong enough yet. I think he's gonna have a good.
He put on some weight.
Yeah, he put on somewhere. He's like 220.
He did, but hear me out. Hear what I mean by that, right? So defensively, I think he's gonna be able to make his mark off rip, right? I think he's gonna have some good games. Because the NBA season, not everybody plays at full strength and things of that nature. But I think once they start keying in on him, a lot of his counter moves, his dribble moves is a little bit slow. Like his snatchbacks is a little bit slow. Like the quicker forwards, they're gonna pluck that. They're gonna drive through his body, you know what I mean? Without fouling or with fouling, because his body, you could just knock him off his axis. I think he has a lot of good counter moves. I just don't know if he's strong yet to finish a lot, like finish through contact a lot. That's all I'm saying. I got to see it. You know what I mean? But I think he has the athleticism. I think he has the shooting. I think he's going to be better more as a catch and shoot guy than a creation guy. I think on OKC, they don't really need him to create that much. So I think it's actually going to work out for him to be more of that catch and shoot guy and just, spread out the floor for them.
Let me get a I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all gonna have the same answer for this, but fuck it anyway. Let me get an early prediction for rookie of the year.
The French guy.
Okay. Okay. Jordan got Vic. YSN, who you got? Is this about to be a wash? Everybody got Vic.
Shit.
Matter of fact, just okay. YSN, who you got?
I'm gonna have to say Scoop.
Scoop.
Stole my
Okay, we
answer.
got one
Stole my
Scoop.
answer.
We got one Vic. Dev, who you got for the early prediction rookie of the year? Okay, Dev's done.
Dev is packed up. Dev is officially packed up.
You're out of there, Dev.
You're out of here, buddy.
Cowboy, who you got? Early
I'm
prediction.
gonna go
rookie
for a
of the year.
reach. Everybody got Wemby, but I'm gonna go for a reach. I like the Thompson Ahmed. I liked how he plays, and I think that he can transition really well. It's not that he's gonna blow up like Wemby, but he's gonna contribute well enough to his team to be noticed.
Do you think Amin's going to be able to do enough on that team with the
Yeah.
acquisition of Fred VanVleet?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what
He's
I'm
not
thinking.
even
I think he's going to be enough of a producer with that because Fred VanVleet can pass the ball. And knowing how Fred is, he's going to want to win. So I think he's in the best position.
So let me ask you a question real quick. My fault, Ox. I don't want to come up. Cowboy, I'm assuming that you're saying that Amen is going to start and he's going to start at the 3?
No, not going to start. But what I'm saying is his contribution, whether it's off the bench or wherever they put him. I honestly think he's going to come off the bench, but I think that him coming off the bench is going to be, this guy's averaging
more of an impact?
like 12 points. You know, he's doing defense. He's doing it all off the bench to start. But then I think overall he's going to be better. Not saying he's going to be better than Wemby. Not saying that. I'm just saying
But you think he's going to have a better rookie year?
Yes.
I think he's going to be the second best player in the draft. Like
exactly.
In like 6
That's
years.
what I'm saying.
Well, text. So I want to ask you because you brought it up. So Amin is 6'7". Can you see Ime Udoka starting those 3 together and just kind of like we're not really worried about who grabs the ball, who brings the ball up. We're just running on offense depending on who gets the ball. So that means Amin, you get the ball, you push it. Jalen, you get the ball, you push it. Fred, you get the ball, you push it. Can you see Ime Udoka running with those 3? And so that would be a pretty small lineup anyway you see it because wouldn't that put Jabari to start at the power forward?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's where he started last year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But okay, so
play center,
so that's what I'm saying. Like, is that considered a small lineup? Having Amin, Jalen, Fred,
super small lineup.
Jabari.
Nah, I mean, Jalen like
it's more skinny than
Jalen's 6'6".
I mean, yeah, if he's 6'4", 6'6", whatever, and then Fred VanVleet. I mean, VanVleet, he's 6 foot, whatever. I mean, that ain't really that small, really.
No, it's not.
Sengun with like 6, that's not that bad.
Because Sengun, they said Sengun's like 6'10" now because they said that he grew. Obviously, I don't know how much he grew, but
well, I mean that's a tall lineup. They're still tall, but I would still consider them small.
They're thin. They're a thin.
It's a thin lineup. Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know. I think Scoop gonna win Rookie of the Year. I think Scoop will have more opportunity.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I think he's gonna have more opportunity.
So that means we got YSN, Context, True. Y'all all got Scoop.
Yeah, I got Scoop.
Jordan got Vic. Cowboy, you said
Ahmed Thompson.
That's right. Okay, Africa. Who you got?
Let me say this. I think, just like True was saying, like the rookie of the year is always a team that gives that rookie the most minutes and the most opportunity, right? The most touches. You get the nicest stat line. You win the rookie of the year. So, I think Wembanyama obviously is going to get that chance and opportunity. But let's go away from Wembanyama, right? If it ain't going to be Wembanyama, a low key guy that I think it ain't even that low key. Really, it's just the next pick. Brandon Miller could legit be like the second option on the Charlotte Hornets. Miles Bridges might not be getting the touches in the game time that he was getting. They might ease him back into it and not treat him like the second option that he was. And with the playmaking of LaMelo, and if he is an elite level shooter, 38, 39%, he's gonna get a lot of shots off. Brandon Miller might be putting up better stats than Wembanyama at times. I don't know. Are they going to play Wembanyama 30, 35 minutes a game? Probably not, bro. I'm not. I probably wouldn't even do that in his rookie season, man. Give him 30, 28, like they were doing Giannis early in his career, right? Ease him into that shit. And
Alfred, not to interrupt you, but I think they might take away some games from him. Like they may like, yo, for certain matchups, nah, we're not trying to ruin your confidence. We don't want you to get like really, you know what I mean? Like, because imagine he's going against Embiid, right? What you think about?
I get that, but you gotta learn though. You gotta learn.
You can't bench him against Embiid, bro.
No. What I mean by
he only got
for
two
example,
dominant players at the position. He gotta play against them.
No. What I mean is like, for
You know they
example,
gonna do
right?
that anyway, though. You know
No. They are, but what I mean by that is like it may not be the first game that their first matchup. It might be
Hell
their
no.
second matchup. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Can't
oh, you
do it,
think gonna flip?
Contest.
You got to go
You
in the
gotta,
final?
you have
That's
to.
fair.
You're
Nope.
not gonna
That's
get
fair.
better
Nope.
if you're
You're
not
not
gonna
setting
play
that
those
matchup against the
that
top.
top level of
No.
competition and going in real game.
You're
Like,
not
you know
going
what
to
I mean?
start them
That's
when
fair.
you're not
That's
going to
fair.
start
That's
them
fair.
habits
Just
early.
You
You're
know what
not
I
ducking
mean?
no
just
You
a
gotta
thought.
get
defense.
out there to do it.
It's like
Because
when you
I'm
a
looking
rookie.
at Pop as trying as in the long term, right, and trying to keep him as comfortable as possible. You know what I mean? Make sure his confidence is all the way up there. So I
Concept, you
get what
don't
you're
think that
saying.
Yeah,
benching him
but
against a guy like Embiid is gonna mess with his
No, I
confidence?
agree.
out
I
that's
agree.
not building up his confidence. What
No,
I'm
no, no.
trying to say is he needs that
Hold
experience.
on. Look,
Go ahead.
finish that.
Go ahead. My
Yeah.
fault.
My fault.
Because you said you gotta like sit him to like keep his confidence up, but you don't think if you bench him with the player of the caliber of Joel Embiid, you don't think it's gonna mess with his confidence? He gonna start thinking like, why'd you bench me? You don't think I'm good enough to play against him, and it's gonna start messing with his head.
No. But I
You
don't
gotta,
think.
and regardless,
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta play him.
No,
You
no.
can't like
Yeah. Go ahead.
like
I
if
hear
there's
you,
any
bro.
matchups, any matchups that I'm gonna sit him, it's against the teams that don't mean anything. I'm not gonna bench him against Joker or Embiid or the Miami Heat or anybody. What? Like I don't understand the point of doing that.
This what Ruger Red says right here. This is
That's my
actually
pick.
my
That's
this
my
is my
pick,
pick as well. I got Chet.
But I don't know if Chet gonna have the opportunity.
I
But the
forgot.
thing
Yeah,
about
he
Chet
missed out
is,
the whole last year.
but Chet, I don't think Chet gonna have that opportunity. I mean, he has to
Opportunity
play
playing-
like he
He'll
got
play
to
the
play like
minutes.
elite defense. Like he got
Right.
to be like
He
a-
probably
Right.
will.
Look, I
No,
think
he
Chet's
will.
gonna lead. I think Chet will lead the league in blocks as a rookie.
That's a
I
possibility.
think he.
That's a
I think.
possibility.
I think you're right. Chet was one of the most incredible shot blockers in college.
It's
He
a
has incredible
possibility.
timing. He does not foul. I think he will
Miles
lead the
Turner
league in
lead us in
blocks.
the same.
You think he's gonna
Yeah,
be
he
better
did.
than Triple J?
Triple J got some
I think.
say.
I think Chet's,
Yeah,
my
Triple
number.
J.
I think Chet's going to average 3.3, 3.5 blocks a game. I think that's the
Wait,
level.
but Gabe, hold on. Let's get who'd you say? Who do you got, Gabe?
Jaime Hawkins Jr., bro. What are we doing?
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my
Bro,
god.
but hold on.
bro?
Wait a second. Now that sounds crazy, but it don't really sound crazy.
Yeah, no. If you think
Because
about it, it does.
He said Jordan Hawkins.
Jaime can easily.
No. He said
and I say this.
kid from Miami.
When I say easily, I don't mean it'll be easy for him, but I could easily see it happening.
Right.
I could easily see Jaime coming into the league and averaging 18 off the bat. He's better. Look, Jaime's better than Caleb Martin today.
Yeah.
I got wait.
Low key, man.
Jaime's look. I'm just going on.
He got better potential. He got bigger potential.
I've been seeing this kid keep UCLA relevant for 3 seasons.
Y'all think he averaging 18 is the fourth option?
That'd be strong.
We finna
Why
play.
would he be the 4th option?
Because
Beyond
Dame,
who?
Jimmy, and Bam.
Here's the thing, though.
Dame's not even on the team.
Okay.
If Dame do
You
get
think he's
traded,
averaging
I
18 as the third
don't
option?
think he on the team though either. Though.
But the
why
Dame
not?
Tyler
trade,
Hero did it.
what I
Why
was gonna
not?
say was I heard a Dame trade with
Okay.
it's gonna
Okay.
be the
Then
Spurs,
he's still the fourth
Miami,
option because
and
Tyler Hero's there.
Maybe we'll see what happens. All I'm saying is, why not?
I think he's gonna
Still.
get opportunity. I think he's
You
gonna
got
get a
to
lot
look. You got to look
We
at it
finna
like
play
this.
him.
They play the game. They play the game. Yeah, Jimmy averages 23. Tyler Hero averages 23. Bam. So let's say what's his name? Jimmy averages 25. Tyler averages 24. Bam averages 20. Jaime can average 17, 18. No problem.
That's fair. That's a fair
Plus
point.
they ain't got.
I mean,
plus they
he
ain't got
ready
their boy
to
Vincent.
play. He ready to play. Jaime ain't no
don't have
one and done.
Vincent.
He not no one
Nah,
and done
I
kid.
think he's
Jaime
gonna be. that's gonna be tough, bro.
Jaime is a grown man. You know what I'm saying? He not one of these little kids.
Oh, we forgot about.
He don't got
Anthony
to
Black.
play. He don't got to wait to get stronger. He's already strong. He don't got to wait for his body to develop. He's already 22, 21, 22 years old. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's not coming into the league 18.
I got a sleeper though. I got Anthony Black on the Magic.
In the Magic.
On the Magic.
Wow.
That's not insane.
That's
I like
left
Anthony
field.
Black.
That's left field.
I like Anthony Black. He can play
What's my
defense.
strategy?
He's a two-way. I mean,
Do you think that the fact that team has so much like ball handlers and guys that could just catch it and go, like, don't you think that kind of hurts his case? Because he kind of needs to.
I don't think them dudes gonna get traded. Some of them dudes. I ain't gonna hold.
That's fair. That's fair.
I got to trade.
I think I ain't gonna look. I ain't gonna lie. Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony, they may be out.
Yeah, pack them up.
Folks out.
Oh, I'm trying to say they could get Markel Fultz up out of there too.
Hey,
I think I don't know.
No,
not because Markel is better than
Showing his
Jalen.
flashes.
Because
He's
you
showing
could.
his
Here's the
flashes.
thing: you could play
Markel is their
Markel with
best guard.
Anthony Black.
Right. Yeah.
He might
Because
be
Markel
their
could
best
play the
guard.
two.
He might be their best guard, but they need to do something else.
Yeah, they gotta flip
Yeah,
that.
like
They
not
got
draft
too many.
Jalen Suggs top 5. Don't do
Nah,
that.
Jalen Suggs,
like,
pack him up. You gotta pack him up. You gotta pack
Don't do
Jalen
that.
Suggs
Yeah,
up.
like Anthony Black. What would be they start like Anthony Black or Markel,
Markel.
Ross Wagner,
Right.
Paulo and Wendell.
Wendell Carter. That's a solid. That's a solid young
Starter. Yeah, that's
a
fact.
big, strong team right there.
And then
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
See, I gotta wrap it up though, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I gotta be up for the
Subscribe and like the stream, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Y'all please do that. I'm gonna
Yes,
leave
sir.
y'all with that. You know what I'm saying? Once again, I appreciate everybody that popped up on the panel. I appreciate everybody that took the time out their day to watch the stream. So please like and subscribe if you're not subscribed already.
Like the beam, man. Like
I
the
will
beam.
also like to say once again, reiterate, if y'all missed that first ever chapter of Oxtails, y'all make sure y'all go check that out. Me and the lovely young Miss Playmaker Haley. We sat down, had a brief conversation. Please excuse some of the technical difficulties we went through on both of our ends. We still pushed it out and got it out there. It's all love, y'all. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Once again, y'all make sure y'all keep a lookout for that 24-hour viewer appreciation stream. We're coming with the number 2 is July, so y'all go ahead and be ready for that. Anybody got anything to say? Y'all got everything off for?
Salute Ox,
Anthony
respect,
Edwards for
soul
MVP.
love, soul love.
Y'all have a
Happy
good morning.
4th, yeah.
Flex out.
All right, y'all.
Y'all don't drink and drive today.
Sure, never drink and drive.